Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Nation Wars 2019, round of 16. We are now about to start another group of round of 16 and figure out who's going to be the fourth nation qualified for the round of 8. My name is Funka, and I've been joined by my good friend Johan Mello. How are you doing, my sweet friend?
I'm doing great.
You are?
I just bought a bunch of chocolate at Carrefour downstairs, so life is good.
Yeah.
Life is pretty good.
How cheap was it?
Very cheap, actually.
Yeah, that's the greatest thing.
I'm going to buy a lot more tomorrow for the whole staff and everything.
What? See how much of a good guy he is? I mean, both you and Roddy being absolutely nice to everybody here in the studio. That's just amazing.
Roddy bought a 26 bags last time for the staff, which was paid by me, actually. But
Oh, that changes everything then. All right, before we kick things off and talk about everything that's going to be happening today, we wanted to remind you about how everything is working here in Nation Wars, the new format and everything. And for that, you all know about it. There's a small video that we will launch right now.
This year's game format has been adjusted to accommodate more competitors. The game starts with a round of 40. 8 countries with the highest WCS point counts automatically qualify for the next round, whereas the remaining 32 countries are set to compete in a single elimination match. 16 winners then join the pre-qualified nations and continue to the next round, where 8 groups of 3 countries are set to play in a round-robin format. In each group, the country with the lowest point totals is eliminated. The remaining 16 countries are divided into 4 groups to play in a well-known double elimination bracket, also referred to as the GSL group. The top 8 countries then continue to play in a single elimination bracket, and the final 4 to battle it off live in Paris for the 2019 Nation Wars Championship title.
So I was mentioning already 3 countries qualified for the round of 8. Those were the 3 first groups that we played. We had our first place finishers, and we can actually take a look at this as we already have those 3 nations seeded into the bracket. In Group C, Finland took first place, defeating France in the winners match 4-2. In Group South Korea, they were able to qualify as first place in the end, and with a pretty decent performance considering it was 8:30 a.m. back in Korea. And as far as Group D goes, it's Germany that took the first spot, Todd.
And that means nobody's eliminated yet. That's what this weekend is for. We'll have the remainder of each group taking place on Saturday and Sunday. Mm-hmm. And it's going to be really interesting. I almost prefer that, like imagine if we just eliminated a couple teams first and then we wouldn't know who gets through. I feel like it's not as interesting. But yeah, everybody's still in.
Yeah,
there's still hope.
I mean, last year we already did that, and we were quite satisfied with how it would go. Because in that case, we are not eliminating anybody. All the hopes are still up. But yeah, first place has been seized here in those 3 groups. And the group from yesterday, Finland did take the victory and the first place against France. As I mentioned, Poland and Croatia will battle it out in the losers match. And France is waiting for either of those 2 nations to get the second spot and finish in second place.
And they even mentioned they thought it was going to be a rematch with Poland, most likely even before starting the whole group. So it will be interesting to see if it goes that way. But today, we've got a cracker of a group. Yeah, Italy, Chinese Taipei, Canada, and Russia all battling it out. In a group where I feel like a lot of people are expecting Italy to do very well, but we've had quite a few upsets already. I mean, obviously the big favorites, they made it out in each group, right? But in terms of who beats who and certain games being won by players we wouldn't have expected.
The score of the matches in general. I mean, like those surprising 4-3s or even 4-0 in the case of, for instance, Germany versus Mexico back then. But yeah, in this group, I do agree with you. I mean, Italy, led by Renner, is going to be a really strong team. But at the same time, you don't want to sleep on Chinese Taipei, Canada, or even Russia. Actually, there was a change in the Russian lineup because Braddock did cede his spot to Vanya. So Vanya will be playing later tonight between Canada and Russia. Let's take a look at the Italian lineup. I mentioned Rainer, but he's not alone. Riosis and Ryu are his teammates. It's a full Zerg lineup, Todd.
They know what it takes to win games. If France were a little smarter, we would have had 3 Zergs as well.
Yeah, we do have.
Obviously, Zerg's doing really well right now, and Rainer in particular just recently was the finalist at the global finals and only lost in the grand finals to Dark. Was able to even take out Cyril before that. He's just on fire. Like if he shows up on form like he was at the global finals, nobody's supposed to be able to get close to touching him here today. But they surely will try. And he will be facing Bud Always, actually. First matchup.
Yeah, it's interesting because Rainer being still making it to the grand finals of the global finals was really good for him in his career in general. But being defeated might have made him a little bit upset, you know. So maybe he wants to take revenge here in Nation Wars because that's another tournament that he could win this year to make it an even better year that it already is for the youngster from Italy. Here is the Chinese Taipei lineup. We've got Haas, Nice, and But Always. So 3 Zergs facing against 3 Protosses. So I hope you like ZVPs because that's basically all what that you're going to see.
Exactly, yeah. And Haas obviously the legend himself here entering this matchup. Is 10 and 15 win ratio, which is not the greatest necessarily, but we know he's a player with a big potential. Nice, but always also not nearly as known, but they're all pretty good. You know, they share like a similar style. You know, they've even talked in interviews about how they would talk about certain cheeses and build orders that they would do in these matches. So they seem pretty close to one another. And this team is not to be underestimated.
Oh, no, never. And obviously 3 Protosses, you've got a pretty huge opportunity for some upsets, for some counter rushes maybe. We've seen a couple of those yesterday. So obviously Italy doesn't want to sleep on that lineup of Chinese Taipei. So here are the matchups. Rainer will open the dance against Bud Always. Then Riosis is going to take on Az. And then Ryu versus Nice. So ZVP across the board. And a couple of cheeky games, I feel. We could be seeing. But at the same time, we said that numerous times about Haas especially, and then he played the most tender macro games in the round of 24. So it's kind of interesting. I don't really know what kind of Haas we will see today.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. When he goes for macro, maybe he's not as strong as when he plays very aggressive.
I agree.
We'll see in a moment. Guys, remember that you can connect your Battle.net accounts on Twitch, and you will be able to level up your war chest while just simply sitting in your couch and watching Twitch. What a time to be alive. The technology has made progress over the years.
It's here. You can make some XP as you're watching amazing games of Nation Wars. Isn't that amazing? All right, so don't forget about that. We do have the interview ready with the 2 team captains, and we can go into it right now. But Always in Rainer, you guys are here. Can you hear us fine?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. I'm going to start with Rainer. How are you doing, man? How are you feeling after global finals? I haven't seen you be talking about anything that happened yet after the tournament. So how's your general state of mind after that huge finals that you achieved?
Let's say that I was chilling a bit these days. Didn't play too much, but yeah, quite good to be honest. Wasn't a good break. I needed it.
Yeah.
So yeah, feeling fresh now.
Have you been following the rest of the matches in Nation Wars, and did it maybe give you some extra motivation to try and do well yourself as well?
Yes, I watched almost all games, I think. Yeah, they were quite fun, especially yesterday.
Yeah.
Sick games.
Yeah. But always, I think a lot of people are looking at this group with, saying that Italy is going to be one of the favorites to do very well. Like, well, what is your thoughts on Chinese Taipei's chances here, in particular against your first opponent?
Actually, the patch is very bad for us because Protoss is very weak on this patch. So I don't know. I hope they just stop making win faster.
So are you asking Rainer right now to not use infestors when you guys are playing?
No, I just hope he can win faster too strong. That's all.
Yeah, we got that. Do you think in general, but always, do you think in general that your team can get the victories in the first phase of the match? Obviously, you against Rainer is going to be hard, and then it's still PVZ in the other matches. But you guys think that you can get some wins in that first phase?
I think if I beat Reno on first match, we can win Italy.
All right.
What chances would you give to Chinese Taipei to come out of this group, which also has Canada and Russia, not just Italy?
I have no idea.
It's a tough call.
What about you, Rainer? After watching all the other teams qualify, and you said you followed the matches, is your mind set on taking that first place, or you'd be happy with just advancing here?
Oh no, that would suck. Obviously, first place.
What about your teammates? Are they feeling it? Are they going to carry you a little bit, or what's going on there?
Yeah. Rayos is ready to all kill. He's always ready. Mm-hmm. We have two macro gods on the side, and Zerg is broken, as we know. So should be no issue here. Some infestors, maybe Broodlord infestors actually is the best. So should be no issue.
No problem whatsoever. What about Canada and Russia in general? What do you think about those two teams? How do you think they fare in the general Nation Wars? The general Nation Wars team that are already qualified. Do you think Canada and Russia have the opportunity to go super far in this tournament? Rainer?
I think Russia win Canada, but my teammates think Canada win Russia.
All right, Rainer, what about you?
I actually have no clue. I think Canada is gonna win the first match.
All right.
Okay, we'll just take a score prediction from you guys. Rainer, why don't you go first?
I'll say 4-1 at best.
4.
And if it's 4-1, who loses?
Me.
Okay, cool. Like it, but always?
Maybe 4-3, but I don't know who wins.
Okay.
All right. Like it.
That's sick.
I mean, you guys, good luck, have fun, and we'll see you in the games.
Thank you.
Thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
See you guys.
See you. All right. Cool stuff.
You see that the cabinet of Rainer was opening up here.
Yeah. Just in the back.
His underwear were almost falling out. He tried to sneakily close it, but we spotted that, bro. With all that money you made, come on, you got to update the furniture back home.
Yeah, of course. That's the next step. I mean, he did take care of the clothes. Like, I feel like everything is Gucci. But the cabinet's not a bad idea. As you can see, just right there below me, you can vote in the chat. ITA for Italy and TPE for Chinese Taipei.
We almost saw a bunch of CK underwear avalanche outside of his cabinet over there.
I bought too many, guys.
Yeah,
I made too much money.
Make sure to keep voting, guys. ITA and TP to vote for these two countries. I got a feeling here. Italy is going to be heavily favored, but like I said, we should not underestimate this Chinese Taipei team, as these guys, they are pretty crafty. I love how you mentioned also, but always, is like, Infestor is too strong. It's like, don't you guys just cannon rush and play some pretty fast games anyways? Like, when have you ever seen an Infestor last? But hey, who knows? Maybe it's an indication of how they might play and try for some more late game, but I doubt it, to be honest.
Getting my baguette and brie ready for Nation Wars tonight. Don't hesitate to send your tweets out. Hashtag nw2019. And as you can see, you'll be featured in the show, which is kind of nice.
Remember to turn on theater mode, by the way.
Yeah.
So that you still get the chat, but the
dark mode,
viewing window.
It does have the dark mode, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I would have been kind of mad of seeing the first tweet with a Twitch.
Wait, that's the brie next to the baguette?
I think it was.
That was a giant
piece of brie. Yeah. I can see Todd salivating from here. Can we make a zoom?
Half-4 closes at 10 p.m., right?
It does.
So if I cast the first two maps and then Roddy
swaps in, it's time for some brie. So Todd's going back there.
I miss all the good French stuff when I'm here. Yesterday we had fondue. It was amazing.
It was. I didn't have that much.
Roddy loved it. Roddy was super cheeky yesterday.
Oh my god! But you know what's in fondue though? White wine. Cheese. White wine as well. That's the reason he was so cheeky. I think. I really do believe.
He loved it. He finally enjoyed some good food for once. Other than
TKL was asleep at midnight in the couch, just passed out because he ate too much fondue. So, yesterday was a chill night at our gaming.
Yeah.
Usually we stay up until 2-3 a.m., but this time I think everybody was just playing dead.
I feel like the big story, by the way, going into this match is that obviously we're expecting a huge performance out of Rainer, right?
Yeah.
But we might see him in action on some of these maps. Oh, that's my tweet.
They found it so quick.
We need the sound.
I like the positioning.
Look at him, he looks
Rossi.
almost ashamed.
It's like I'm actually bent on the cheese at the moment. I
At
need
some
to stand up a little bit.
Yes, I'm wondering why Roti is so cheeky today in the cast. The fondue with the white wine in it.
It was amazing, honestly. I think we did like 5 batches or something. It was extremely good.
And there were still a lot of cheese left over. If we were even hungry, we could have went for like 7 or 8 batches.
But I was saying, like on these maps, we saw a lot of cold games and stuff, and we saw the Rich Geysers being used. We might see Haz on Rich Geyser map.
What does
Think
it mean?
about this?
Like 45 oracles?
Well, you can't mass motherships, so it's gonna be something like carriers, High Templars, I don't know, like, but something crazy for sure. Maybe mass oracles again, yeah.
Yeah, carrier, Templars, oracle. Like, what's the most expensive army in terms of gas you can get in Protoss? Like,
Yeah, something with a lot of High Templars.
a lot of HTs, right? Yeah, lots of
one
offense.
mothership. Minus 400, 400.
Minus 400, 400.
The standard.
All right, I think we're ready to go hop into game number 1. Raynor was so cheeky in the interview that he actually forgot to join the lobby. But he is here now, and his favorite matchup is ZVP. We're talking about a vice champion of the global finals of BlizzCon. So basically, the second best player in the world at the moment, behind Dark. And against him is but always, you just saw it in an interview. It's going to be hard for him. The matchup is quite difficult, but once again, never count out Chinese Taipei. Taiwanese players, they're just freaking good at StarCraft, and they can throw a lot of different strategies at you. And we've seen it yesterday. Cyril lost a game. He didn't lose a game to some kind of normal all-in, a normal game. He actually lost to something super weird and different. That's something I might expect from some of those Chinese Taipei players.
All right, here we are on Acropolis, starting in the bottom right-hand side of the map, playing as the Blue Protoss, representing Chinese Taipei. It is, but always.
Is this Forge? We'll look at the portrait next to the Nexus later. In the top left-hand side, representing Italy, is the runner-up of the global finals. He is Raynor. Red Zerg.
Spiky drones. It's not going to be a Forge here.
So can we take a look at this?
Early on.
People...
It's him and his
Kissing on a
girlfriend on a
bitch?
trip or something somewhere.
Yeah. It's pretty cool.
That's so sweet.
I'll ask some more questions if we do get Chinese Taipei in interview later. All right, for now, normal opening from our Protoss player. Pylon near the natural gateway to start and close up the wall, as we've got a Raynor that went for a pull first, actually.
You know, like, we talked about how there are 3 Protosses and they're like, you know, they play very aggressive, they're cheesy, they'll throw in cannon rushes and stuff. Here's the thing. You can't do this every game.
No.
Right? Like, it would be just so expected after the first time they do it, and then already there would be big adjustments being made. So I wonder, they must have had some sort of briefing. They laid out on some sort of plan on a big board somewhere. They're like, all right, but always you're going in first. You're going to do a Marjorie. Haz is second. That's going to be, we're going to save the cannon rush for him. He's the best cannon rusher we've got here in the lands. Wouldn't it be crazy if that's how it went?
That'd
like
be cool.
They just like completely mapped out every single build they're already going to do, and they told each other and all that.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to do 3 times the same thing, right? But actually choosing in advance who goes for what would be interesting. But then, for some reason, I expect like a 4 basis macro game from one of those guys. So maybe not exactly what happens, but we'll see. We'll try to figure it out, because we have a Stargate opening here, but always. So nothing too crazy at the moment. Something rather standard, actually. That Stargate might be joined by another Stargate, and maybe another Stargate after.
Yeah. I mean, from
Those
the
are
time when
oracles.
it's Protoss, there were some of the guys that always liked going for mass oracles more so than many of the other Protosses that we have around. I like the Numatai Scarapace research here. It's really become a key point of being able to win here, in not just in this matchup, but even sometimes versus Terran and StarCraft 2 in general, is to be able to scout. And it's a Void Ray.
See?
Could we see a little bit of a Goblin-esque build here with multiple Void Rays? Or is it just going to be the one? I mean, in any case, it's for sure more unconventional than the more standard Oracles, and maybe sometimes with the Phoenix playing there.
Definitely. I mean, back then in that game that you're mentioning, the Goblin game, it was a Gateway Forge with a cannon rush at the beginning that actually forced Cyril to go for a different layout in terms of bases. So it's already something quite different, but still, the Void Ray is quite interesting because it will remove a couple of the overlords, even though Raynor, and I mean, rightfully went for overlord speed. So you do want to take care of those overlords, and if you don't have something that hits as hard as the Void Ray, then you'll be in a terrible...
Oh my god, I was like, why is he not spending anything? And why is no second unit starting out of this target?
Fleet Beacon.
Is he just gonna rush Mothership? What is going on?
He's rushing minus 400, 400. Why would he do that?
Okay, second Stargate, so he's not gonna bank. He's already mining a lot of gas. You see the two gases on the Expo were taken very fast by, but always... Is he just rushing carriers?
Is it it could be a carrier rush?
I mean, like, Tempest doesn't really make much sense. I feel like it has to be some sort of carrier rush. And he has to make sure this doesn't get in.
Oh! He's gonna get scouted!
Let's see the vision.
Oh, that was close. I think he did get a glimpse. No, he did. No. He hasn't even seen it.
Oh my god.
The Void Ray is actually massive.
So first carrier is not gonna start. So usually, if you go for this kind of build, turtling, I feel, is really, really hard. You either go full turtle and you take a third base and you camp like crazy and you hope the opponent, will see it as late as possible, or you go up to 4 to 6 carriers and then you do an attack and you hope to break the opponent before he can get the appropriate response against this because he hasn't seen it on time.
Okay, I think Raynor will finally see the Fleet Beacon with that Overlord. I don't think there is any unit ready to intercept. So those two carriers building will be seen. But
if Raynor sees this is very bad for But Always, because then he's already taking the gases. Yeah, he will just fly right in.
Now, Overlord speed is a pretty powerful upgrade, that's for sure. Getting that easy scout, even though But Always was pretty diligent in killing those Overlords as they were flying in. The third one was the charm.
Yeah, and Raynor from there. I mean, this is an unconventional build, but he's going to be able to build up his economy as he wants to. He can just go into Aspire if he wants to, and I guess just better get a bunch of Corruptors flying and kill these carriers. Kind of like we saw yesterday against the Battlecruisers, Battlecruiser build.
He's crossing the map with the first carrier?
I mean, he has recall, and there's never going to be anything here that can get on top of it and kill it super fast, so...
Yeah, you're right. I kind of like it. I mean, you've been scouted, so...
Yeah, but I think he's playing the Turtle style, by the way.
Huh?
I think he's going to play the Turtle style, because he's on 46 probes, he's still making probes. So I think he's just going to want to build the Golden Armada from the start, basically skipping on gateway units as much as he could here.
Right, let's see if those Zerglings can get a cancel on the third base. There's a lot of Zealots in the depths there.
Yeah, Spire's on the way, by the way.
Okay, even the shield battery is here to defend a little bit with. And now those two carriers, if they can get some decent damage, that would be kind of cool.
Even killing a gas would be a big deal, because remember, Raynor's trying to go for Corruptors there.
All right, the Extractor has been killed. The Spore, at the same time, did deal a lot of damage to those Interceptors. An extra Stargate comes in. Assimilator going down on the third base. No, actually, not yet.
Yeah, Raynor never started the fourth base. Oh, this is intentional, by the way. Targeting that gas specifically. He wants to make sure he negates a lot of that gas mining. Here.
Right.
Oh my god, if he kills this.
That'd be cool.
This is so key, because it's 3 base against 3 base. And But Always will be mining more gas than the Zerg, which is like unheard of.
He needs to drop those Assimilators, though. He's not going for it at the moment on the third base, I mean. But Always. So for now, the carrier production
is he going to halted?
I think he wants to go for it. It actually kind of looks like the Goblin game, as you said. Like, I mean, it's an unconventional timing with an unconventional kind of, unit composition. Those Zealots, they will go in and try to push the Queens away. Okay, not a single thing has actually died here. Okay, finally a Queen does go down. The Spores have been transfused quite hard.
7 Corruptors are on the way in the production tab. 9 even.
All right,
But Always trying to find some damage. He would have to recall super fast if he sees Corruptors flying towards these carriers there to make sure he saves all of them.
All right, Queens are being targeted down once again. One will fall, the second will follow. Third one maybe actually goes for a Spore, and now the Corruptors will be out in just a few seconds. So you do want to recall, and that's what he's going to do. Is he going to lose a carrier? I feel like he is. No. It's actually going to stay alive. 75 hit points on that carrier.
Even before he saw the Corruptors, he started Void Ray production. I think he saw there was only Queens and Lings, and he was like, okay, well, I know what you're going for, Corruptors. So he's going to be going for Void Ray, and already having the +2 attack on the way is massive there.
Yeah.
The fact that he kept Raynor on 3 bases for so long and with less gas income than him is crazy good, I think, for But Always. If he's able to reach like a critical mass of carriers and void rays, which I mean shouldn't be much more than what he has now, he's already going to be in such a good spot. But he moved quite far away, and he has no more recall there.
Yeah, and doesn't have any cannons here to defend those targets, so he might lose. It's actually the Nexus that's going to be targeted down. I'm not exactly sure about that decision from Raynor.
You have to go for the Nexus there.
You think?
Yeah.
All right. I expected target to be the
it.
target. Yeah, he's going to get it, but how much is it going to cost? Like, I mean, obviously the damage, the indirect damage is pretty high here, but he did lose like 3 corruptors.
But always might counter, by the way, because he's got a whole bunch of void rays now. It's going to line up well with 1+2 finishes.
Oh,
and he needs to be careful. Where is his ground units there? Oh, he did attack with them, so I guess he lost most of them.
Yeah, he doesn't have any zealots left, and he also derped a little bit in the main base, and he didn't replace his Nexus.
Okay, he's going to start losing probes as the shield batteries run out of energy there. And But Always is moving out. Raynor is trying to squeeze out as many corruptors as he can.
Look at this army!
It's looking pretty scary, especially with the +2 about to finish.
Yeah, +2 is going to finish in just a few seconds. We should be seeing it on the right side of the screen in just a moment. And how many queens do we have? Okay, it's 21 corruptors and 10 queens. I feel like it's enough.
Yeah, well, there's 4 void rays, 7 carriers. Prismatic alignment is pretty scary. +2. This close to finishing. He's going to have to fight. He has no choice.
Oh my god, he's almost getting one-shotted by those corruptors. And now the void rays will turn back and get some damage done here. But once again, it looks like Marine Law versus Serral yesterday. I mean, capital ships getting destroyed, but just simply corruptors being built in a massive amount.
Yeah, Raynor is finding some damage here with Lynx. Even the way he flew in with the corruptors inside of the main base, that was just not expected by But Always. That was the one spot where damage could be done, and Raynor found that. If that hadn't happened, But Always would be in such a better spot than he is now. The void rays are too far away from the carriers. You gotta babysit these guys.
Okay, second carrier will fall. The void ray do kill a couple of those corruptors, but Zerglings are still in the main. They've been taken care of by a couple of zealots here.
And now Raynor is about to be on 10 gases. He's so comfortable in this game that he drops down the infestation pits. Those infestors that we talked about in the pre-match interview, they might come into play here momentarily. And I mean, against the Protoss player who doesn't have a robo, doesn't have observer, it's a very scary thought.
All right, +3 attack is being fired up here on the side of But Always. He wants some extra upgrades coming in here. Even the Zerglings are a little bit of a nuisance here because of the lack of SimCity.
He's going to go for the Nexus. He's going to get it again. I mean, there is a recall, I think, this time, though.
Nexus, Stargate, whatever. Yeah, it's actually the Stargate that's going to be the target here. Most of the corruptors are using here their caustic spray. And once again, the Zerglings coming towards the main base. Once again, the shield battery is doing a tremendous amount of work. Not lose that many probes, but he's slowly dying, as I feel. Like you mentioned it, 10 extractors, 10 gases for Zerg, and those infestors that you mentioned, they are here in the production tab, as well as Hive and +1 flyer attack.
Yeah, even like Vipers here would be amazing for parasitic bomb. We finally have a robo on the way for But Always, so he's starting to think about observers they might need to have around the map. But because he's lost so many of his precious, expensive air units, I think he has to turtle even harder than before now. It's just not possible for him to move out at this point. It would be too risky to step on creep, and there's just too many corruptors as well, which, if you're a Raynor, you need to be careful not to overmake corruptors in this kind of game if it's like more like a normal game, but because he's only facing air so far, it's even like a good thing. He could just kill the entire air units eventually and then just siege the base with the caustic spray and kill everything.
Yeah, that might be the plan here for Raynor, as he's getting +1 and +1. For the air units, fourth base is trying to be... Oh no, it's actually already denied. I feel like those Zerglings were already being used a little bit before. We have a couple of sentries in the ground to use the Guardian Shield with. And 3 carriers will be added onto the composition, But Always is slowly getting towards max. But once again, is it enough? I mean, infestors will be there. Fungal growth is going to be a huge issue. I'm guessing the Vipers, the Abducts, are going to be massive as well. I mean, you grab a carrier, you one-shot it in the middle of the Corruptors. I just feel like carriers, battle cruisers, stuff like that are not the answer as a main army, because Zerg has the tools to combat those.
He's counting on Raynor to make mistakes, basically. That's what he's counting on. Make the wrong mix of units. Like one single mistake like this, and then carriers are amazing. But Raynor is taking all the precautions that he needed to take, I think. He took a ton of bases, he made the right amount of corruptors, didn't really overmake them, made sure he left himself some supply for Parasitic Bomb. Look at this. Let's use a bunch of them. This army is going to take so much damage, then if he wants, he can re-engage into it.
All right, 2 Parasitic Bombs, Void Rays were split from the rest of the armies, I would say. Not that much damage dealt on that last sequence. Nice micro on the side of But Always. I would have rather seen some updots here on the carriers. Let's see if that can work. I honestly
attacking.
don't feel like he can, but he's posturing himself like he wants to attack.
He saw the infestors, he's trying to
It's like, oh my god! I said in the interview!
I didn't sign up for this.
I wanted you to avoid making infestors, please, dude. It's not happening in
I
this
can't
game
believe
now.
this is not fully walled off, by the way. Like,
Yeah,
at this point,
that's a pretty massive mistake.
That's the 5th run by in that base.
Yeah, it could have been so much better with a proper...
And the 4th base is on the
here.
siege at the same time. Oh my god. Raynor's a beast.
Yeah, the multitasking and the decision-making here from Raynor is actually kind of cool. He's
down
not
6
moving with the he's not moving with the corruptors. He's going to lose a lot of them.
Oh my god, what are you doing?
Raynor!
Raynor!
Raynor is nuts.
Oh my god.
He lost, like, how many corruptors did he lose? Like, probably about, oh my god.
As many as
15,
he's
I think.
remaking right now. Yeah, there is 11 in the production tab and 7 infestors. This is really weird that this happened.
Yeah, let's see if that mistake is actually going to come and bite him.
And But Always, I think, realizes that he killed a lot here. And if he engages now, he has a chance to actually be able to win the fights.
Maybe take out a base, that'd be amazing.
Yeah.
Maybe the one on the left side is actually going to split his army with the Law of Zealots going towards the
Slow
right side.
Zealots.
Yeah, slow Zealots. He never invested in the Twilight Council, I believe. And once again, counter-attack. You're never going to get that 4th base. Maybe you should try to take the one in the north side. That one's super open in the middle. It's not the greatest one. You can see some spores being pushed towards the middle of the map as well to defend the left flank. Zealot's trading decently enough against Zerglings, but if there's a guy that's actually taking a huge bath of money, it is Raynor, with about 2k minerals per minute, 1800 gas per minute. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, But Always is really struggling taking that 4th base.
Yeah. And
By the way, don't leave that wall open like this. If you guys ever play against Raynor, don't ever just leave something in there all the time. That's why it keeps on being able to find damage, is because also the 3rd base, like with the pylons, wasn't walled off super well.
Crow, can we take a look at the army cost, which is just A? Okay, I want to know how much gas it is. Okay, it's 5.2k gas for Protoss, 5.6 for Zerg, and way more minerals actually. That army is supposed to be competitive. That army from But Always, lots of Void Rays, sick upgrades, lots of Void Rays and Corruptors.
Yeah, but
even
the thing
Storm is coming.
Raynor doesn't want to fight without spores, which kind of changed a lot of how the fight would go. And he would stay on creep as well, so it has a lot of extra speed and everything. So it's just kind of hard for either player to attack into one another. So that's why they're trying to do run-bys. That's why we have Zerglings running around, Corruptors.
So this is like the 4th or 5th occurrence of our Protoss player trying to get a 4th base. And this is just not working. The multitasking here from Raynor is pretty crazy. Working wonders for a bit now. And he's also working on massive upgrades. We're looking at +3 attack for flyers, +2 carapace for flyers as well, +3 range for those pesky infested Terrans. And obviously, a lot of spores.
And he lands some feedbacks, maybe. Oh, that was close.
All right. At the same time, I think it is +2 shields. And
Ooh.
that was nice.
These Vipers got wrecked.
Those were the Vipers,
He
yeah.
might need to recall there.
Does he? I think he's fine. Raynor just wasted a lot of
Yeah,
energy
he
there.
has no spores there. That's the thing. He's actually fungling the interceptors.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Still a lot of energy left on a ton of these infestors.
All right. Can he make it? Can But Always win this game? He's actually going to attack those spores on the left side. Corruptors are trying to pounce on that army. And you're getting really close from those infestors, which means that Fungal will land. Once again, nice feedbacks. The Vipers, they get demolished instantly. And he's going to go for it. Can he make it happen? This army is awfully clumped, though. So every single Fungal is dealing so much damage.
Yeah, and Spore's going to work here. Infested Terran with the Corruptors are doing a ton of damage, but so is this Protoss army.
Honestly, if the Interceptors didn't die that fast, I think he would have won that fight.
He must have lost it. He's down to 11 interceptors.
Yeah, he's got none. Like, you can see it in the bottom right-hand side. Like, he has got one.
And Raynor spent his entire bank. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Is this actually working? The 4th base still under siege. I mean, this has been ridiculous.
The army that But Always is getting is supposed to be better. And it's working well. While he has interceptors, he's actually getting some pretty decent trades.
Look at resources lost.
Yeah. It's way better against Infestors and Spores. He's actually getting a better trade, But Always that is, against Raynor here. This is pretty crazy.
All right, well, the poor carrier.
TP away. I don't know. It's not a battle cruiser. All right, can he get every single carrier to be filled up with interceptors? All the infestors are actually quite low on energy.
But Always can't make new units, by the way. He has to make interceptors all the time because he keeps fighting.
Dude. Whoa, most of the infestors got demolished here. It's 114 supply against 92.
Infested Terran gonna be used.
Nice storm.
But Always is committed to this fight here. I don't think he can even recall out. He will lose too many units while he's doing it, down to 32 interceptors, 27. The number keeps going down. Raynor, he's finally dealt with this, I think. The supply plummeting, but Always.
It's still kind of close, but once again, no interceptors, and that late 4th base. It's actually biting him in the ass at the moment. He doesn't have the income in terms of minerals to power up those interceptors. So now we've got those massive carriers that are not achieving that much at the moment. And Corruptors are going to go for another snipe, possibly on that right-hand side carrier. Once again, it's quite expensive for Raynor, but he's got all the money in the world. So it's fine. And now it's 154 supply against 84 of But Always.
Yeah, he's in a world of trouble. Down to the last few carriers, he's going for some more Void Rays, but the economy of Raynor is just far superior still with the 6 bases that he's on. And even though he's lost a lot more, he could afford to with the economy that he had built.
Yeah.
Thanks to the Zergling run-bys.
Look at that income advantage graph. It's been 10 minutes that Raynor has been, out resourcing his opponent. Like 1,800 mineral, 1,800 resources per minute that are going Raynor's way. So But Always seem to be broke here in this game. 4th base did go up, but it's only a couple of mineral patches on the 3rd. 4th base is fresh, but that's the only base that's actually working decently. Recall on that 4th base, that's the last remaining base that's mining. Once again, nice storms, but you're also dealing damage to your own interceptors, Archons, and you also lost a carrier in the process.
118 army to 56, But Always is mostly mining for that one base up there. He lost a ton of probes throughout the game, so he's had to replace those all the time as well. He's going to take a 5th. But Raynor, being as rich as he is, or having built a much better economy, was able to replenish, remax out, and now he's building up quite the bank. And he's always catching off reinforcements. Like Raynor is always so active and doing going to the one place on the map where he actually could do damage every time. Great Spire on the way now. Is 3-2 on the air, by the way?
Yeah.
Raynor? That's insane.
Yeah, he reached some massive upgrades throughout this game. I do believe that he's got a double spire, but at the same time, look at the upgrades from Protoss. It's 3-2-2. He's got +3 attack, +2 armor, and +2 shields. What's that?
That affects 2 carriers.
Yeah, but it did affect about 12 or 14 carriers and Void Rays before that in that previous fight. So
yeah, sadly they're gone now.
Yeah, they're gone. They were sniped. How many carriers did die? 20 carriers, 76 corruptors, 24 infestors. I guess maybe you add on a couple of disruptor and you get some decent shots in the middle of that last fight, and maybe you had a shot here, but yeah. But Always is just slowly dying. Doesn't really want to tap out, but also Raynor is just playing on his side of the map. I think he's waiting on that Greater Spire to complete, to get a couple of carriers to push Templars away.
to go for any kind of disruptors and stuff on the ground.
Yeah, you're right.
Because the fourth base was delayed, I mean, on paper it sounds great, if you could summon, I don't know, an Archmage with Blizzard in this fight.
Oh,
sure.
that would have been amazing.
Level 3 in the middle
Level
of
3
everything.
Blizzard.
But
With the reskill tome.
yeah, that's not how it works. You need to go for what's realistic. What was realistic with his economy wasn't really much more. That's why I'm surprised that he attacked as well. He just didn't have the economy. I think he just lost patience. The run-bys really got to him every time.
Yeah, he's slowly getting back to
And it's still open.
decent supply, but does he react? No. Zerglings are going to be in the main here. Well, at least in the natural, but it's not like there's a million probes here.
But always he's going to see lings in his sleep when he goes to bed tonight. Gonna wake up, cold sweats. Oh, Carrier, you need to help.
He doesn't know what to do. There's Zerglings in the bottom side, Zergling in the north. And actually that Cybernetics core has been destroyed, but it's not that
Zerglings
important
in the
in
north
this
and
game.
the south.
Yeah. Hitting from the north, hitting from the south.
That's the Nexus.
They keep it alive. No. Corruptors will destroy that base quite fast. Corruptors will be able to evacuate without losing that many.
And Raynor is taking the entire map at this point. The ridge gets richer.
Okay.
Oh, this is huge.
Double
the spores
neural.
are covering him so well. We can do that from the safety of staying behind the spores.
Storms are good at dealing damage to those infested turret ags, but that's not going to be enough. Raynor takes victory here in that game number 1, but always has to tap out, and it's now 1-0 for Italy after a pretty long drawn-out game. But I liked what But Always was trying to do once again, like just don't play a normal game against a Zerg player at this level. It's just no use. And at some point, it looked pretty promising.
Yeah.
And the fact that he was able to get almost decent fights, right? Like if carriers were not interceptors dependent, I really do feel at some point that he could have destroyed that entire army from Zerg. But
I think if he walled off not just in his natural better, but at third base as well, like if he completely sealed it off around the Nexus, except one spot where he leaves the Zealot, then Lings never get in there. And then he negates so much of the damage that was achieved all the time. And also, the one time he recalled and then flew at the top, Raynor picked up on that and then he flew inside of the main base with the Corruptors and killed the main Nexus. So that was really a lot of damage that started adding up here for the Zerg player. If all of these things don't happen, I think But Always assembles 200 supply with 3-3 upgrades much earlier with like either High Templars or Disruptors on the ground, and then he has a much better shot at actually taking the fight. Like we even saw him be successful in the fight when he was maxed out. He just didn't have the follow-up economy to be able to keep up with the resupply and the follow-up attack.
yeah, I think the addition of Caustic Spray is actually making Corruptors such a better unit now. Because, I mean, back in the days, building such a huge amount of Corruptors would have been a waste because there would be nothing that you would be able to do except from dealing with air units. But look at this. I mean, those storms on the Infestors, the Void Rays, burning everything. It was actually a pretty decent fight. And yeah, he was clumped on hard, but look at this. Like, no energy left on those Infestors, so no fungal. It was nothing but infested Terrans on the ground.
He had a lot there. That was a clutch hold by Raynor here.
Yeah.
The spores helped tremendously as well. Maybe a little bit overly ambitious here. Corruptors, they waited a long time as well, and when they fly in is when most of the storms are already gone. It's always ideal as well because they take out air units super fast. They are mostly only worried about Archons and storms, and there really weren't too many of either here.
Yeah, great play from Raynor. Just, I would say, using proper adaptation against that funky build that But Always went for. Once again, a carrier rush in 2019 here in ZVP. Trying to use the size of Acropolis to his advantage, but the multitasking from Raynor will prove to be a little bit too much.
Oh, like he's finding damage where I feel like a lot of Zergs, they wouldn't even think about those things. Again, the Lings, the Corruptors in the main base, like killing that one Nexus is so important. Like mineral-wise, not the biggest of deals, but delaying like the gas economy and like that fourth base just was never happening really.
I think we had the sound from the main menu of StarCraft
Yeah.
right there.
And our next matchup is going to be Ryosis versus Haz. That's going to be taking place on Ephemeron here. We'll see if Haz was indeed the designated cannon rusher here for this one.
Oh, look at this. Rios' favorite matchup, ZVZ. Haas's favorite matchup, PvP. Those guys want to play their own race the most. But here it's going to be ZVP between those two guys. Has a sizable experience in Nation Wars and in the international tournaments in general. Whereas Rios is more of a new player, fairly newcomer to the scene. Let's see what happens when those two clash in the bottom right-hand side. Representing Chinese Taipei, he is the blue Protoss. Has
The breaker of colors.
the breaker of colors.
His opponent in the red, representing Italy and playing Zerg as well, it is Rios'.
That was in France, right? That he lost his mind.
Yeah.
I think in Poitiers, right?
Yeah.
WCS back then. That was the funniest thing ever.
Good old Has threw down the Dark Shrine after he had opened Stargate and the Terran already had turrets. I mean, why not? I think it was Liquid Bunny, right?
It was just the stupidest game ever. It was so good.
One of many.
Oh yeah. Has produced a lot of pretty stupid games.
A lot of comedy.
Yeah. I mean,
That's why we love him. That's
yes,
an amazing one.
people say playing StarCraft sometimes feels like work, you know, but Has actually changes that whole dynamic in a way, because it feels like you're at a comedy club. If you're playing against him, maybe it's not the.
Yeah, maybe you're not
funniest.
laughing as much.
Yeah, you're not laughing as much. When you're the target of the joke, then
Yeah.
maybe you're not enjoying yourself that much.
There's not going to be any kind of cannon rush here early on. It feels like Has almost like, you know, he's reformed. As far as build orders go, like he's been playing like ultra cheesy a lot less. You know, years ago it was always, you know, on 24 probes and whatever it is that he was throwing at you, it was off of low econ. Now, it definitely feels like he's more willing to expand, more willing to go up to 3 bases and still play some mind games here and there, but it definitely... A lot of the stuff that he's doing is a lot more standard than it used to be. And I feel like that's because everybody has figured out a lot of the builds that he liked to do, and there's only so many builds that you can do. And also, everybody has gotten really good against those builds in general, so it's harder to pull them off.
All right. That probe might be taken out in just a few seconds. Nice micro on the side of Riosis. As we'll not be able to gather more intel from that lonely probe. Stargate will be the follow-up once again. Has. So maybe we said earlier that the Chinese Taipei lineup might have figured it out and said that they would split their builds, you know, going for something different each one of them. Or maybe they go for all three of the same build, which is Carrier Rush.
Yeah.
That'd be amazing.
Maybe Has was watching the stream and he's like, you know what? Maybe Stud Guy is onto something. I'm just going to wall off my natural and third base better than my teammate did in the previous game, and I'll not take any damage, and I'll win with my Seer. Obviously. Doesn't have to be so. It's going to be an Oracle first, so...
Okay. First deviation. So
Yeah.
it might not be the exact same
And
thing.
a pretty big one.
Yeah. Void Ray first in that game be a previous. Now it's Oracle from Has. Riosis building an extra set of Zerglings to defend against those Adepts.
He might commit here. It is.
Yeah, he doesn't see that much. Just a lonely queen. But seeing those Zerglings, I think you're not accepting the shade. But obviously Has doesn't give a damn. And actually plays around with the minerals and then recalls. That
And he
was
mostly
pretty
does
cool.
the shields only.
Yeah. That was pretty cool.
Sick.
Yeah,
Only
nice
Has
play.
things.
I mean, 50 energy plus a little bit of shields for 2 drones. I'd take that deal every day, Todd.
Yeah, look, he's on 35 probes against 29 drones now. The Oracle is forcing some spores, which is very annoying for Riosis, who would like to be droning up right now. And saving the Adepts mean that, you know, if you get a bunch more, that makes the follow-up attack that's much scarier as well.
Okay, the Oracle, once again, forcing extra spores to avoid some drones' casualties.
Is it just one Oracle?
I think it is. It's 1 Oracle, 1 Phoenix.
A bit weird. Usually you'd go for the second one, pick up the Queen, and then kill a bunch of drones.
Lift the Adept. That's it. All right.
What a boss. Calculated.
Love it.
Debated. And And he supply blocked him as well.
Twilight Robo as a follow-up, or our good friend has, then a Templar Archive. He's not missing a beat here. He's going for something way more standard than what we saw from Bad Always earlier. He's gonna go and try to grab a third base as he gets the entire ground composition that you're expected to have against Zerg, which will be Zealot with charge, Archons, possibly Immortals, as we do have that Robo up and running, but for now not producing anything. Yeah, finally a Warp Prism will be the first choice.
Interesting, because he went for Templar Archive really fast.
Yeah,
And usually when you have a Robo like this, you'd be getting Immortals. Yeah, that wasn't sealed off here for a second. You're going to have to be careful with this here. Lair's about to finish. I wonder what's in the plans for Ryosis as well, right? He has plenty of options to pick from there. I feel like maybe he must have been trying... Okay, he's trying to scout to see what he can react to. He sees... This is so weird. Like, I don't know that you would see a Templar Archive at this stage already, but yeah, it's going to be a double Archon, I guess, morphed here ASAP that he can harass with. And I think because there is no Colossus, maybe you just go for a Swarmost. And then just siege with Nidus. Like on this map, it's quite good.
Yeah.
With the way it's set up.
of course. You've got that nice positioning above the natural and the west side of our third base that could be used a little bit as well by some Swarmosts and Niduses. But for now, you will have to defend against that incoming attack.
Charge is done, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's been researched quite fast in this game, and it looks like this third base was actually a bait because only 47 probes and a bunch more units are being warped in on the right side. Even the devs are waiting their time to go for a counterattack. At first, Archon taking a lot of shots though by those corrosive biles. But a new warp in of Zealots, 4 actually will be there, and I think those are devs, they did show up to the natural. Now Archons are destroying everything. Nice plays by Haz.
Yeah, he's doing quite a bit of damage here on the drones. 15 of those have already died. So he's going to try to evacuate here, getting chased down by the roaches. He's going to re-engage. Yeah, he's got a ton of Zealots here to work with.
He could even kill the Roach Warren that's researching the Glior reconstitution. He will not be taken out.
And he's making probes in the meantime.
Yeah.
So he's getting ahead on the work account now.
Yeah, he's like, okay, I dealt a lot of damage. Maybe I can transition into something more normal now that I hurt you quite a bit and slowed you down. Nice micro on the Archon, actually in the yellow health, which means he does have like about 5 or 6 hit points. So really nice micro. The Oracle is just basically the king in the air. It's like, where is your anti-air, son? Where are you,
King of the
queens?
jungle.
I'm doing anything I want.
And Immortal production is now finally going to start. Haz can start saturating the third base fully.
You've got a prism, pick up those Zealots, yes.
And he can still keep that on the other side of the map to apply pressure on Ryosis, who I think Ryosis wants to counterattack. Oh,
where are the Immortals?
A Sentry Warp in here. I don't think there's Ravagers in this army.
No, there's not one anymore. There's actually a single one. Force fields and the roaches.
This is what he was counting on.
Okay, he was actually on a move command right there. Okay, let's see if that counterattack can actually finish the game as we have an Immortal that's blocked on the right side because of that Stalker. All right, the Warp Prism, I don't know. This looks like Benny Hill. Freaking Zealots chasing roaches and counter-attacking here with some extra Zealots at the opposite side of the map. And I feel like Ryosis doesn't really know what to do. He's got a bunch of units, but he doesn't really have an opportunity to do something better than running at Zealots at the moment. He's not destroying anything important. The Nidus in the main base could be an issue though.
Void Ray.
It looks like Haz didn't see it. Void Ray could be taking care of it right now.
Target that
okay, the Immortal. Okay, Immortal plus Void Ray will do the trick. Only 2 roaches will be able to come out of here. And Ryosis is in a rough spot at the moment. Only 45 drones to the 55 probes. And it looks like Haz defended that attack properly. Damn. All right, Rio. It's going to be a tough one to come back in.
And there's still that Prism finding some damage there and being super annoying. So Hydra is then now is going to go down here for Ryosis. But his economy is not nearly where we would like to have it at. Is he not seeing this?
Nah, he's seen it. He was probably microing his Warp Prism. Maybe, yeah, you want to use that Void Ray to make sure that Nidus doesn't see the light of day. And Ryosis should be attacking in just a few seconds with some more extra roaches, but it is only 45 army supply against 59, and don't get me started about the quality of this army. It's just roaches against Immortals and Archons, and we know the drill. We know how this goes. Yeah, you can kite, but you still have a major issue, which is the numbers and the quality.
Plus one attack finally on the way here, and he actually tried one more Nidus there as well. Ryosis is a little bit stubborn there.
Yeah. I mean, Ryosis is trying to transition into... Oh, Sentry drop! And Sentry Donut out of a Warp Prism. I'm loving this. What a literal god.
What a boss.
I think Ryosis is about to be breached here. Just a couple of roaches remaining here, trying to get some damage done here on the natural. The third base, sorry. The Oracle, Big Daddy Oracle just comes in. It's like, you still don't have any anti-air, do you? I'm the boss here, and I'm just gonna counter-attack you, maybe kill that Evo that's working on +2, but it could very well just kill the game.
Ryosis is not ready for this.
No, he's not.
It just has way too little. But I think Has might be able to do this here.
Yeah.
Tuned in for the cheese, stayed for the crazy builds and great force fields.
Yeah. I mean, 4 sentries in a Warp Prism to get that donut going. That was pretty cute. Has takes it. And it's now 1-1 between Chinese Taipei and Italy.
Yeah. Rainer, apparently, he said that he was confident in his teammates. But
macro gods.
Yeah, so far, Ryosis having a bit of trouble there against the OG himself, Has. And now it's going to be Ryu taking on Nice up next.
Yep. Another ZVP, but might look a little bit different once again. I mean, those 2 first games, they were as far away as they can be. I mean, they didn't look the same at all. That first sequence was actually interesting because I don't really understand how Ryosis didn't see that coming. He didn't have the unit in place. He was probably debated by the presence of that third Nexus.
Yeah, he overdroned a bit.
He overdroned, and then he had nothing but roaches. That second attack on the left side with the depths was pretty cute as well. I mean, a lot of drones did go down really, really fast. And then I like this as well. It's like he realized this is nothing but roaches. I can turn back and grab myself some more extra damage. But that sequence was kind of funny. I mean, those roaches just, running around without any purpose. It was like, what are we supposed to do? Like, can we finish the game with this? No, guys, you're roaches. You're garbage. You don't do anything.
Shot for like 5 minutes straight. That was insane.
Yeah, wonky game. Wonky game to say the least.
Yeah, the Nidus I think, is because he was getting really desperate at this stage. He had lost a lot of drones, so he was like, well, I got to do something to find some damage. But against the Protoss, who's already got a Void Ray and you don't have any anti on this side of the map, he's got an Immortal and a decent economy enough to keep on making a ton of units as well. It's going to be very hard to pull this off. So he did find some economic damage there, but that was only because Has was moving across the map and was getting ready to finish him with a ton of charge lots and Archons.
Yeah, just the tempo of Has in general was better than Ryosis. He was always one step ahead, and it proved to be the good strategy, the best strategy here, because he does make it 1-1, ties it up for his country at the moment. And Ryosis, he tried his best, but that was not good enough. Has was, not playing his usual craziness, more of a normal strategy with a little twist, which is that third Nexus is actually not a real Nexus. I'm not going to use it for anything until I actually destroy a lot of economy from you. And then the transition was really fast enough. That's what I liked about it, because in the past, it looked like Has could go for some kind of all-in, see that he's not going to finish the game, but even though he dealt a lot of damage, had trouble deviating from that original all-in and transitioning into something more macro. In this game, you said it. He was dealing damage from the Adepts on the left side and Archons and Zealots on the right side. He's like, okay, production again. Let's see what I can do with a slightly better economy now.
Yeah, he executes that very well. I feel like it's very hard too, because you're so worried about the Zealots and Archons that you're only paying attention in that location. You need to kite really well against those, which means you need to be looking right there. But he had to be looking in his natural as well, where the Adepts were, and killing a bunch of drones.
Ryu versus Nice. It will be our third game of the Pro League format of that best of 7 between Chinese Taipei and Italy. And Nice is actually didn't give us the information. He doesn't have a favorite matchup. He likes to play against himself. And on the opposite side, Ryu likes his ZVTs, but that's not something that will be happening here. ZVPs across the board. Been joined by Roti.
Ça va?
Ça va et toi?
Ça va et toi?
Très bien, très bien.
Pretty fun game so far. I really liked the first one, and I actually felt that there was a moment where there was maybe something possible.
I agree.
I honestly feel like whenever you have that air upgrade advantage, you need to push your luck a little bit longer, because the longer you wait, obviously the more that Zerg will catch up. But kind of enjoyed that carrier game. Let's see what game 3 has in store for us here on Thunderbird on the left top side. We're looking at the main base of another Italian Zerg, a little bit Peruvian as well. It is Ryu.
And in the bottom right-hand side, the blue Protoss. Third player from Chinese Taipei is Nice.
It's nice.
He's nice.
Who do you
That's
think is
nice.
going to take this one, Funky?
I expect Nice to win this one.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I think Ryu takes it.
Huh?
I think Ryu is quite good. I have played a lot of games against him in the past. Now, obviously, a player like Nice often has a pretty distinctive playstyle, and you just need to kind of be good against that kind of stuff. And since I don't really play like that, I'm not exactly sure how well Ryu would fare under those conditions. But Ryu is somebody who's very high up on the NA ladder. He's very often like in the top 10 or even top 15 of the NA ladder, and sometimes plays a little bit in Europe as well. Of course, that's more difficult because he is Italian, but he lives in Peru. So it's a little hard to play a lot of that European ladder.
Being wise, not that great.
No.
Definitely.
I'm sure that Cats would have loved to have Ryu on his team.
I would have been able to mold him into a Cats Junior with crazy strategies. You've seen Cats at BlizzCon, though.
Yes,
How's he doing?
he is looking mighty fine.
Mighty
He was
fine.
fresh as ever.
Oh my god.
Couple fun StarCraft 2 debates, you know.
Oh, of
As
course.
soon as Cat sees a ZVZ, he wants to tell you all about it. Like, he couldn't go Lurkers there. I was like, no, he could have. He's like, no, that's impossible, Roddy. Next game, Dark goes Lurkers in the same position. I was like, okay.
And then you look at him really, really satisfied.
He's like,
with
I never said
himself.
it's not possible, Roddy. I was like, I love Poppy.
Yeah, he's the kind of guy that you need to have a recorder with you, just to record the conversation. It's like, you sure you didn't say that? Let me go back in time for a bit. All right. So chrono boosting that first adapt, trying to get some tempo, some rhythm going in this game. Maybe kill a couple of drones. That's a fairly late third base as we're getting towards that 2:30 minute mark, and we should be seeing the Zerglings pushing the drone, the probe away. Now third base will get secured for Ryu.
I think if you're able to force the Zerg to expand somewhere else, like opening up with 2 adapts and then going for a couple of oracles is always a nice play.
Yeah.
Because I have the feeling that most of the time drones will be quite exposed. A lot of drones will be bouncing around from the third to the natural, and that's often when oracles can just fly in, pick off 1, 2, 3 drones that just hatched, and that's like the most painful feeling for a Zerg as well. You just build a drone and then it gets picked off immediately because it's not covered by a spore. It's okay, he's going a little YOLO with his first adapt.
Yeah, he actually wasted a shot and a couple of shots here on those Zerglings. Maybe
he
that
just
was
wants to get the
intentional.
links.
Now he gets 2 and might be able to escape.
If he gets out, it wasn't a poor choice.
Yeah, I
he
guess.
does get out.
Yeah.
I think that's all right, because obviously there's no guaranteed, right, that you can get a drone. Like, you can shoot at a drone, but Ryu is the kind of Zerg that will most likely then immediately morph his drone into a sport crawler, and then you get nothing for it. So now at least he got 2 links.
All right, this target follow-up that you wanted to see is here. Opened up with a Phoenix. Take care of those pesky overlords with the pneumatic carapace here. So speedy overlords that will be able to scout most of the transitions that Nice would go for. And yes, 3 openings in PVZs by Chinese Taipei, 3 Stargates. But 2 different outcomes in those 2 first games. Let's see about the third one.
Yeah, I think in general all the Protosses play a little different. Even though, like, you can even say that Bud always channels a little bit of his old school Haas in there. And once again, I felt there was a lot of potential in his build. I think at one point, it's like, if you want to go 4 bases, then just protect your 4 bases. You're going to have extra minerals anyway, most of the time, because, carriers take so much gas. And obviously, those gases in general kick in a little bit later. I think maybe a few more cannons, and he could have put up a much better fight. This Oracle, unfortunately for Nice, is not getting too much damage done. Only a single drone. Once again, really good saves there by Ryu, of course. Ryu's good, man. I really think he's one of those guys that, like, if you're not a die-hard StarCraft fan, you might be like, Ryu, who the hell is that? Should I know this guy? It's like, well, is he going to win a WCS in the next 6 months? No, most likely not, because there's simply a few too many good Europeans in the mix to prevent that kind of stuff. But if this guy could play WCS NA, for instance, then I actually believe that he would be capable of making some decent runs. He's not a future, you know, he's no Neep, no Scarlet, but he's a very good player.
Yeah, he's on the rise. He's also really young, right? I
Yeah.
think it was like 19 maybe or something like that.
They're also young, man.
Yeah.
Even like the guys that are old are still young.
Yeah.
I'm like, if you
Makes
guys
me
are-
mad.
If you guys are old school, what am I? Am I a dinosaur? Should I quit, Funka?
No, never.
Have I been sticking around for too long?
Oh, he's actually older than what I thought. He's supposed to be 25 production set. So that might have been Ryosis that's really, really young then.
Yeah, Ryosis was 19.
Oh, 19. Okay. Okay, interesting.
Stasis will get a couple links and one drone. Obviously not what you're hoping for. You're hoping to get multiple drones. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen. Since Ryu has created an 8-worker advantage, that's sort of standard in this matchup, but it's still nice as a Zerg. It would be fantastic for Nice if we can get a couple drones here right now. If not, at least force out a whole bunch of units so he can catch up in the worker count.
All right, Akon's getting dropped. Couple of Crypt Tumors being destroyed. Can he get a queen? That'd be a little dangerous because we do have that 4-queen hit squad that will push the Rob Prism away. And Hydralis then has a follow-up from Ryu.
Yeah,
do we
it gives me
expect
the-
something like frontal or do we expect lurkers?
I think Lurkers.
Yeah?
I think if you want to play Hydras on this map, then Lurkers is the only thing that makes sense. Yeah, and there you go. Immediately the Lurker then. I think that's the right choice because this is a map where if you would max out, let's say on Roach Hydra, you kind of want to bust the third Nexus, right? Well, how are you going to get that done on Thunderbird? That's just a little bit unlikely. So going into Lurkers immediately makes slightly more sense. And Lurkers may not be the standard this day and age. It may not be the go-to build for all the Zergs out there. That doesn't mean that that Lurkers don't have potential in this matchup, because they absolutely do. Sometimes even Raynor plays a little bit with Lurkers as well.
Yeah. And I mean, lurkers might still be in a spot that we don't really know what they're capable of. Even in ZVT, we've seen some amazing use recently. Obviously, the Rich Gas Geysers changed a little bit of that that general feeling about lurkers in ZVT, but they were still, working wonders. So, not a unit that you want to sleep on, and especially here on Thunderbird, there are so many avenues that you can close out with a couple of lurkers. You can even drop those. You can maybe use some Niduses.
And don't forget that on this map, obviously, there's only one obvious location for your fort base, and that is like right above the triangle of the 3 bases that Nice has right now.
Yep.
So if you do get lurkers, there's a lot of different ways to siege this Nexus, right? Don't forget about the rocks on the north side. You can come in from the left. You can have a couple lurkers on the right side as well, as Crow is showing us. So all of these things are possible. Now, of course, somebody will be there and be like, well, can't you just mine out the minerals on the left side of his third? Yes, that is a possibility as well, but that's not the standard. Most of the time, Protoss players will try to take their fort before. This is a pretty strong army, though, and the lurkers are not totally ready yet. So I think Ryu is actually a little bit worried at this point because he played quite a greedy game. Those force fields are good. Karas and Bao are going to try to save a couple of them, but that's just a little too late. Where are those lurkers, Wonka?
They just hatched near that 4th base. I don't think there is any detection available here. Although there is now. The observer comes in, and the Immortals are ready, close up and personal with those zealots as well. Lurkers just full, and 8 drones, 11 drones are actually dying at the moment. Can he get that 4th base? Can he actually kill that hatchery?
I think he can, man. He's still got plenty of zealots there. He's got Immortals. Impeccable timing here by Nice, right before those lurkers are ready. If those lurkers would have been ready, this is a completely different fight. It's so hard to engage into 4 lurkers. They finished up, yes, but at that point they were completely exposed by themselves. Maybe Nice getting a little adventurous right now going up this ramp, but he's got more zealots coming in as well. Still displaying some cool micro as well with the War Prism.
Yeah, great micro from Nice, and I believe that with that new extra zealot whopping, that should be the end of this game. It's just way too much army supply here and so much quality as well. GG gets cold, and Nice puts Chinese Taipei in the lead with a 2-1 at the moment. Once again, like surgical timing. Surgical timing by Nice.
I kind of feel robbed. I feel robbed of the game that didn't happen, right? Because I feel like this could have shaped up to be a very fun game with a lot of cool moves. It's very obvious that Ryu, just like us, was already thinking about the latest stages into the game. And then Nice is like, well, what if I just run to the other side of the map And like, those lurkers, that's seconds, literally seconds away. If this push arrives 5 seconds later, the lurker siege up, and this is not a fight that Nice can take in the way that he did. But at this point, the lurkers finish up mid-battle. All the roaches evacuated that position on the low ground, and lurkers are powerful, but not if they're all by themselves.
Yeah, the execution of that entire fight was actually kind of brilliant, I think, from Nice. The whopping, the timing on the whoppings was really good. The pulling back those Archons that were by themselves on the top of the ramp was pretty nice as well. He gets the hatchery and then instantly just grabs his entire army and just rejoins with everything. Then the Warp Prism Micro was just... well, good enough, I would say, but it was still real quality Warp Prism Micro, especially that pickup on the left I really enjoyed. And just in general, like he had that killer instinct that we mentioned yesterday, that capacity of just, going at it and just finishing the game right here and now.
It was obviously a disaster already at this point for Ryu, but in the end, he still had 3 Ravagers, but then he dropped 1 crossbow on the left, and then the other 2 were on the Prism. That's a bit unfortunate, because if all 3 land on the Prism immediately, maybe he gets the kill on that Prism, those Zealots don't finish up, he can get a couple extra roaches out, and he'll stabilize. It will still be bad, but at least he would have stabilized.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, that's a game, you said it, like maybe we were robbed a little bit because he went so fast. Nice. Figured out that he had an opportunity to kill that 4th base and even kill the game, and he seized that opportunity. Another opportunity that you could seize is grabbing yourself some amazing swag from Maturino. How about a segue? Let's see about that link. I think it's supposed to be, or no, it's actually on this side here. You can get some swag here from Maturino, maturino.com/nw2019. You can add money to the prize pool, while you're getting some pretty cool attire of clothing here with the baseball cap. You also have a hoodie, lots of stuff, as you can see on the screen right now, and obviously a lot of in-game items, such as sprays, but also portraits.
Mm-hmm. Is somebody manually scrolling? Like, if we would be like, go back to the mug right now. Can you go back to the mug? Stop at the mug. Oh, they're doing it live every time.
Yeah, they are.
Here I was thinking we were talking over a video.
No, we're not. We've got so many people working at OGaming that we have a scroller.
Yeah.
Like, that's his entire job.
Nobody knows this page better than that man, because he's been scrolling quite a bit over it. Obviously, lovely items available on maturino.com/nw2019. You feel like treating yourself a little bit, do it. Pick up some of these nice things, and obviously it's a great way to support the tournament and increase the prize pool.
All right. For us, it's going to be a short break before we come back with the end of Chinese Taipei versus Italy. So we'll see you in a bit. Don't go anywhere. All right, guys, Chinese Taipei is leading 2-1 here against Italy. And obviously, as you might have expected, Reiner is the one that grabbed himself a game. So he's the first one to open up in that next phase. It is the all-kill phase, and Reiner, he will have quite a sizable amount of work to bring it back for Italy.
Yep, but I think that he was already mentally preparing himself for that. Even though I think this is one of those nation wars where there was absolutely a realistic chance that either Ryu or Ryosis was able to pick up a map, maybe even both. But since that didn't happen, I don't think that this is unfamiliar territory, right, for the young Italian. I mean, we're talking about the freaking runner-up of the WCS Global Finals. So this young man has been on quite a streak. He is officially the Serral Slayer when it matters the most. And I think that even though he has his work cut out for him, I think that he's perfectly capable of doing so.
Yeah, of course. And he did it against France, for instance, in that round of 24 group. So should be able to do it against Chinese Taipei, but that's not going to be easy because we've seen it yesterday. If you want to take out a top-level player, top Zerg player, then sometimes a weird Protoss player can be the answer. And we've got two of them.
Yeah, and Reiner is obviously still very different than Serral, right? Like, obviously, Reiner is world-class in his own right. But I think overall, he's a little different. Sometimes switches it up a little bit as well, moments where maybe he shouldn't. And what I love the absolute most is when Reiner loses one of these games that he shouldn't lose. And he's like, I came to the conclusion that I am officially dumb and I made bad decisions. And I love that about Reiner, in interviews, he's fantastic. But every now and then, he does do some weird stuff. I do, however, think when it comes to, I say this every time, right? But when it comes to stopping those two base all-ins, the Reiner hit squad, the 3 Revenue hit squad, I'm a massive fan. He truly executes this as no other.
Oh, sure. He did that twice to us. Nation Wars 5 in the qualifying rounds did that to us. He did it this year as well against Drogo, in a game that literally was decided by those 3 corrosive bars actually hitting that Warp Prism. So he's obviously one of the greatest in the business, if not the greatest. So Reiner versus Haas is going to be an interesting game, to say the least. Reiner being the overwhelming favorites, but I think we also have a fan favorite here, spawning in the bottom left-hand side here of World of Sleepers. One of the weirdest map here in the map pool. He is, for Chinese Taipei, the Blue Protoss has.
And in the right top side, we're looking at the main base of the runner-up of the WCS Global Finals, the young Italian superstar. It is Reiner. This kid is truly out there living his best life.
He is.
That's the way I look at it. Reiner,
of course,
he's always happy. He's always swagged out, wearing those Gucci sweaters, splashing that money around that he's winning playing StarCraft 2, his favorite video game. Besides that, he gets personally sponsored by Red Bull, one of the coolest companies on this planet. If this kid is not living his best life, I don't know who is.
You're right, Roddy. A little bit jealous, of course, of this young Italian kid.
I wish I was half as cool when I was 17 as Reiner is.
Oh, yeah.
Back then, my biggest dream was winning a Zotac Cup. It's like, can I pick up the €100? That'd be amazing.
And maybe I can get a graphics card if I win the monthly season.
If I win the local land, it takes me for 3 days there. And obviously, I couldn't afford a hotel room, so I would sleep in my car. And it's like, if I win this tournament, that's €400 and a graphics card, baby. Let's go. Here I was, thinking little Roddy was balling.
Yeah.
Then I grew up and I see Reiner, and I'm like, you know what? I wasn't even 10% as cool as
I was
kid.
robbed, guys.
Yeah, I was.
I was born too early. Damn. All right. Let's see what happens in this game. Obviously, all eyes will be on Haz. See what he brings to the table, because there is no way you don't know how good Reiner is in general, and especially in the ZVP matchup. You mentioned the 3 Ravager hit squad, which is designed to bile a Warp Prism 3 times, which is plenty to destroy it in one swift move. Obviously, really important if you go for some kind of Warp Prism attack and gateway-based all-in, that you keep that Warp Prism alive.
The longest time Haz had this one build that he was a massive fan of, right? Where he would move out with the early Prism and then just be very annoying with a couple of Zealots, and he would get a Forge, he'd get +1, and they would make this attack of like 48 workers with 2-3 Immortals, a whole bunch of Sentries, and charge. And that's a build that he used multiple times back then in his magical run during WCS Valencia, already a year and a half ago. But he has still brought that build back once in a blue moon whenever he feels like it. And even though this is a map with a rich Vespian geyser, and we often talk about how beneficial that is for Zerg, don't forget that Has is also the kind of Protoss that could absolutely end up with that base in the middle of the map. Then he's going to attack you with 12 Archons. Is it good? I don't know. But with Has,
it's a Has thing.
Yeah,
it's a Has thing. Let him do what he does best, you know? All right, he's going to go for a Robo first, and not even a War Prism. It's going to be an Immortal first with a Twilight Council after. Still very well be a Marjorie, I believe. Is it how you played it down?
Yeah, I don't think you get sentries with that.
Yeah,
but,
sentries rather expensive.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I don't think that he's done well. He's already getting 3 extra gates. He's gonna fire up that charge upgrade. That is the one thing that does make sense. Whereas Immortal does get spotted immediately. I think his Reyna's had plenty of practice against that build, though.
Oh no, for sure. And seeing that early Robo, grabbing that intel thanks to those Overlord with speed, he will be able to fire up
everywhere.
a Roadwine.
I love how Crow's like keeping us in the dark. It's like, I'm not going to tell you guys how many gates it is right now, but all I hear is like...
Le gateway explosion.
3 more on the way at this point. Wait, did he cancel his Twilight or something? Or what happened over
Yeah.
there? Ah.
He did.
Okay. So this is going to be a little Immortal Sentry Gateway unit attack. Then maybe he gets 2 more gates? Or this is actually a super early move out of 32 probes? What?
Yeah, but look at this. I mean, Raynor already, I guess, figured it out.
Cool,
We've got a Spine Crawler. We've got Lings and Roaches. He stopped at 38 drones.
Yeah, that should be, it should be perfect. That's kind of what Cerro had the other day as well, right? Also stopped super early, 7:38, but then was able to defend. The Lings are going to try to be annoying. Raynor did make a lot of Lings, though, which may not necessarily be the greatest units here. But they are going to try to buy some time.
That's
this is looking a little dicey. Like, if Has could take this hatchery, he could absolutely settle for that. And be like, all right, I'm going home again. He's already building probes. This pro is showing us as well. Raynor does not want to lose the hatch.
This is pretty great, actually. That first set of force field is actually going to force Raynor into using those corrosive biles for force fields instead of that Warp Prism. Queens cannot reach that Warp Prism at the moment. Can he go for another Warp in? The Warp Prism comes in a little bit too close. Immortal is a little bit of trouble.
Queens are in range. Queens are in range of the Warp Prism.
The Warp Prism might die before the 3-4 Zealots being warped in, but that's a lot of units that are dying on the side of Raynor, and that hatchery is going to go down, Roddy.
Yeah, that is a massive pick-off, and now you can obviously decide to recall as well. Maybe he just wants to run home. Good chance that he ends up losing a sentry, but he doesn't yet. Well done by Has. Really good execution. I mean, this was a laser-sharp timing, and maybe our good friend Raynor made just a few too many links because the links just didn't get the surface area, right? I mean, 54 links going down already. That's quite crazy.
Yeah, 54 links, a queen and hatchery, and then Robo Bay. As a follow-up, another Warp Prism is being chrono boosted out and instantly gets an Immortal inside. Go and try to get some more damage done at the opposite side of the map.
What an insane move out, huh? That early.
Yeah.
That freaking early. With just a couple sentries, 1 Immortal, and just a few very basic gateway units. But
I think Has achieved what he wanted, right? Like just killing that third hatchery, just remove a couple of these those potential gas income from that Reach Gas Geyser.
I don't know if getting +1 melee is really the right choice here. So it's going to be a Disruptor on the side of Has. That actually surprised me a little bit, guys, because I really thought that this was going to be a Colossus, to be totally honest with you. And then he would go for some sort of a 2-base Colossus push. He's like, Has has walled himself in. He's like, I don't trust myself. And my addiction to F2. I'm just go for the full wall off. Now, against Disruptors, I like the +1 melee a lot better again. I thought against Colossus is going to be pretty useless because Colossus will just kill Lings regardless of their upgrades. I mean, the scouting of Raynor has been absolutely on point, so even though he ended up losing a hatch, well, he makes 10 more drones now. I would probably stop after that, Raynor, because you're still playing against a 2-base Has. I would stop. If he makes another drone.
Lots of force fields available here, so many sentries with a lot of energy, actually 5.
I wouldn't actually mind him getting a little adventurous with these Ravagers and just trying to buy some time with Corrosive Bile. But obviously he's worried about that Warp Prism and a Disruptor that's inside of it as well. This is going to be a really interesting fight. Raynor needs way more units, that's for sure. Right now his armies is simply not big enough. But obviously every second that goes by is a good one for our Italian friend, as he has the economic advantage.
13 banelings in the production tab, but still no speed. It's only halfway done. A couple of stalkers will be the units of choice to complement that army. I don't know if that was the right choice. I guess zealots would have been cool, but at the same time, lots of banelings are available.
Yep,
it's kind of hard to figure out which kind of units you want to add. First, disruptor shot might be key. Do you want to use it now that you use some force fields?
Run back.
Yes. And it's only a roach that just died here. And a lot of energy just was expended here.
Yeah, and worst thing is that time is expended as well. Like, he needs to hurry up. Now, baneling speed starts finishing up. Now, the army is still growing for Has, obviously, as well. But I do kind of feel like this is it. That Observer was taking some damage.
Wow.
And somehow survived. The next Purification Nova does a little bit of damage. But these banelings are getting some decent connections. And the next wave of banelings are getting masterful connections over here. This Protoss army is super clumped up, and Raynor will defend.
Yeah, easy peasy hold here for Raynor. Lots of banelings just doing the trick. I guess that second disruptor shot might have been
too
key.
much time. Like, he's got to go faster. And I honestly think that Colossus would have been better than Disruptors, but maybe he didn't expect Raynor to go into a lot of links, Banes, and +1. And I can't blame him for it, because I didn't really expect that either. This is kind of cool, though.
Okay, that's seven drones, but thing is, we're still looking at 2 base Protoss, right? So, actually, Raynor has had enough. He's like, okay, I'm gonna morph in some more banelings.
Yeah, but that's a bit risky, because there are force suits available here, plenty of defensive warpins available as well. I don't know if Raynor should really be doing this, though. Maybe just set up for the Cybercore and then back off. I would go back into droning.
He does get an extra drone, but still some more Zerglings and Roaches, +2 attack for melee as well. Going to drop a disruptor, and that was actually a nice call.
Yeah, I cannot believe that he made that call. I really thought that disruptor was going to go down for sure.
Yeah.
Well done. Now there is a Colossus on the way. Alrighty. Colossus obviously add a lot of firepower to the Protoss army and is excellent in dealing with links and even banelings.
He lost the cybernetics core for now. He just the only thing he can build is zealots, and they don't even have charge already. So obviously, not the greatest pick ever. Let's see if that disruptor can do anything. The answer is no.
On creep, it's very. Ooh, pick it up. On creep, it's really hard to get like magical hits off like this. I mean, that can only ever work if Raynor is not paying attention at all. But most of the time, you're always going to see it on your minimap. Spire goes down. That's brilliant. Look at that, the timing. Spire against double robo. It's like, yeah, not bad. I'll take it.
7 extra stalkers now that the cybernetics core is just finished. Let's see if he can get a decent connection. But once again, wins are really fast. You need to force field, man. All right, 3 force fields will block most of the banelings, but they will expire. And actually, disruption was pretty kind of crazy here and pretty nice, connecting to a lot of banelings. But still, look at this AoE damage. Wow.
Yeah, really decent hits on the banes in the end there. I think good play on both sides. They both made the best of that, but in the end, it was just kind of hard for Has. Like, he had to stop running eventually, otherwise he would never get back into his natural. Now, all of these Roaches and Rev just seemed like they truly had enough of this game. Crossabal will land on the Stalkers, and just like that, we're all tied up 2 apiece as Raynor gets his 2nd victory of this nation war. Very well done. A little bit similar to maybe like Cerro Drogo yesterday. No, not Cerro Drogo. Yeah, it was Cerro Drogo on Disco Bloodbath, right? Where very early push, Drogo was able to get a hatchery, and at that point he's like, is that good enough for the Protoss? I mean, I think in some scenarios it can be. Unfortunately, I think the Disruptors, they just didn't work out at all, man. Like, he didn't get the hits that you hope for, but like, I find a combination, like, if you're on the clock, and you know you're on the clock, right? Because you're mining less than your opponent, like, then going for a combination of a full line of force field and firing Disruptors like one at a time. You don't want to be too trigger happy, but the more you space them out, the longer your push is taking as well, and the more Zerg units you're going to have to take down.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the execution on that first attack was pretty much brilliant on the side of Az, and Raynor was a little bit too greedy, I guess, just fired up a couple extra drones that he couldn't afford. And in the end, just lost a lot of units, lots of Zerglings especially. I think only 1 Queen did go down in that sequence, but the 3rd hatchery dying also made it a little bit worse for Zerg player. But once again, I mean, the transition, all the decision making that happened after that point was just pretty much brilliant.
Like, I almost feel like in the beginning there, right? Imagine where that prism doesn't go down. You warp in 4 more Stalkers, and you can really keep Raynor on a super low economy while you're already probing up at home, right? I really think that made a big difference. Obviously, these baning hits were superb. There is not really anything more you could hope for as a Zerg player, but Yeah, I feel like that kind of stuff is almost inevitable, because even if you drop perfect force fields, how are you going to kill the Banelings? Like, the Banelings will just disengage and then they come again, and eventually you run out of force field energy. So
yeah, even Purification Nova is just really hard to use against Banelings like this. You can still pull back. The creep makes it that the army is just a little bit too swift in general and can dodge pretty much everything. And we know that Reynor has the skills, the mechanical skills to do that kind of play. So yeah, kudos to him. He ties it up for his country, and yeah, he seems in a on the perfect path to bring it back and maybe get an all kill, because that would be an all kill if you were to do that before a revive. And obviously, if a revive were to happen, that would be Reynor as well. So oh yeah, it's looking pretty good for Italy. It's looking good for our good friend Reynor. Even though he gets pressured a little bit, he feels. It looks like he's in control.
No, he
always.
Is. And we know that he's enjoying this as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, don't forget what happened like in the beginning of 2018, right? Reynor went on an absolute rampage in this tournament. And I think a lot of people started to fall in love with the young Italian for the first time. He has grown up an insane amount ever since. Back then, it was an adorable, shy little guy. And now he's just a baller. There's no other way to put it. This man is out there, like I said, living his best life. Gucci sweater after Gucci sweater. Getting some Prada shoes as well. He's loving it. And why not? This kid is a little rock star.
And you know what? They're going to release the new collection soon, so he's going to keep on making money if he wants to update the wardrobe a little more.
Well, I may hope that he didn't spend the WCS money yet. Huh? Like global final, second place. We might need a little intervention with Reynor if he managed to spend all of that. It's like, Reynor, a lot of people like clothes, and that's okay. Spend your money on whatever you want to spend it on, but maybe spending 90K in like 3 weeks is...
Save a little bit of it,
yeah, is slightly pushing it. Anyway, guys, here we go. Like I said, it's 2 apiece between Italy and Chinese Taipei. In the left top side, we are looking at the main base of the Italian stallion. It is Reynor.
And in the southeast, in the blue, representing Chinese Taipei, it is Nice.
I think tonight is going to be fun, Todd, but I'm really excited for tomorrow. Like getting all the lower bracket matches and getting the decider matches as well. Don't forget, guys, tomorrow we're starting 2 hours earlier. So we're starting at 4 p.m. Central European time. It's going to be a blast. We're going to eliminate nations and we are going to complete our top 8.
Hearts will be broken. Tears will be shed.
Yep. Maybe this game as well, Todd, because there is a forge.
Enough is enough. Reynor, they need to put a stop to this. And it's going to be by a way of cannons here. So he goes up in the main base in the first place. He's like, oh no, everything's normal. I'm scouting. Nope. It's going to be pylons going down now. And Reynor, fully ready, sends the drones down, but not going to be able to prevent that one from going down next to the first cannon all the way down. And then usually what happens is that you can cancel the other pylons and re-wall a little bit just behind that initial cannon that you will made.
Yeah, I think with this many drones, you're going to have to let the cannons finish up, though. Otherwise, you're playing a madman game. Now, you can get one more pylon above this cannon, and then the cannons are very safe. Well done so far. Excellent cannon rush by Nice. So I get a little bit worried here. Like, Reynor might on-power the first 2 pylons quite easily, and then he might... Oh, Reynor's in trouble, man, because I don't think he's ever going to be able to get that other pylon.
Whoa, whoa!
Okay, wow, good save.
He almost baited him, right?
Reynor is playing a dangerous game. He really just wants to kill these cannons with his drones, but he's going to end up losing so many. I think at this point he realizes that as well. 10 Lings on the way, Spine Crawler goes down, Queen on the way. But I think so far, so good for Nice.
And Reynor is actually going to commit everything to trying to save this. On the other side, Nice, he's already got the Cybercore on the way, starting a Zealot. This is going to slow the Zerg down so much. Lings are going to start running across the map, but I mean, you have to expect Nice to be ready.
Yep, he has all the time in the world to go for that full wall off and get a cannon behind all of... Build your cannon, mate. I hope you didn't build a cannon with like a pylon. Okay. With a probe that was like on the other side of the map, because that would have been a disaster. A very successful start here by Nice. Not just because he gets the hatchery, but also because Reynor pulled an insane amount of drones, ended up losing a couple of drones, made 10 Lings, and won't get anything done for all of that.
And that supply blocks him too. Absolute disaster for Reynor here, who's trying to counterattack with a lot of Lings.
Yeah, that is a lot of Lings.
Yeah, there's an Adept on the way, and I mean, the cannon's about to finish. I'm surprised he didn't go for a shield battery or re-wall behind if Lings can get in.
Oh, they
oh my god.
Yeah, they're gonna run around in the main base and be annoying.
He didn't get the Zealot though.
Yeah, but if the Zealot wants to save the probes, he will. Look at that Stargate before Nexus.
Yeah, the Zealot is like, I'll fight you guys with my last breath. What is going on? You're supposed to regenerate your shields,
This
man.
is still really nice though, because this is damage I think Reina normally wouldn't be able to get. Well, he's not getting much, but it's still a little bit of lost mining time. But good job there by Nice. Maybe overreacting a little bit
Where's the Stargate?
in the natural, next to the Overlord.
Interesting. I don't care about being scouted, I guess.
Like Zerg always
A
sees
rowdy Stargate, if you will.
They see
Not the
everything
plus
anyway.
one in the
Todd.
Zerg's face.
Why even bother, Todd? Drop the second Stargate right next to it. Assert your dominance, you know. These cannons, by the way, are going to be annoying as well. The probe can still provide some high ground vision, and this is 3 cannons. I wouldn't mind if he like runs that probe up as soon as he has shields and just temporarily builds a cannon there. Or a pylon, rather, for vision.
Yeah, actually, that would have been nice. In the corner,
Yep,
they would have been able to prevent the Queen from doing this.
yep. Now I think it's a little bit too late, right? Because the
Yeah.
other cannons are not that intimidating. This cannon... Drones are going down. To
Even
what? The Adept?
Extractor blocked him.
Ah, it's very nice, Todd. If your economy is already in shambles, you don't want to be losing more drones. Well done. What?
Oh my god. Nice is a madman.
Does he have warp gate? No, right?
No. It's a really Zerati build.
This Adept is insane, by the way.
Yeah.
It's being such a nuisance over here. Man, Raider's in trouble for sure, Todd. He's down 4 workers. There are still cannons up in his natural. I don't think he knows exactly what he's going up against, especially not if maybe that Overlord gets picked off. These Adepts are on a little rampage as well. Damn, Nice is playing smooth. He's playing dirty, disgusting.
Gonna
but
shade
it's
to the
smooth.
safety of these cannons. And now he could actually go in the side of the main base. Wait, what? He's actually trying to fight that.
I think with that cannon, just
No
right-click
way.
with the battery. Right-click with the battery. You can save your cannon one more time. Oh no, he loses high ground vision. But look at that Oracle
And
shows
no,
up.
oh my god, he's killed so... How many drones has he killed already?
You want to play the guessing game, Todd?
I mean, we have to apparently, because Crow doesn't even open it.
I'll
but we have.
play the guessing game with you. I think at this point he has killed 15 drones.
I think 13.
Wow, we suck. I guess they were still
Crow is
counting.
smiling right now. Noobs.
Crow is like, I was setting them up. I actually thought the 6 was on top of the other 3, but I guess they were one counter because they were killed within 30 seconds of each other. Adepts are being incredibly annoying.
One more. Oh, he gets it as well. So sick.
What a game. Nice up 7 workers, Todd. Oracle's out. Reina obviously no tech inside. Reina's gonna have to work for it this game.
He certainly will. We have 2 more Oracles already queued up. Overlord will go for the Scout. What does he break to?
Oh my god.
To make it out of his... Oh my god. 3 Oracles are gonna fly into that base, kill a bunch of drones. The main base is next. You want some too, Queen?
Queen is gonna fight together with the Sport Crawler, but it doesn't really mean that the Queen is safe. Oracle's take a lot of
And
damage.
he saves everything.
Yep, but he does save them. That's the most important thing.
So what does he break to make it out of his wall at the
The
expo?
battery, of course.
Is that... Wait. Oh, yeah, okay. It looked like he might be able to... He might need to kill more than that.
No, battery is fine.
Okay. It's round 7 of
Oh
the
my
drone
God.
killing session that he's going through. He's even going to sack the Oracle. Totally worth it. 15 more drones have died.
This is so insane. Nice is playing a really nice game from start to finish. Obviously, the cannons worked out in a fantastic manner. Raynor tried to just counter it with drones, but that's a risky call because if it doesn't work, you start falling behind immediately. And that is what we are witnessing. It feels all game long. Nice has been one step ahead. Raynor is able to intercept.
And he's getting
these
10
two
more
adepts.
links. He wants to get a cancel on a 3rd base before he goes back into drones. He's adding more queens as well.
Hard though, right? Against all these oracles that are out.
We're at this almost 8-minute mark. And Raynor hasn't reached 50 drones yet. And it's not because he's going for a moment build. It's nice that's keeping him low on the drone count.
I really like the Void Ray as well for some consistent DPS in the air, so you don't have to rely on energy. This is going to be an interesting moment, because with all these links, Todd, you're spot on. Raynor wants to get a cancel on this Nexus and nothing else, but I really don't think he's going to get it, man. There are still oracles available. The Sim City is good on the side of Nice. Drops at Revelation as well. Just want to give a shout out to this product place, you know, always hitting those Revelations.
It is uncomfortable for the Zerg to be spotted like this. Everywhere he goes, he's been stalked, he's being watched.
It is a skill shot in the end, though, right?
Yeah. It's pretty hard to land it.
Terran and Zerg is so angry right now. Covers the entire screen. They're like, ah.
Have you seen, I mean, Last I checked, Revelation is still a smaller radius than EMP, so don't get me started.
That's only in nice username is videos, you know? What it looks like versus what it feels. All right, there's a War Prism on the way. And once again, Reiner's in trouble, guys. Yes, he has droned up finally, but he's got a very, very underwhelming army to work with at this point. That Roach one is super duper late as well. That War Prism is almost out. He's going to have to defend against an insane amount of gateway units and all these oracles, maybe even a Void Ray with just Lings and Queens. How do you do that?
It's going to be hard. It's going to need something else. I mean, if he had like 15 Queens, it would be an easy hold, but... Lynx looking to try and find some damage. Void Ray will chase those away. Now with the War Prism across the map. He's actually... Wait, what? Stalkers?
I mean, with all
Why is he
these
warping the worst unit in the game?
I don't hate it that much.
Why with this many sentries?
Yeah, exactly. I think it's actually quite smart.
Against no Ravagers.
And I mean, even if Reiner wants to defend this with just Lynx, he still has to worry about all these oracles, right? Reiner is gonna need to pull off an absolutely miraculous hold. He doesn't have a single Roach ready by the time that this fight starts. Stasis Trap going down as well. Look at these oracles in the back. The Lynx can't do anything there, Todd.
Yeah, Queens are trapped as well. Drones will be pulled off the line, but there's not enough army there for Reiner. Guardian Shield is helping tremendously against that many range units as well, really negating a lot of that damage. Oracles, they're observing the fight going down.
Yep.
They're cheering these Stalkers and sentries on. Even when Immortal, when Big Daddy Immortal is going to rejoin the fight now.
And that's super nice, right? Because then if Reiner, even if, let's say, he gets up 8 or 9 more Roaches, and he still has to worry about his Immortal, he does get the Immortal, so that's very nice. Can these Ravages get magic done? The Stalkers don't really respect them at all. They're going to chase him down. Most of the Queens have gone down already at this point. Reiner is in so much trouble, and perhaps against all odds. Nice. It's looking keen. Boot. Chinese Taipei up 3-2 here in this nation war. And that would be another little upset in my book, Todd.
Yeah, +1 finished as well for him. Tons of Stalkers being warped in. And nice, he's just gonna have too much. Reiner taps out. And Chinese Taipei, wow. I did not expect them to be able to do this well here against Italy. They will force the revive out of them.
Just a really good game, obviously, by Nice. But I think it's very easy to focus on what happened later with the Oracles and maybe that gateway push even. And maybe you should have had an earlier Roach one. But I always think it's important to go back to the beginning of where the problem started. And that's just the cannon rush, man. Reiner's response was simply not good enough. If you pull that many drones, you gotta be damn sure that you can actually break it and you can keep your hatchery alive. Pulling that many drones, then also getting a spine there, making that many links, and in the end not getting anything and losing your hatch, that's everything that a Protoss cannon rusher could wish for, and perhaps even more.
Yeah, I think when the cannons are about to finish and the drones are there fighting them, you already know, you've done something right in this kind of game, and that's exactly what happened there. So we're gonna head to a break, guys. When we come back, we'll have the conclusion of Chinese Taipei going up against Italy. We'll see you guys right after this. Welcome back, everyone. You're watching Nation Wars 2019. Chinese Taipei is now up 3-2 against Italy. What is happening?
That is definitely a surprise, but we've seen it yesterday, even when one of these nations that we look at where it's like, overall it's a good team, but there is one ultra-heavy carry, the MVP, the star player, drops a map. That doesn't necessarily mean that they are going to lose. Yesterday Finland was down as well, but Sarah was able to save the day. But it's going to get very interesting. I feel like it's a little bit more difficult maybe for Reina to get it done as well. Not because Reina is not as good or something. It's just that these Chinese Protoss players, you don't see them very often. You sort of know what they're going to do, but you're not that familiar with it, right? You don't play against them very often.
If you get one single thing wrong against them, that's it. That's all they need to be able to thrive and do really well from like these situations.
We often talk about killer instinct when it comes to StarCraft 2. These guys have it, right?
Oh,
yeah. Like all they need is to realize that you've handled one little situation early game wrong. They're like, all right, that's it. I know I'm going to win this game.
Sometimes they can almost like feel it before it actually happened. It's like you're headed towards the banana peel. They're like, all right, they're just getting ready to pounce on you. And they don't hesitate whenever they smell blood in the water. And now Rainer is going to be down to his last life here. It has to be a perfect from him. From there, he has to beat Nice, and then he has to beat one more revived player from Team Chinese Taipei if he wants to be able to send Italy to the winner's match.
Yeah, and who would that even be, right? I find it really difficult to pick a clear ace. I know that a lot of people will look at Haas because that's the name that stands out the most.
Yeah.
But Haas has not been undefeated in that region. Both Nice and But Always have been able to take plenty of games against Haas. So I think it's really close. It probably just comes down to maybe who's got the coolest build, the most confidence in this matchup. Either way, are we going to start this day, the fourth day of the round of 16, with a massive upset? In the left top side, we're looking at the main base. The man representing Chinese Taipei. It is Nice.
His opponent representing Italy, Riccardo Romiti, Trainer.
Call him Triple R.
Going for the pool 16 here, actually. Maybe a little worried about some early game shenanigans out of Nines.
I actually think that makes sense, right? Because Rainer is the better player. We know that. Like, he has the accomplishments that show that he is the better player than these guys. So why not open up a little bit safer? And yeah, maybe in a super normal macro-oriented game, your economy is going to be a tiny bit slower than what it normally is. But it does make your life a lot easier when you go up against, proxy stuff, cannon rush, anything along those lines.
I wonder what Rainer's mindset is. Like, do you try... Like, if usually in this kind of game you would try to cut a corner or two here, are you worried of cutting that corner in case it backfires and then suddenly you're in a really bad spot? Which can also mean that you could find yourself in a bad spot by playing really standard because, as we know, if you play greedy, then you're exposed to, taking damage from something very aggressive. If you play aggressive, then it's bad against safe, and if you play safe, then it's bad against greedy. There is like that triangle, every single time. So I guess he's just go to scout, kind of stabilize, try to find himself in a decent position into the mid game, and I guess Rainer would be okay from there. Like, obviously, last game, everything went wrong, starting with the cannon rush.
Wow, this is massive, by the way, that the probe is actually able to get by, because now you're getting a lot more info than you normally would have had. Rainer opening up with 6 links. This is obviously quite a hit to your economy, right? But by the time that these links are now actually going to make it to the other side of the map, we can already see there is going to be a wall off, the adept will be out. That is a really big little victory there for Nice, that probe did not go down immediately, but was actually able to scout the timing of that expand. To go back to your original point, Todd, I don't really think you need to cut corners. I don't think that that Rainer really cuts corners in general in this matchup. Maybe sometimes if he's 100% sure. But in this situation, he actually opened up with a build where it's like, you want to get something done. He doesn't get anything done. This is going to be a rough one. It's really important that his defenses are bulletproof this game, because otherwise he's going to fall quite far behind.
And look at this. Nice is worried. Throws down the shield battery there. He thinks there could be some sort of maybe Ling, Bane, Roach attack coming his way down the line. And you might think, oh, it's not the most costly defense. It's just a shield battery, but it actually matters a lot because it slows down some of the other stuff that he would have liked to get at this time.
I always get a battery. I play safe. I'm a macro beast.
I used to get a cannon per mineral line against Terran in every game too.
Cannon in the mineral line?
Yeah, because I was worried about Widowmine drops.
Yeah, the thing is,
you know how much it delayed my third base? A lot.
The thing is, they still fire anyway, right? It's like, here's the cannon, and the cannon will take care of the mines after they blew up 12 probes. I still do it sometimes. Like a lazy defense, you know? The lazy man's defense. Well, Nice is on top of everything. He got a good scout off. He realized that he was not going to get all in, so he could cancel the battery, and he saved himself 75 minerals. Oracle's going to fly in the main base, won't get anything done. But like I said, it is really important in the next minute that Reiner does not take any amounts of crazy damage. Reiner. No,
oh my god.
This is not what you want to have at all, Todd. That's 6, 7 drones not mining for quite some 5.
Oh,
drones.
6. It's hard to click on one of them.
Wow.
We can see.
Crow set me up.
Come on,
there.
Crow.
Crow set me up.
We expected more from you.
And have a little talk with our boy Crow after this, guys. You do me dirty like that again, Crow? Unfriend.
We'll get Coca back in on that observing desk.
Oh, anyone but Coca, please. Kidding, Coca. Coca doesn't like me.
He can hear you anyway.
You never know. Coca might be standing in the hallway listening. One time, like, we did a cast for like 7 hours. I made one joke about Coca's observing. He's like, today I opened the stream. The first thing I heard is you're bashing my observing again. I was like, oh, come on, Coca.
One joke.
Yeah, it's a quad
It's
oracle.
all about timing.
It's a quad oracle opening, by the way. 4. That's
And for once, his timing was good, unlike when he's observing. Adepts, this game not going to do nearly as much as in the previous one, but worker count-wise, Nice is doing quite all right, and I think that's about to get better too with these oracles flying in, taking out the queen. It's now just the spore trying to shoot down these oracles.
That's not that bad though. This could have been so much worse. Imagine if there would have been 4 oracles there already. Then I really think Reina ends up losing all.
Damn, I wish you had the same attitude on your stream. Because usually it's so much worse than it could have been.
These links, this is massive for Reina as well. Getting a cancel on the Nexus here. I think that Reina can be very pleased with how he survived the last 30 seconds here, because I had the feeling that that could have been a disaster, and it turned out quite all right, especially
Double robo.
getting the cancel. Old school, right? Is he building it outside as well, or are they inside?
They don't do that nearly as much anymore.
Oracles are powerful, but so are queens. Oh, this is not a good fight, I think, for Nice at all, man. Nice is going to end up losing another oracle.
Oh, he got stubborn too. He really wanted that queen.
Yeah.
The classic Jibate.
Yeah, because it's like, you feel like you've been working so hard.
Yeah.
You're like, now I want to get it as well.
I'm not leaving without that queen dying, and then boom.
Oh, no.
Lose almost all the oracles.
Nice is starting to fall apart here a little bit, Todd. He's desperate for damage, but he's not getting it. The robos are in the natural, by the way, so they are kind of safe.
Yeah, but then you have to close the wall every single time, which is the worst.
Especially
and we've
against
seen
Reina, right?
Yeah, this is the absolute nightmare. I would make my robos on the 3rd every time against this guy. Then again, I probably wouldn't make it to my 2 robos. So.
Oh, you would. This is then they are surrounded by 18 roadshows, and you're like,
16 lurkers or sieging.
can I get any more 12? Just one, Reina. That's all I need. This is not a fight that Reina can take anymore. But Reina, I think, despite the fact that they didn't have the most economic start, right? Going that pool before they expand, opening up with those links, not getting any damage done, has really put himself in a sweet position in this game. With a couple of swift moves, getting the cancel. Pretty good defense. Yes, he lost a couple of drones, but that's inevitable against 4 oracles. But he never lost the crazy amount of drones where it really hurt.
Very good scouting by Nice as well. Just making sure he flies around with some hallucinated phoenixes. You want to see if there is some sort of spire on the way. 5 more gateways.
Yeah, he's got
an attack. Yeah, he never started any kind of +1 with the forge, so it's just going to be a ton of units. And to be honest, he's on 60 walkers against 66. I feel like if he's able to build up on energy nicely, he's going to have a real shot at breaking through. It's going to be up to Reiner to get enough Ravagers to make sure he can really negate sentry damage. How many sentries do we have? Oh, that's a lot. Yep. Oh my god, 9.
We have a lot of sentries. He's going to get a few more as well. This Immortal gets surrounded. Is there a war prison to save it? He's already making his way to the other side of the map. But Reina just made 10 more drones, by the way. But Reina does have Ravages out, and Ravages are excellent in buying time. I would just make nothing but roads.
And he can also break force fields, which is really key here.
I like that Nice doesn't second guess himself, though. He knows that this is an attack where he really wants to get magic done. And the longer he waits, the worse it gets. Unfortunately, he doesn't get too many Ravages in the first place.
Yeah, he's waiting for the reinforcements. So many units in the production tab are about to come out for Reina, who still built up to 74 drones here. And with that insane amount of Ravagers, how are you even supposed to attack here into this ramp?
I think he's asking himself that question as well, and he's like, I don't think I can. Reina is getting bailing speed during all of this, getting a few more links out as well, but...
Nice revelation, by the way. I wasn't sure he was going to land that, but
he tagged the
only
Ravager.
hit the army.
He tagged the Ravager and a Roach. Well,
Yeah, and he got the rocks as well.
yeah, I mean...
With a small radius. What a name.
Exactly. You guys may think that it's easy to hit the rocks, but it's not, okay? If you move your camera around, it does almost look like the rocks are moving too.
Zerg players are not amused right now.
I like the Robo Bay. Obviously, the push did not work out. I still like the attempt, and for a second I was like, well, Reina just made 10 more drones. Maybe there is some potential here. But Reina had just the right amount of units to defend perfectly. Now we're going to get a lot of Zerglings on the map as well, and eventually a lot of Banelings. Now, a couple of Colossus thought can still make this Protoss army very powerful.
Yeah, I'm not really feeling this creep spread, by the way. Like, I know they've been, fighting a ton and stuff, but it's not really progressing forward. Do you feel like creep spread is not as important versus Protoss as it is against Terran?
No, it's very
important, right?
Well, maybe against Terran you could say indeed even more important, but I think against Protoss it is very important. I just think it's been hard for Reina because he went up against a 4 Oracle opening, right? But look at this, Bailing Speed Thought is about to finish up. You go Colossus here, right? Not Disruptors. You go Colossus here, nice. What is it gonna be? Maybe he feels like he needs something.
I think Disruptors can be good as well.
They do build faster, but I think Colossus are better if the game goes on a little bit.
Oh no, he's gonna ban himself! Oh my god, Roach. Force fields are gonna go down, but there is a flank of Banelings that he's not ready for. I don't think he has... Okay, he has force fields. Or at least some of them. The Banelings are gonna make it through. Oh my god, not again.
Yep, that is a lot of Banelings crashing into the Protoss army, and a couple of shield batteries are not gonna save you here, my friend. Nice. I think it was a decent start. Unfortunately, the Oracle play didn't really work out, and now Reina just has way too many units. Thought this is the swarm they always talk about. They don't want to see Locusts. Well, here you go. Was this swarmy enough? I think the answer is yes. GG. And once again, we're all tied up. And we are heading into the rubber match between Italy and Chinese Taipei. Another 4-3 nation war over here, Todd.
Yeah, you're happy, aren't you?
We're on a little bit of a roll.
So that means a player will be forced back out here as the revived player from Chinese Taipei. Who did they go for? Nice was pretty competitive, right? With Raynor.
Yeah, and Haas didn't show that much. So maybe Haas has something special in store. Like, I think Nice had a fantastic
Maybe
game.
it depends on the maps that are left too, that they can pick.
I don't know. I even kind of like the build that Bot Always. I thought Bot Always got himself in a very playable position.
Yeah.
It's just eventually maybe didn't really protect his probes the way he should have. A few more cannons would have been nice. Because then you can actually stabilize on your 3-4 base economy with carriers. I think all three of them have a shot. All three of them are going to be the underdog going up against Reina, but definitely all three of them have a shot. I think maybe Haas is the obvious pick, so I'm sure that everybody in chat is like, shut up guys, it's going to be Haas. And maybe it is, but the other two are pretty damn strong.
I think it's likely to be Nice, considering the two games we just saw from him.
Yeah,
I mean, pretty well.
This game
you're not really feeling nice. I can hear it.
Because like I think it's not about the score, right? Like obviously if you say like somebody went 1-1 against Reina, that's 6, send him again. But I think that first game, I think it's won by the cannons. Like I know after that a lot of things took place and a lot of people will look at like the move out, like, oh, that was a cool push. I always look at the beginning of problems for a player, and this game really started off disastrously, or in a disastrous manner rather, for Reina. I think the second game, Reina technically had a bad start as well. I know not a lot of things happened, but you open pool first, you open 6 links, you get scouted, you don't get any damage done. And then it was still a relatively smooth win for Reina. So let's say if Reina gets a better start, how does it look then? That's why I think it's going to be...
Well, if Reina gets a good start, it's always going to look good for him, right? Yeah, I don't know. I'm feeling nice. I like the way he's been playing. You know, even that last game, you can clearly see like what went wrong for him and stuff. So
I'm feeling Haas.
Yeah?
Yeah. But where do you think it truly went wrong in the last game for Nice?
Just he wasn't doing nearly as much damage with everything, even though like with the oracles he found a little bit. The map matters too, like obviously, right? Like,
the Oracle Queen fight was painful, right?
Yeah.
It is going to be Haas. All right. Well, I think everybody at home always still gets a little excited. We know Kalaris is watching. He's always lurking out there in the shadows.
Look at him with his 10-15 record there. 10-16 actually after, after the map he played.
But he has beat plenty of goats on his way there, so it's all good. The thing as well is that Kalaris isn't just watching, but Kalaris is probably watching while playing a Nintendo Switch and on his fancy laptop, and then he's got 2 battery packs in his pocket. You know that James is ready for a good evening of StarCraft 2.
It's not a jetpack he carries, it's battery packs. Good old Kalaris. That's why we love him. So has the revived player there to try and take out Italy. I didn't think this matchup was necessarily going to go to the rubber match, but here we are, all tied up.
Yeah. I mean, we've been surprised by how good the teams have been playing against those huge favorites that we've seen. Even Finland had a little bit of trouble yesterday. Today it is Italy. Even though they're led by an amazing player, and he is the one spawning in the top left-hand side here of Winter's Gate. And his name? Well, Riccardo Romiti.
Not
Rainer.
It's me.
It's me, Riccardo.
His opponent, representing Chinese Taipei, it is Haas.
Rainer playing it safe again. Early pool. Doesn't really want to get, flabbergasted by any weird kind of build that we know those Chinese Taipei Protoss can throw at him. So opening pool first allows you to have a little bit of room to figure out earlier what your opponent is doing, and obviously if there's a pesky cannon or a pylon that goes near your base, you can still take it out with an early queen and zerglings. So yeah, just Rainer knows the position that he is in, doesn't want to take any necessary risk.
What's going on with Haas?
Unnecessary
Where did all the crazy cheeses that he used to do went?
Maybe he realized that Legacy of the Void is not the kind of game that you want to do those kind of stuff. And well, at least,
Yeah, you can still play pretty aggressive, but yeah, I guess you can't do nearly as much like 1 and 2 base as you did before in Wings of
course.
Liberty or even Harder to Swarm.
Yeah.
But
I
at
mean-
first, he was still doing it successfully for a while. But I guess maybe people just got too good against it.
I mean, Legacy of the Void has been out for a couple of years now. So people actually have most of the defense on lock on, you know. They know what they're supposed to do, and usually don't fall into his traps. So he has to go for something a little bit different, which is, as we saw, a couple of 2 to 3 base timings where you're just making your opponent confused a little bit by how many probes you're gonna produce, you're gonna build, and
It's
how
actually
many
really
units
hard.
you're gonna attack with.
It's really hard to see and realize how much a Protoss wants to take, right? Even if you have pneumatized carapace, because not only you need to fly these overlords in the right spot, you also need to be looking there instead of being at home macroing and doing all sorts of stuff. So I can't really fault, any player to whom that happens to. Some nice pressure here from Rainer, by the way. Sent one link toward the main base, and at the same time he's working on the pylon. The expansion, oh my god, is he actually gonna get that?
I think he's gonna get that pylon. And that's gonna... Yeah, it's gonna delay that warp gate research and that second adept for a long time.
I can't believe he didn't restart the pylon for all this time.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a mistake here from Rainer.
Oh my god, he
Haas,
stopped
sorry.
mining gas and he started charge.
All right, he's had enough. It has to be a zealot factory, man. He actually took a little bit too much gas right there. Oh no, okay.
A zealot factory.
Isn't that the name? Actually, in
yeah.
France, we refer to it as a zealot factory.
Yeah.
Une usine de zealots.
When you go to the cheesecake factory, you get cheesecake.
Yeah.
When Haas goes for these builds, you're gonna get charged into by zealots, mass zealots. And Rainer, with the perfect scout, sees that there is not much gas being mined, and he should be able to realize what's happening right now, especially as he sees those gateways going down. Roach Run starts immediately.
Yeah, I mean,
And I think the key here is going to be for him to stop droning very, very soon. Don't keep on making drones. You're already on 2 bases. You got the 3rd hatchery about to finish. Even getting the extractor that he's getting now, I'm not sure if he really needs that. If he has the... Oh, okay, he just had the one in the main. So maybe a second one is okay. But yeah, don't make any more drones. Just going to be roaches that you're going to need here to hold on against this.
there were way too many tells in a Haas's base that Rainer is scouted and now has to know that there is something really weird coming his way. Probably will be those zealots, but see, Haas is like, okay, I've been scouted way too much, so let me change that up a little bit. Adds in the Dark Shrine and proceeds into a little bit more gas income at the moment. Went back to 3 probes for each assimilator. Doesn't put any assimilator on the naturals yet, but we'll push with those zealots.
Raynor is too smart for this.
Yeah, it's like what could take me by surprise right now? How about some DTs?
Here's the thing: his worker count is really low, 37 against 36. So if Haz was to fake this attack and go back into probes now, he'd actually be ahead. But if he attacks into this army and loses everything, it's going to be very bad for him.
Might lose that warp gate, actually. He will. He will lose the warp gates, and okay, he does have a second layer of a wall, but doesn't mean that those Zerglings will get in. But he actually forces so many warp-ins defensively that this timing attack is getting slowed down a lot. And as you mentioned, those DTs, they're pretty much expected by Raynor, who added...
Where does he send them even?
Does he go for just 2 Archons?
If he goes for the main base, is there a spore there? Because there is no lair. Okay, Raynor's ready. Raynor is so smart.
And I even sees it.
Because I think that's like the best move that Haz could do as well, right? Is to go for the main base, kill the spore, and then kill the entire main base. But Raynor is just a little too smart. He's already in position. Yeah, good luck with that, Haz.
Yeah, it's not gonna go well. There's like an entire wall of roaches and Zerglings preventing that Dark Shrine to be under attack from those DTs. So maybe now Haz just gathers this entire army, maybe goes for 2 Archons with the DTs, and well, pray for good luck and good trades here with his Zealots, with his Archons. He actually goes back into a Nexus
and
third base coming in.
I think that's the right move here, because this clearly wasn't going to work, the attack, and he did keep Raynor on the low worker count. So instead of attacking and losing everything, he realizes the best thing to do is to get a bunch of Immortals out. They already got 1, he's getting an Observer now. Haz can still transition out of this.
Yeah, he does have an Immortal that's ready. The second one being crew boosted out right now. We got Glial Reconstitution for all those roaches from Raynor, which makes sense. Now that Lair is finishing up, he adds in an Evo, and 10 extra drones. So both players realized that this attack wasn't about to happen and went back into something more macro-focused. Here, interestingly enough, those DTs did find an opening towards that natural. And yeah, 2 drones. I mean, 2 drones for basically no resources lost, which is kind of nice. And Raynor, we've seen that numerous times already. He likes to throw down that Spire. When the game gets hectic a little bit and he knows that, whoa! Oh my god, don't lose your Prism, he's going to lose it.
Oh my god.
Snap.
Haz,
that was
are
bad.
You kidding me?
Prism plus 3 DTs, yeah, it's a lot.
Where was he looking?
I don't know. He was being pressured the opposite side of the map by some Zerglings. It was actually...
For once, you needed to not be looking at the supply, bro. And instead, your Prism. I almost feel like, by the way, the Spire is like a great way to shut down that Prism once and for all, but now he's already killed that. But I mean, he's still going to keep the Spire. We've seen Ravager, Roaches, and Banelings deal very well with these ground armies here from Protoss because force fields are not really that effective, but that's a massive force of Zealots and Immortal, which Raynor, he's getting a ton of units out right now, but he's going to need more than that, I think. That Protoss army is looking very scary.
Just a couple of Ravagers would be a nice addition. He does have 41 Roaches, which is kind of nice if you can...
But 0 Ravager.
Yeah, 0 Ravager at the moment.
Actually pretty good.
Yeah, Force Fields, Immortals are going to be key in this fight. No Ravagers, but still like a couple in the production tab at the moment. 2 Ravagers that just finished up. A couple of Zerglings, 20 actually being produced.
Yeah, it's too hard to go up the ramp here.
Yeah, attacking on Winter's Gates just hard. If your opponent knows about it...
I think he's going to go... Oh!
Killing the rocks.
Plan C.
Alright. Only the Immortals are hitting at that rock. Okay.
Help you.
The Observer dies, so that means no vision. And once again, it looks like Haz knows that he might not be able to finish the game right here, so he goes back to probe production, actually adds in a Forge.
He can very easily kill that force.
Yeah, I think that's what he will go for.
Oh, he sent some units on the left-hand side as well. Very clever.
Nah, no way. I mean...
Yeah, but if he kills the 4th and he's on 3 against 3 bases, then it's totally fine for Haz.
What about a couple of mutas there?
You don't have the gas. Like 4 mutas. I guess
for
it would be
Muta is not
great.
that good, but maybe he banks it a little bit. And
I think
goes
he's too
for
worried
kicks.
about the ground army. He has to make
you're
Banelings.
right. I mean, the posture that Haas is taking for a long time now is actually kind of frightening if you're Zerg.
He's buffing his chest out.
Yeah, it's like, what up, bro? You want a piece of me? Let's fight, you know? And that forces Raynor to go into a lot of Baneling production, and that means that all that gas that he's mining for a long time now is not going to be used for anything else than those Banelings. But the force field have been completely missed. The recall happens. Banelings, they want to go at those zealots, and this is like the most effective trade we've ever seen. Booyah.
I can't believe
Fireworks.
he actually detonated the Banelings because these zealots were trapped. He could have just sent the roaches and kept the Banelings alive. But he's like, you know what? I want to get rid of this army right now. Double the soup as Raynor will be moving across the map.
Raynor is puffing his chest as well. It's
The
like,
only
I don't
thing-
even need those Banelings.
Yeah. The only thing that's going to slow him down here at this point is those inhibitor zones. But I don't think that will matter because he's got so much supply here. 134 in army against 58. There's a grand total of 40 roaches, 29 banelings, and barely any force fields left for Haas. And those can be broken even.
All right, a lot of shield batteries are being added on. Maybe a couple of cannons. I don't know about the other structure. Yeah, those are two cannons that are being added on. So maybe with a miracle hold, there is
this was a
something that
campaign
Haas
mission,
can do.
I don't know what difficulty this would be described as. Impossible.
All right, let's wait. See how Raynor posture himself. He wants to go for a 280 kind of surround here. Beautiful shot by Crow. We're seeing everything. Look at the swarm coming in here for Raynor as he wants to go for the winner's match by completing the all kill. And that's the only thing that we expected from the young Italian kid that was actually good enough to be runner-up here at the Global Finals. 4-3 is the final score, and Italy takes the win. They will be waiting for the winner's match in just a few minutes. Well played. Well played by Raynor, well played by Italy in general, and well played by Chinese Taipei. I mean, that's not the score that we anticipated, if we're being honest, I think.
Yeah. And, well, I mean, at the end, all that matters, though, is that Italy is able to make it through, and now they're going to be waiting in the winner's match for either Russia or Canada. Very nice job by Raynor. You know, he did lose a map, but at the end of the day, as long as you win the matchup, even the map score doesn't really matter as much. I guess his profile will be a little bit less pimped out with one more loss than he could have had, but
Yeah.
still got plenty of wins.
No, yeah, but beautiful series in general by Raynor. He did what was expected of him. He kept his cool, and even though he was under pressure by a lot of crazy strategy by Chinese Taipei, he was able to grab himself that victory, those 4 victories actually, that allowed him to be in the winner's match. You said it will be against either Canada or Russia. Russia did change their lineup, because Braddock had to step down. He will be replaced by Vanya. So
He didn't have enough time
Zerg
to practice, he said, and left his spot to be taken by Vanya. Yeah, interesting. Roddy is hyping the hell out of Vanya, by the way. He's saying there's 3 incredible Zergs from Russia, and he's one of them. So pretty excited to see him in action.
He'll be casting him as well, actually.
Yeah.
So good for him.
So guys, remember to check out the Maturino page, maturino.com/nw2019. Once again, we've got a cap, a t-shirt, hoodie, mug, some portraits as well. We've already reached 4,300 additional price pool to be added to the current price pool. So yeah, make sure.
And
to
we've
check
got a
that out.
scrolling guy in the production room, see?
Who does that?
I have no idea.
He's doing a fantastic job.
He's doing a
whoever that is.
fantastic job. Look at how smooth that is.
Even better than Koka's observing. All right. We're going to head to a break, guys. And when we come back, it's going to be Russia going up versus Canada. We'll see you guys right after this.
See you in a bit. All right, guys, it is time for a second best of 7 of the night. We do have Canada going up against Russia.
The music was late.
Yeah, it was, but it's okay. People were just, fixed up on me, instead of the music. I like it. Okay, Todd, so who's your pick here? Canada, Russia? What do you think of those two teams?
I feel like Canada has to be favored, but Russia is like a team that's very easy to underestimate. I think Skillus is extremely good. And Vanya. I mean, Roddy's been hyping up Vanya. Apparently, Vanya regularly does a little bit of racketeering on the ladder with Roddy's points. Mm-hmm. So I'm excited to see Vanya in action. And Midoid.
Midoid. How do you pronounce it exactly?
I think
Midoid.
No, Midoid.
Midoid.
Yeah.
Of course,
He's
we will
back.
see him in action. What did he do? What was that crazy strategy that he did in round of 24? Did the most random thing. There's a massive worker pool on a crazy ass strategy. I mean, we know that Medoyed might not be what's that?
Which didn't work.
Which didn't work, obviously, but it was pretty funny. And I don't know, can he do something better? He will be playing against No Regret, so that's a clash of two interesting players.
Maybe
that
they're
will
both
happen.
gonna pull drones and clash in the middle of the map.
That'd be amazing.
Ling drone versus Ling drone.
Mm-hmm. Let's see who has the better micro. We would see that in a few moments. We will take a look at the lineup of both teams, starting probably with Team Canada. This should be happening in just a few seconds, but those guys, they don't need any introduction. I mean, you've got Scarlet, you've got No Regrets, and the Riddler, which is an interesting third pick. That's his first selection here in Nation Wars. We'll be talking a little bit about him. He showed a couple of mech strategy in those previous rounds. Makes him a really difficult player.
The Riddler either plays a very short game or it's a very, very long one. Mm-hmm. That's kind of how it goes with him. Usually it's more often than not a pretty long one. So we'll see. Him and No Regrets are kind of like polar opposites. In regards to that, of course, Scarlet has got to be one of the best players that we have here in this tournament as well. A very storied player.
Exactly. Historically, Scarlet has always been such an amazing player to watch, to follow. Or results.
12. Pretty good ratio here. Mm-hmm. 5 Nation War selection, 2 all kills in the past.
It's crazy to think that Skyt is only 25.
Yeah.
Feels like she's been around since... What was her debut performance? I think it was 2012, like some MLG, I think, back then.
I think IPL.
IPL, yeah, you're right.
She beat like Huck or something.
Yeah. And that was like 6-7 years ago. So she was really young back then. And she still is 25.
The Riddler has a great ratio, by the way, 3 and 1 so far.
I think the Riddler outperformed in terms of what we expected of him because he was that new selection here in the Canadian lineup. We didn't know really where to put him in terms of level, but he did do pretty well.
That's a great photo, by the way. I can't tell if it's a Terran logo or if he took that at the university that he attends. No Regret as well, going for the typical posing with the hands.
Is it the GSL?
Starline.
GSL caster photo,
It must be because I think the only thing he wears outside of when he's casting is sweatpants. So like me, when I'm casting.
Right. Now an interesting lineup. We've got 2 Zergs and a Terran player that will go up against a newly formed Russian team because there has been changes since the round of 24. Russia is part of those countries that has a substitute player. And that substitute will actually get to play for the first time here in this season. So he might have been part of the Russian selection years previous. So those stats, this 1-1 ratio, might have been from previous seasons. But then you've got Medoye, 30 years of age, 1-2 ratio at the moment. And Skillus, that's carried pretty hard, right? Yes. Russia is in the round of 16 thanks to Skillus.
Skillus is a beast. Like going into this match, I think Canada has to be really worried about him. Obviously, Vanya is also extremely good. Medoyed, I mean, I'm not really sure what to expect from him. Probably some insane strategy yet again, but I feel like it's going to be a long shot for him to be able to really bother anybody from Canada.
Yeah, he'll be playing against No Regret.
Yeah. So it means Scarlet will play against Skillus, and we keep on having this thing where like the 2 best players of each team are facing each other in the first match very often. It's kind of easy to anticipate who's going to be on what map as well because of, race, matchups, and everything. But yeah, it's going to be Scarlet versus Skillus.
I mean,
open things up, and that might just set the pace for the whole matchup there.
I mean, Acropolis, usually a map where we see nothing but Zergs and Protoss players, and usually a lot of PvZs, sometimes PvP as well. But in this case, I think Russia might have anticipated quite easily that Scarlet would be the pick for Acropolis, so I'm guessing they're fine with Skillers just going at her. Just instantly at the beginning of the best of 7, we can take out your best player. We'll go into our best player against your best player.
It could very easily backfire. If Scarlet fails to win this one, Russia would be in a very good spot, I think.
I mean,
the Riddler, though, is pretty good himself. To be honest, when I look at these lineups, I'm like, yeah, it's very easy to overlook both of some of the players on each lineup, but they're all quite good. Maybe like Medoyed is the guy that stands out, as I believe he's like a commentator / streamer, so maybe he's not going to be on the same level as everybody else, but no regret, pretty good. The Riddler, been having a really good Nation Wars already. And on the other side of things, you got Vanya, and again, Vanya getting hyped quite a bit there, so a lot of potential apparently.
If he ends up losing, we'll be sure to mention it to Roddy. But he's going to be casting his game, so yeah, we'll be looking at it closely. Because it's going to be a ZVT between Vanya and the Riddler. That will be our third game. Don't hesitate to vote in the chat, CAM or RUS for Russia. And as we were talking, we actually have both captains ready for the interview. We can jump on in right now. All right. Hello, guys. Skillis, no regrets.
Hello.
You guys can hear us fine?
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Hear me?
Yeah. We can hear you guys proper.
Nice.
No problem. Let's start with no regrets in Team Canada.
Okay.
How's the spirit here? You guys are in the round of 16. You've got a great lineup. How easy is it is going to be today to qualify for top 8?
I feel like you're setting me up for a so easy, funk. It's going to be so easy, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you want me to say?
Exactly.
Okay, yeah. It's going to be so easy.
All right. I love it. No, you can say whatever you want, man.
Well, what about your matchup in particular, no regrets? You're playing Medoyed. Have you studied his VODs?
Well, I had no idea who he was, and then Sasha's like, oh, he's a YouTuber. I'm like, oh, okay. And I looked up his YouTube, and he beat you thermal, and I'm like, oh, okay. So I kind of looked into it a little bit. He's like 5,600, I think, on Europe, so I don't think I should have a problem, but I don't know, because I haven't played him before.
But you didn't study like what he does, or like what you think he might do and stuff, or?
If he was like 60 something, then maybe, but 56 is like the level where I should be able to just kind of show up. I feel like I'm going to be eating these words. I feel like all these clips are going to be added me on Twitter in like 10 minutes, but you know what? I'm saying what I'm saying, okay?
And I love it.
You can clip me this too.
You're taking risks. I love it. And you're playing against Medoyed. So yeah, of course, an interesting player. We've been memeing a little bit about his name. So just in general, Jake, all the matchups, you guys are feeling comfortable with it? Like, do you expected Scarlet to go against Skillis, for instance, in that first matchup?
She said that Skillis is going to all kill us, but I don't know if she's joking or not. We'll see.
Apparently, she's not joking. She gave us the thumbs up. All right.
I think we're pretty confident, though, on jokes aside.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think it'll be like a stomp or anything, but we should be okay.
Todd?
How about you, Skillis? How's the team morale on Team Russia?
I think it's pretty good overall. And I think I did, and my teammates did everything they could to be as much prepared as they can. So I'm pretty confident overall.
Not everybody is very familiar with Vanya. So how would you describe his skill level? Like, how good is Vanya really?
The best Russian player.
You think he's the best?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. So that makes your team way more dangerous than in the previous round then.
Wait, did you just say Vanya's the best?
Yeah.
You said Vanya's the best, but we said you were going to all kill us. What's going on?
I mean, I will all kill, but Vanya is good too. I mean, better.
Oh, so okay, whoa. Let me get this straight. You're not the best. Vanya's the best, but we're going to get all killed by the second best in Russia. Gotcha.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. Is that Protoss or what's going on here?
I mean, he's a good player. It's not about race. Just skill.
Okay. Gotcha. I got you. All right.
Did you
just
practice? Did you practice extra hard versus Zerg in preparation for this matchup?
I think overall, it's not about like now exactly. Overall, I'm playing like 70% of my games against Zerg.
On ladder.
I mean, in custom games and on
okay.
ladder because I got a lot of Zerg friends.
All right. Skillus, last time you performed really, really well, and you were like at the end of it all, you were able to grab the victory for Russia. Did you get a little bit of, fan coverage, people going to you and saying thanks or congratulations or stuff like that? How's the Russian community for StarCraft reacting to your victories and to Russia's success?
It was great because like after Nation Wars, I was answering to people for like 2 or 3 hours, and I couldn't get away from my PC because every second, every minute, I got a new message from someone, and it was really great. I really appreciate it. I'm really happy that it happened.
So cool.
And then you guys
I had fans.
going into today's
No one messages
matches.
me nice things.
Did you guys think about the whole group, or did you just focus on the first matchup, Canada versus Russia? Or were you guys already thinking about having to match up maybe versus Italy in the winners match? No,
Well,
Was that me?
go ahead. Anyone?
I don't really.
What was the question? And who was
No
it
worries.
directed to? I
Let
feel like it was
Skillus
for him,
answer,
and then-
and you'll be fine after that. I think from context, you'll get the question.
I don't think about group overall. I firstly focus my view on this match because I mean it's kind of random. Like we can lose here, for example, and go from second place, or we can like get first place, for example. So it depends on everyone's day shape. Like if we play on our top shape, I think we are pretty confident. And we maybe can even go from first place.
All right. Jake, same question.
Okay, can you ask me the question?
Were you guys thinking about Italy
I didn't
going
get
into
the
today's
context.
games? Or were you only thinking about Russia?
I'd say we're kind of sleeping on Taiwan a little because it's like we're playing 2 Hosses and a Nice, you know, from what I understand, and they're all Protosses, so we're a little bit sleeping on them, but I would say Russia's a little bit scary. I mean, we definitely aren't just like going into it thinking only Italy. Italy's obviously scary too, but we have plans. I mean, it's not unbeatable. It's basically a one-man team, right? So we'll see how it goes.
And what about the Riddler? Is he gonna go for some more crazy long games today, or did you keep up with his training? Did you keep an eye on him?
I mean, Riddler's kind of like the stepchild. We don't really talk to him or do anything with him.
Whoa.
I mean, me and Sasha live together, so I mean, there's a bit of a disconnect between us and the Riddler. But we assume he's riddling and doing his thing on the ladder and stuff, and hopefully he can riddle some games out of Russia. I don't know. We'll see.
All right.
That's our attitude towards Riddler, right? Agree?
Sasha
She's
agrees.
just staring at me. I don't know how to. No, she's just staring at me. I don't know what that means.
The atmosphere in the Canadian team seems quite amazing at the moment, I feel.
Oh, this is just normal for Canadians.
Yeah.
I mean, you know us.
Yeah.
All right, let's get a score prediction from both of you real quick, and then we can get started with the games. Jake, go first.
It is a best of 7, so
It is.
Sasha's gonna beat Skillus. I'm
Okay.
gonna beat Medoded. Medoded? I don't know how to say his name.
Medoyed.
Medoda, whatever his name is. Medoyed. I don't know where the Y is, but Medoyed. Vanya's playing Riddler. Maybe Vanya beats Riddler. I'll give that. So it's 3-1 now. How does it revert?
Oh, that's 2 and 1.
2-1. Oh. Oh.
Did you go to high school, Nori
So then
Greg?
where do we go after this? Did we revive somebody?
And then it's all kill.
Wait, one of us revive? You know what? 4-2. We'll go with 4-2.
Thank you.
You could have just said that from the start. Skillus.
I'm trying to calculate it, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Math is not a good idea. Skillus.
Jokes aside, I respect Team Canada a lot, and I think it will be a really close match. So for free,
Okay.
but for Team Russia.
All right. I'm liking this. Lots of smiles, lots of joking around. That seems amazing.
Wait, I have a question for you guys. I'm curious.
Yes.
Before you send it off, has anyone ever said like, no, we're gonna go 2-4, Has that ever happened?
Saying that they
You know what I
were
mean?
they were
Yeah,
losing.
sometimes.
Like, it's one of the captains is like, you know what? We're going 2-4.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
why
that
not?
happened in the past.
That happened?
Yeah, yesterday didn't
Okay, I'm just
didn't
curious.
stats say Korea was going to win 4-1 and only him was going to lose or something? Stats say that.
Yeah. But he didn't say that his team would lose. But we had a couple of
he said
interviews where it was like it could be 4-3 for either of those teams, or we're going down. Like I think at some point against Finland or Italy or whatever, somebody said we're gonna get crushed or something. That happens.
That's some
right.
confidence. I was
Thank
just
you,
curious.
guys.
All right, thank you.
If you want to do it in the interview next, no regrets. If you were to make it to the winners final, the winners match, and you want to say 2-4 because you're gonna lose to Italy, I'm fine with that. You're
I think
allowed.
the cockiness has been working, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like I might jinx it. It might actually be 2-4. I might have the opposite of an Artosis curse.
All right. Thank you so much, guys. We'll go into the game. Thank you very much. Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you.
Cheers. Great interview. I'm looking forward to those interviews with Jake every time.
Was he drinking from a pitcher, by the way? That really
he
bothered
was.
me. I was
Of
like,
course.
what
But
is
you
going
need
on?
to hydrate yourself, Get
big
yourself
time,
some-
apparently. Big time.
Big time. I actually asked production a couple of minutes ago for a bottle of water. I'm still waiting on it, so
You got Roddy's here.
no, I'm not touching Roddy's bottle. I'm telling you.
Why?
Just because. Don't put me in the spot like this. No. That's his property. I don't want to take
Sure.
I don't want to assume his bottle. It's not happening today.
So our first matchup, Scarlet Skillers, I think, to me, we were starting with the best, pretty much.
Yeah, starting with a bang.
It's going to be very, very important here for either team to open up the scoreboard with a win. And honestly, I feel like it's going to be a close one. Very likely here. Obviously, Scarlet in the past, she's not always been the most confident against Protoss at times, but she's still really good in the matchup. It's kind of weird how that works. Skillers. I like that. He's respectful, but he's still pretty confident.
Yeah.
He respects Team Canada, and he was the guy that, as you said, carried Russia into this round of 16. And I feel like if Russia was to make it to the round of 8, that would be mostly through him and Vanya putting on some really good performances there. So,
yeah, obviously, like a player like Medoyed, he would have to win against No Regrets for us to see him again, I think, because there is no questions in whether or not he would be the revived player. So obviously, being able to do something against No Regret on Ephemeron would be good for Medoyed. The rest of the team Russia is supposed to be a little bit better, whether it's Skillus or Vanya. And as you said, that first matchup on Acropolis, a classic ZVP matchup on a map that's pretty good for it, will be the one to start things off. Scarlet versus Skillus, Sasha versus Nikita. What an amazing first name.
both have pretty good records, actually. I mean, Skillus 5-3, not that impressive. It might sound like, but a lot of these wins were like super important to help send Russia here. And so far, the votes very heavily favoring Team Canada. I mean, they're a lot more so fan favorites, I guess. But we shouldn't count out Russia. I wouldn't say Canada is like a 2-1 favorite.
I'm wondering if Scarlett answered about our favorite matchup just in the last 10 seconds, because when that first graphic popped in, there was nothing in the favorite matchup square, and now it says CVT.
Yeah.
It's amazing live production right
Crazy
there.
what the technology can do. Level up your
Amazing.
watches while watching streams, graphics
How is that
being
possible?
updated in real time.
You can buy yourself some caps and hoodies and actually increase a prize pool in a video game tournament?
With Maturino, you can, yeah.
Yes, you
Amazing.
can. What year are we? 2019? How is that even possible? We're actually at the very end of 2019. You imagine?
Well, wait a second.
Yo.
It's November the 15th, okay? Like,
Yeah.
I just went downstairs to the supermarket and they put like a bunch of Christmassy chocolates
Of course.
in front of the whole entrance.
Because they knew you were in the building.
Christmas is in a full month and a half, all right? Like, let's just hold on here for a second, all right? I'm really tired of these things like they keep doing.
Yeah, you're tired of it because you know that the next time you're gonna go down there, you're gonna buy all those chocolates.
I already did for the staff
You did for the staff
and for me.
and for
I kept the 6-pack for me and the chocolate gummy bears for the staff. Anyway, here we are here for the first map of Canada versus Russia, starting in the top left-hand side of the map, playing as the Red Zerg with the spiky drones. Presenting Canada, it's Scarlet.
And in the bottom right-hand side, representing Russia, is the Protoss in the blue. His name is Skillus. And we said it. He got the qualification at the very last possible moment with a 4-3 victory in the round of 24, qualifying as second place. That was pretty amazing. Russia was, not in the greatest of spots, but was able to grab themselves that victory. And now it's a new lineup with Vanya that will be playing in the third map. And we'll see what happens here. It's a really important first game. You said it, Todd.
Yeah.
I mean, both heavy hitters from this team, these teams are actually clashing against each other in the first map. And in case you guys don't remember about that new format of Nation Wars 2019, if you do lose here, that means the only time that you will be able to play in that next phase, which is no kill, you will have to get revived. Which means that either of those two, well, one of those two
you'd be the
players,
last player.
Exactly.
All the pressure is on you.
Exactly. One of those two players is actually not going to be able to play in the beginning of the second phase, which makes a whole lot of difference. So losing that match would hurt, whether it is Canada or Russia that's on the losing end.
Skillus, I gotta say, I'm a big fan of him. Like, he and Goblin, they are like the two latest new generation Protosses that have really leveled up. Them and guys like Hellraiser as well. I've been so impressed by these guys. They've worked a lot on their game. They are trained really hard, and now we're starting to see more and more results from them. So much so that now that Skillus is facing Scarlet, I wouldn't necessarily say that Scarlet is like a big favorite to win this one. I feel like Skillus definitely can hold his own. He's a very solid player, capable of going on the aggressive side of things if he feels like he needs to as well. But he can also play standard really well, in my opinion.
Now, for now, pretty standard opening on the side of Skillus, as you mentioned. It's going to be a Stargate. As an opener, we'll see what he decides to go for. We've seen pretty much everything from that Stargate today in that first series between Chinese Taipei and Italy, with Phoenixes, Oracles, or Void Ray being produced here. The first adept will be...
Carriers.
Carriers, actually, as the first... You're right. We've seen it all. It's going to be Phoenix this time. Scarlet with a perfect micro, transforming those two drones into a Spore to avoid losing any economy in the beginning of the game. But that Adept was also able to escape safely. Once again, the early game VZ Tango, which is I'm gonna try and slow you down a little bit, grab yourself some grab some of your economy, whether it's with a Reaper or with an Adept in this case. But Scarlet reacting perfectly. She's going to lose that Overlord, though, with that early Phoenix.
And look at what she does. 3 Overlords in the production tab immediately. I think she realized that she was going to be supply blocked quite heavily, so gets ahead of things. And that means that from there, she can start a ton of drones. Which is exactly what you need here as a Zerg player.
I mean, one of the counters that are actually normal in a ZVP, which is, losing some drones, make some extra drones. Makes sense. To replace those as fast as possible. It's going to be Phoenix into double Oracle. So a lot of pressure going Scarlet's way onto that third base. The Spore will pop out at the last possible second. Nice timing, and once again, nice micro. Scarlet just avoiding losing anything in the early game.
Very good reaction here, starting that one Spore. Queens should be able to save the Overlord as well. Nothing's going Skillus' way so far here in this game. Scarlet with a fantastic defense early on. And now being able to squeeze out more and more drones from that position. The Roadrunner was well timed as well to make sure she's going to be safe against any ground aggression here. That Overlord was a little bit lost though. I wasn't sent back on time. Might be able to save it actually.
Yeah, we'll see.
It would be insane if this was calculated.
Is there a transfusion available? Ooh, look out, Skillus. You might have... you almost lost that Phoenix. Going for a really early third base as well. So it's a triple Oracle opening, which means that we could see that triple pronged harass with Stasis Swords on 3 bases. And Scarlet does scout that third base going up really fast. But in terms of technology, of course, Skillus is a little bit behind. He did go for that macro transition. So now he has to accelerate. Twilight and Forge.
Other than one Overlord, what has he killed so far?
An Overlord?
That's it.
Wow. Crazy.
Really great defense. 60 drones now against 54 probes, and there's going to be a lot more of those made. Oracles eventually find some damage here, but it's just a Queen in a location where there is at least one more, so that means that's not really going to do much. Scarlet, known for her creep spread, look at this. It's already getting out of control. Skillus will start working on it.
That's good. I like it. I like the
Oh, he has an
robo.
observer. I was like, how is he seeing it?
Yeah. Observer in the middle of the map, and that's a lot of creep tumors that are getting destroyed. So obviously those oracles, they might have liked to get a couple of drones, but at least getting rid of that much creep was pretty cool.
Ooh.
Nidus network as well as an infestation pit, Todd. Usually that's a combo that screams Swarmosts from every single direction. Locust attacking Nexuses.
Wait, there was the infestation pit already?
Yeah, it's already done.
Okay. So if you look at the economy of Scarlet, yeah, it's looking like she's waiting to have enough minerals to start 5 Swarmos.
Fire up 6
once?
overlords though.
Yeah, actually, she's supply blocked.
Mhm.
So even though she had the minerals, not quite enough space, supply-wise, these guys take a lot of supply. I started the Nidus way earlier, but I guess it's going to line up well with when these guys finish. They're going to run straight into that Nidus.
It's 11 Swarmosts that Scarlet was able to produce there. 67 drones against 67 probes. Really even game in terms of economy. Here the Oracles might be able to do something, but still 4 Queens will pop out of that Nidus, covering for those Swarmosts quite nicely here. The blink is not done, so that's that push out from Skillus is a little bit dangerous, I feel, with those Stalkers, Immortals, Sentries, but already we can see a couple
I got
of
the Robo.
Swarmos being used on the north side as well. Second Nidus did pop out. First Colossi might be in trouble because those Locusts are still available here on the natural. They eventually expired. So not that many probes did die, but 5 is still a decent number.
And Skillus, just from the sound of the Nidus, knew that there was one up there, and he knew that Scarlet would always go back for one more down there. So he sent back the Oracles. They're working on some of these Swarmos, but they're going to run out of energy there. Does he recall? Maybe he doesn't need to, because actually the Locusts haven't been reloading in sync with one another on the Swarmos.
Yeah, you're right.
From Scarlet.
Yeah, she went for a little bit of a desynced timing on those Swarmos, which means that the pressure could be a little bit more dangerous, I feel. So she might need to just wait for a little bit, you know?
Very good defense so far, I gotta say, from Skillus. If he gets up to 3 or 4 Colossi with +2 attack, then he could start fighting properly against this. Like, just push back the Locust, get on top of the army. And I think that might be the aim of what he's trying to do here.
Okay, we've got 2 Colossi at the moment. Third one should be there any seconds.
Oh, he's luring some of those away, and the rest is attacking a gateway instead of working on something that really matters. Colossus gonna get jumped on top of here. Corrosive Bites actually. Oh my god, there were so many of them. They blew up even Immortals.
But then every single Zergling did get roasted by those 2 Colossi, but look at this amount of Locusts that are going to be targeting down that Nexus and probes.
He needs to attack that ASAP.
Yeah, the Colossi needs to attack.
She's going for the Nexus.
I think he will hold that Nexus, which is kind of nice. Now he needs to dodge that Corrosive Bile, but obviously he's being pressured on 2 different locations.
Yes,
it's really hard to look at those at the same time.
Extending? And these guys already reloaded. What the hell?
Yep. Once again, they're not entirely in sync. I believe that Scarlet has like, 17 Swarmos or something?
Yeah.
18.
And behind this, she's going into Hive. So finally, some good damage will be dealt, but a lot of the army of Skillus is left over, and now that he has that many Colossi, his army is actually extremely scary. Blink is on cooldown, I think.
Yep, it is. He just blinked just a few seconds ago. The Blink Stalkers will get intercepted by a lot of Zerglings, but now the entire army will gather up. And those Swarmos, they will try and use their Locust at the same time, but still, like Stalker, Colossus, pretty decent composition, but in a frontal fight, if the Roaches and Ravagers can actually breach the gap.
Oh, she's going for the Robo! Oh my god.
She's not getting it.
It's gonna take a ton of damage though.
Whoa!
Might be able to get it with the next wave. 60 hit points on this. Skillus is starting to lose patience. He gets on top of this army, but it's really the army that's getting on top of him. 2 Colossi are left over. The Robo's gonna go down this time, and maybe even the Nexus. Oh my god.
Yeah, Scarlet is just putting on a clinic here on how to play that Swarmos Nidus kind of style. And even though Skillus looked like he was defending properly for just the longest time, actually, for those 4 Niduses at the beginning, only losing a handful of probes. Now he seems broken a little bit because most of his quality technology right there, which is the Robo and the Colossi, is actually on hold because the Robo did fall. Once again, Locust will go into the main, destroy a couple of units. Nice micro here from Skillus, saving that Stalker. But Scarlet, she's still totally maxed out. Skillus is having a a lot of trouble getting towards that 200 supply.
Yeah, one more wave of Locust here will reach the base. Skillous, he hasn't really had any chance to move across the map and be the aggressor ever. He's just Scarlet on the offensive the entire time here. Now Roach and Ravagers will get in position to do even more damage. There's not even any sentries to really trap these guys. And the Greater Spire is now about to finish. Scarlet, in the meantime, I mean, she's been completely left alone on her side of the map, so she's going to be able to go up to 5 bases very comfortably.
All right, that's interesting, because all of those Swarmos are actually going to get trapped here.
Blink Chase?
Yeah, he will. Gonna get the Nidus maybe in second time, but then Scarlet will seize that opportunity to pounce on the natural, even the third base. All those pylons under heavy fire, and Skillous is now supply block, losing economy. That actually helped Scarlet to save those Swarmos.
He's gonna try to trap some of this army, and he will actually, but it's still getting a little bit of trades. Corruptor's now in the production tab.
Skillous needs to go. He needs to cross that map right now and try to finish the game, because next time they're gonna fight, there's gonna be some Broodlords in the air, and that's not a good fight at all. Even though you've got a lot of Blink Stalkers, and we've seen that in the past, Skillous was able. That was against Norway, I believe. He was able to take fights against Broodlords.
Oh, here we go.
With Blink Stalkers.
That's
not the same kind of upgrades that he had before.
77 army supply against 105. The Corruptors are gonna come into the fight to try and get rid of the Colossi here, which will make it a lot easier for Scarlet to deal with this army. First Colossi is gonna go down. Yeah. He's now down to one single one and just a bunch of Stalkers that will never be enough to overrun a bunch of Roach and Lings on the ground.
Yeah, Scarlet playing a beautiful game here. Just not missing a beat, just keeping the pressure up at all times. Just basically, just putting so much pressure on Skillous's head, and he's just there is no way he can cross the map. Like he's tried to do it for just a second, but now another Nidus is already up. The remainder of the Swarmos will be pressuring the main base once again, and at the same time, back at her base, Scarlet is building some Broodlords that right now don't feel like they can be contested by just that handful of Stalkers.
Yeah, they're on the perfect spot as well here on the high ground. Skillous is going to lose a ton of Stalkers there. Goes for the Broodlord, gets one of them. The second one is going to go down as well by the look of things. But is trailing so far behind in supply now with half of Scarlet's supply. 2 more Broodlords are being morphed, and on each side of the map, the siege is continuing. Another Nexus here. Almost goes down, but gets saved at the last second. But you can always anticipate that will be going down momentarily behind this.
Yeah, another Nidus, just in case. So Scarlet can reinforce with a lot of Roaches. All the Broodlords that were produced by Scarlet are actually already dead. But same goes for that Nexus, and Skillous will tap out. GG 1-0 in favor of Team Canada. Scarlet does the trick. She's still alive for that next phase of the best of 7, and it is really important. That's already a pretty huge loss for Russia. So obviously, Vanya is still a valuable member of Team Russia, and is going to have an opportunity to bring it back for...
They still got Medoyed as well.
And they've got Medoyed. But yeah, we said it. I mean, if you've got both heavy hitters going at each other, starting the game, you don't want to be on the losing end, and in this case, that was Russia.
Yeah, Scarlet historically in Nation Wars, she's carried her weight for sure. Mm-hmm. When was it? It was 2 Nation Wars ago, I think, where Canada came.
Nation was 4, top 4 for Canada.
Yeah, and it was mostly of Scarlet just having an incredible performance as well.
They lost against Germany, I think, if I remember correctly. No, they lost against Poland.
Yeah, but they made it to top 4 offline, which is insane. Todd is sending us mixed messages.
Interesting. Because your shirt looks like the backdrop of...
that's not from today, but yeah, I didn't even realize.
Yeah.
A little Burberry carpet on the wall. I don't know if it's a scarf.
Interesting. You can send your tweets with the hashtag nw2019.
Yeah, and send us these kind of memes, your setup, pets, anything you want.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen some happy doggos. So guys, please get on that. Get on that. Actually, Roddy is going to join me in just a couple of seconds, and I know he likes his doggies as well. So don't hesitate to send that out. You'll be going into game number 2, which is No Regrets versus
Medoyed.
And not Medoyed, as No Regrets said in the interview. he said it. I mean, he's been a cheeky guy in the interview, saying that would be an easy victory, but I did set him up for that. And also looked like he didn't know that much about our next Russian player. Supposed to be a YouTuber more than a top player. But still, 5.6k in Europe, nothing to be ashamed of. It should be easy enough for No Regret. We're talking about a twice or thrice qualified for GSL player. So
Twice.
Double?
Yeah.
Double.
Let's not make his ego any bigger than it already is. Huh?
Yeah.
We know.
I feel like he played
know
on
how
that, but I
Jake
don't think
gets.
his ego is that big.
Before you know it, he considers himself a top 5 European Zerg. And we're like, Jake, hold down. He's like, who's better than me? He's like, well, Jake, let's start off with Russia alone probably has 5 better Zergs. Alrighty, guys. Over here on the right bottom side, we're looking at the main base of the man who does so much for this community. Fantastic character to have among us. It is No Regret.
Going for a double extractor trick. And interesting. In the top left-hand side, representing Mother Russia, he is the blue Zerg,
Meduyet. Obviously, there was a lot to do about Meduyet's participation. For a while, people were kind of hoping that maybe he would give up his slot and maybe Vanya could replace him. That did not take place, but then in the end, I think Braddock made a very mature decision and just said, like, you know what, I don't think that I have the right amount of time right now to practice, or maybe I don't even have the skill that really, maybe I don't have what it takes to take on these countries in the round of 16. And I thought that's very cool of Braddock. I think he's an absolute legend of the scene. I think he was already active in the Brute War days.
Oh, he was.
So I would absolutely never say a bad word about Braddock. We also used to call him the Terminator. He's intimidating. But I, for one, am very happy to see Vanya in action today. Been joking for a while how I think the Russian Zergs are secretly the best players in the world, okay? Vanya, B, Basset, call it the Moscow Triangle, where all your MMR goes to disappear. And then I'm not even talking about Kitor, okay? If they would have sent Kitor in as well, we could have wrapped up this entire tournament. Kitor is a beast. That's gonna be fun.
I mean, the triple Zerg lineups actually had a little bit of trouble. Interestingly enough, like we talked about how Zerg is super good in this meta. Even knowing that, I mean, Sweden did not qualify, even though they had 3 amazing Zerg players.
Oh, that was weird.
So what is it?
I don't know. I mean, it seems to be something mostly to Sweden, though. It seems like they
underperform.
Just every single year, they kind of struggle in Nation-wise. And that's quite weird, because I don't even feel that all 3 Zergs are the same, right? With Zenster, sort of, and Nemchar, I don't think that those guys play similar at all. Zenster is kind of a wild card, Nemchar is kind of the solid one, and then sort of is a mix between both, but has a little bit of his own unique touch as well. So you would normally expect that lineup to do well. No Regret is already being No Regret, by the way, guys. He's banking up a lot of Zerglings. He's heading in the Baneling Nest. And then he's most likely going to make like 22, 24. He's going to run to the other side of the map. And I'm afraid that Meduyet is going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard one. I mean, that build order that No Regret went for, I like that double evolution chamber wall. It looks like he knows that there's something wrong. No Regret did go for a 14 hatch and 14 pull, which is kind of an interesting strategy after a
double with a spine.
Double extractor trick, and now he needs to wall off. The Zerglings will prevent that Roach Warren from being planted down.
Yeah, there's no HP on it now at all. I feel like the Lynx can easily take out the Roach Warren. If they take out the Roach Warren, it's going to be nothing but slow Lynx.
Oh,
but that's most likely going to be the target here. No Regret. Is he going to go for the Roach Warren? Yes, he is. So this means that even if the wall off completes after this, you can still build nothing other than slow Zerglings.
Yeah, which is not the greatest unit there is. 2 Banelings will be here, and actually the wall is open. And No Regret will seize that opportunity to go into the main base and start ravaging that economy line here in the main base. Queens trying to put themselves in that spot and getting a couple extra drones. 8 drones, 2 extra Banelings in the main base, and Meduyet with 22 drones. It's actually decently in a decent position economically speaking, but it doesn't have any interesting units to build.
I'm going to stop you there, Fonka.
Yes, tell me.
I think that Meduyet is Meduyet. What do you think about that?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Because
right now, he can't produce anything, mate.
Yep.
He's researching +1 melee, but he has no spawning pool. If this guy is not Meduyet, then I don't know who is.
Good one, Roddy.
No
Here.
comeback, huh? No
That
comeback.
queen, no comeback, because I knew you wanted to say something clever, and now I can't say something cleverer. So I'm gonna stop it right there, and I'm gonna call a GG in just a few seconds, because as you said, and as you see on your screen, it's basically no supply against a lot of it, and I think it's time to tap out, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would be truly upset.
GG won't play.
gets called, and no regret will pick up a very easy victory here and put Canada up 2-0. I think we all kind of expected this one. Like, Mediyat, he's a ladder player. He can get a couple decent games in on the stream. You know, he'd be a fun member of the community. But when you play in a tournament like this, you're going to go up against good players. And no regret, even with all the love in the world, is maybe not even the very best we have in this tournament. He's a pretty damn good player. There's nobody that's really going to look at no regret and be like, that's a guaranteed win, because you know that he's cheeky.
Of course.
You know that he's got builds up his sleeve. And yeah, I think that this one was pretty much always going to end like that. But my Russian friends, don't you worry. It's Vanya time. And I've been waiting for this. I'm a big fan of this young, very talented, skillful Russian Zergi. He's had a lot of success as well in some of the local Russian tournaments. I think I couldn't really hear the interview, but you guys asked, it's like about Skillas, right? If he thinks that the team is better now. Did Skillas say that he thinks Vanya is the best player on the team?
He did.
Yeah,
he did.
I think that goes back a little
He
bit.
said he was the best Russian player, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I can absolutely get behind that. They have a couple of very stacked competitive local tournaments, and Vanya has just been crushing them, man. And those tournaments are not easy to win, because it's not just Skillas. It's also Strange, who's very good. Like I said, these other Zergs, B, Basset, and you know, there's like, you can feel like 20 Russian Grandmaster League players just like that.
Yeah.
So winning those tournaments, that really means something. Vanya's got the goods. Vanya's going to be the one here that's going to try to do some of the heavy lifting for Russia.
Yeah, and we'll see our first ZVT of the day, which makes me a happy nerd, because it's been a couple of games since we've seen a Terran player here in this day.
And this is a fun one as well, right? Because it's the Riddler. Yeah. And yeah, the Riddler, he was shining a little bit in some of those opening matches, right? He was obviously taking his sweet time, but he looked good. He had a couple of cool builds, played his traditional, typical max stuff, and he made it look cool. But I think now this is the real test, you know? Like, if you can step up here, and if the Riddler can push Vanya to the limit, I'll be like, damn, that's really impressive.
Yeah, of course. Like, solid Zerg player from Europe on the European server, obviously is no easy feat for a Terran player from the North American region. So if the Riddler, with his crazy builds, with his crazy riddles, would be able to pressure Vanya into a long game and a difficult game to play, that will already be a testament to how good the Riddler is in this season.
Yep, and like again with I think giving his opponents, he did what he had to do in the earlier rounds, but he looked pretty good in doing it. And I never really want to make that bigger than it is, right? Because if you are playing against people that you are supposed to beat, it is quite easy to look good. But he just did what he had to do, and he looked damn good in doing so. But now let's see how the Riddler will fare against somebody who is a lot higher ranked on that European ladder. About somebody who has been having some success lately at offline events as well. Here is Vanya. And I think a lot of Russians are very excited to see Vanya join this.
Another young kid.
Yep.
18 years old for Vanya. Interesting. I feel like I've seen Vanya on the ladder for like years now. It's been a long time.
I mean, there is a chance. There is a chance that is the case.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys as well. The same goes. Can
You
be said
mentioned
about
B and Vanya, and I know I've been playing those guys for like years. No, not anymore, obviously, but a couple of years back, I used to play them quite a bit.
I was about to say, you're still playing them, Funk. That
No, no.
MMR of yours is
Not-
looking mighty fine.
Not these days. But a couple of years back, Vanya definitely, or maybe online cups. But B, you mentioned 3DB, I think it was. Yeah, I played that guy a
Still
bunch.
is, man. He's loyal to the game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty, guys, here we go. It's time for this man to make his first appearance in nw2019. Spawning in the right bottom side of Thunderbird, he is representing Russia. It is Vanya.
Roddy's favorite player here in this tournament. He wants him to do well, and he will have to do well. But against this guy in the top left-hand side, he is now part of a Canadian lineup that's 2-0 up against Russia. He is the Red Terran, the Riddler.
Yeah, Vanya is a cool dude. He used to be, I think, a little one-dimensional. You know, it's like when you play against Vanya, you already know you're going to get all in. So, maybe a little bit similar to No Regret to some degree, but obviously over time, these guys do evolve. And I think it's a funny discussion about when people talk about improving, right? I feel like we are the community that likes to talk more about improving than actually doing it more than any other game in the world. People will spend hours upon hours on theory crafting how to get better, but never actually just sit down and play to get better. And I think Vanya is kind of like maybe an unpopular opinion to some degree when the way that he got good, because people always say like, if you just all in, you're never gonna get good, you'll never get good fundamentals. But I don't think that's totally true. Like, I obviously think if you 3-Rex proxy every game without gas, like, yeah, eventually you're gonna hit a wall. That's gonna be pretty hard. But Vanya had a lot of different all-ins, and he would do them slightly later, and you still put yourself in crisis scenarios where you have to micro on point because you have very few units, you have to make them count, your money needs to be as low as possible. Often you still get dropped a little bit in a situation like that as well. So you're really pushing yourself to the limit while all-inning. And like that, you can still get better at StarCraft very quickly.
Yeah.
Even though you're doing what people say you shouldn't do, and that is be, too all-in and too aggressive. But I really think over time, Vanya has evolved quite a bit. Is he still aggressive? Hell yeah. Does he still like to attack? Absolutely. But if this man has to go up to 82 drones, he will do it.
Yeah, he will do it, and that would be a great map to do it on. Thunderbird will be the theater of our TVZ here, the first TVZ of the day. The Riddler versus Vanya, and on the side of the Riddler, we were mentioning mech, we were mentioning weird strategies, we've seen Banshee speed, stuff like that. But this time, it's a simple 2-on-1 that's coming our way. On the side of the Riddler, 2 barracks are already on the field. Reactor 1 is already producing Marines at the moment. Tech Lab is being added on. And we've got the factory to follow it up, so just a normal build. Well, just not really a normal build, but it used to be the staple of TVZ, fell out of fashion for a bit, but still occasionally gets thrown down in a no position, and I think it's a pretty decent one if you don't know exactly what to expect of your opponent. It's a build that actually gives you room to do stuff on the map, see what your opponent is up to, test his skills a little bit, and does have a couple of transitions that are interesting after that.
Yep, and on an opening, indeed, that I would expect either of the Riddler, so maybe he feels that Vanya has done a little bit of research, like, well, the Riddler is never going to open up 2-1-1, and if you can then suddenly show up with 60 Marines and Stim, and Vanya has played a little too greedy, maybe you can catch him off guard. I don't hate it. Let's see how it plays out. I think, obviously, Thunderbird is going to be a difficult map for Terrans most of the time, right? Because it's so easy for Zerg to get this triangle setup of bases going and connect all 3 of them and feel safe with creep.
Okay, we've got a rather late newitized carapace here, 350. We'll finish up and it will be able to confirm anything that the Riddler is doing. That also seems to me like some kind of upgrade that you would research for, against a guy that would go mech. It's like, okay, what kind of mech are you doing? Is this starpot based? Is this a factory built? But at the moment, Vanya might be able to know already that it is probably a marine-based opening, because he's seen a couple of them in the beginning of the game, but now he will get to confirm it for real. 2 medivacs are already in production tab. Obviously, the build order is being executed quite perfectly on the side of the Riddler. Factory is trying to build a Widow Mine, but he is a little bit supply blocked. So that could be the, that transition from the 2-1-1 into a second medivac, and then you add in a couple of extra Marines and those mines. And then instead of running at Queens, you're actually baiting Zerglings to go at you, which is kind of interesting as a follow-up.
Yep, well, the Riddler's going to split up his medivacs. All right, that's not something you see super often. Normally the 2-1, you keep them together. This gives me the feeling he wants to be a little bit YOLO. And I have the feeling that, is there a chance that he actually plays mech behind this? I know that's super weird, but with the Riddler,
yeah, it could be a fake mech opening.
Yeah, I wouldn't think
it's a fake bio opening, sorry.
Yeah. I actually think he might go full on mech after this. So far, Vanya has his units in the left position, but the right side is also covered by Overlords. One Overlord does go down. Yeah, there's the armory. I think he's just opening 60 Marines with Stim, and then he's going into mech.
Good stuff. I kind of like it. This is quite interesting. And once again, going at a matchup in Nation Wars like this with such an unconventional opening or like unconventional strategy is so good, because your opponent is not going to have time to adapt himself to those kind of strategies. If he loses here, Vanya, that is, well, there's not. He will probably not have another opportunity to play against him. So adaptation is not going to be important in here. He doesn't have a game to give. he has a game to win, and that's basically it. And for now, I will see if he's diligent in going in this base with another overworld, because once again, pneumatic carapace, you should know exactly what your opponent is doing. But at the moment, Vanya is not doing it.
Yep, but Vanya is making quite a few roaches, and his economy is good though, so let's not get too carried away here. A couple of queens are going to take care of this first Liberator. Focus fire on the drones, my friends. Could have got 2 or 3 more drones there. Maybe the Liberator in the main is going to be slightly more successful, but Vanya is displaying some good reaction time over here as well. And he's looking good so far, Funka. Yes, a little bit of lost mining time. And maybe these Marines can still get something done. But the work account, just like Shakira's hips, don't lie. And it's looking quite all right for Vanya.
Yeah, 3 drones did eventually go down. Now we've got some Hellions ready for a potential run-by to the natural, even 4th base. And don't forget about those Marines. I mean, it's not like they don't exist anymore. I mean, he stopped producing those, but he still has a couple of them, 10 actually, still alive. Now those Hellbats are trying to roast that 4th base, but it seems a little bit difficult for him to finish that base up. And if that hatchery actually finishes, he will also be able to transfuse. Now, drop in the main base, Liberator to the 3rd base, and the Riddler is going super fast right here.
Wow, he's actually playing very well. He's just creating problem after problem. Now finally finding 12 drones damage as well. He's going to go a little crazy here with the Hellions. But 1 or 2 good shots is all that he would need. Our Canadian Terran player is actually playing super good over here. Look at this, a drone barbecue, 21 drones going down.
I love it.
And the Riddler has taken an economic advantage. Now don't forget that his build is going to slow down right now though. That's kind of a downside of opening a bio with Stim, all these Marines, and then going into mech. The reason why this is not the standard is because you kind of hit a little bit of a dip. At one point it's like, well, what can I do now? Not much. So all this damage is sick. The sad thing is that he can't really capitalize on it immediately afterwards. But it's still, that was very well executed.
Yeah, do you have any Marines left? Did he throw those Marines into the main base? We've got a Medivac, and all those Marines did die. Okay, because I didn't know if this was the Liberator dealing damage as the Hellions were running by to the natural, or it was the Marines. It was actually the Marines that sacrificed themselves for a couple extra drones. So now we're looking at 68 SCVs against 70 drones, and a little bit more harassment going here. There's a couple of drones on the extractors being destroyed. So it's interesting. Now the question is, like, what kind of composition are we looking into? Is this a battle mech kind of thing, or are we going for an old mech like he did show in the previous rounds?
No mech field accelerator has been researched yet. 11 more drones. Vanya seems to figure out what he's going up against. Can we take a look at the last time that Vanya scouted what's happening in the main base of the Riddler?
He hasn't scouted anything.
No, but it seems like he has picked up on the fact that something is not right. Because why the hell?
Okay, he did see the factory, the extra factory. It's on 3rd base. Interesting. So now a quick hive, but a scan from the Riddler will show the timing of it, which is kind of nice, because if you want to do a timing pre-Viper, now you've got a pretty decent feeling on on when those Vipers will be available. So let's see if the Riddler decides to go forward and attack, or at least pressure a location, whether it is the 4th base or even the 3rd. For now, it seems like he wants to sit back and relax for the moment, and it does make sense. I mean, his supply is not that big. That's the actual dip that you mentioned. The fact that he went from bio to mech is actually going to slow down his transitions. And for now, I mean, he doesn't have that many units to work with.
Well, the Liberator arrest has been really on point. He keeps finding openings where the Queens are not at, and this is very annoying. Now the Hellions show up as well. I must say I'm really impressed with the way that the Riddler is playing. I really love the pace that he's bringing here. He's very active. He's super annoying with all of his units. And you can see that Vanya is starting to struggle a little bit in dealing with all this multi-prong harassment.
All right.
It's coming out. Oh, the Riddler does make a big boo-boo there and loses his store for almost nothing. At the same time, he did get a lot of drones once again. But you have to be careful that you don't get too crazy, right? That you don't throw away too many expensive units. Because Vanya seems like he may have it.
How many tanks
are on siege?
Oh my god, he's actually on siege for the moment. He needs to siege right now. He needs the Hellions to get the proper shots. And now, Vanya actually did probably one of the worst things that he could have done, which is go back as the tanks were in range. But also, he might not have been able to win that fight. That was actually a close call. I don't even know. Personally, it depends on the upgrades, depends on how well the corrosive bile would have hit those tanks. So he decides to go back, but he did lose a lot of units in the process. And now the supply is looking closer and closer. He's going to go for a Broodlord transition, which might not be the best answer. I like the 4 Medivacs to drop some Hellbats with. with a massive amount of roaches, ravagers, and zerglings. That would be a cool pickoff if he's able to drop them on top of that army.
I think the saddest thing here for Vanya is that he made so many lings, roaches, banelings, ravagers, and he couldn't even slow down this fort base of the Riddler at all, right? Like, that's gotta sting a little bit. If you make this many basic units against a player that's playing mech, you want to at least get that economic advantage going for yourself. That's an orbital as well. Look at the confidence on this man, the Riddler. Playing one hell of a game of StarCraft so far.
All right. So he's still on a clock some way because he will be fighting against Broodlords that he doesn't really have an answer for. I mean, 5 Vikings is pretty decent. He's still building 2 by 2, but if he does get a bad fight, he only has a 1-star pot to work with, I think.
I think the Riddler is doing more than fine. I do like that Vanya is trying to buy some time with his corrosive balls, but I don't look at his army and be like, yeah, 1 or 2 Broodlords are going to save the day. There are no infestors on the ground either. A couple of banelings will connect with some of these hellbats, but Vanya, I think he knows as well he needs some more time. Those are some very good corrosive balls. They will blow up a couple of tanks. But at the same time, quite a few Ravagers go down as well.
All right, 4 extra Thors. He might know that the timing is on Broodlords. He does have still a lot of Vikings in the air. Now, Corrosive Ball will connect with a couple of tanks. It didn't cost him that much. Just a couple of Banelings in the during the retreats. 3 Broodlords in the production time. There's already 3 in the air. So let's see if he can manage to push forward and maybe get that 4th base. Vikings in the air will get almost a 1-shot here on that first Broodlord. Second one will follow. Gotta dodge those biles here. The Medivac will fold in the process, but not that many anti-air. I mean, no Corruptors in the air, only a couple of Queens as well.
That did not work out at all for Vanya. I think he showed him there a little bit too early because the Queens were not in position. He only has 4 to begin with, but there was no Spore Crawl and no safety at all. Vanya has been doing a really good job, I must say, with his Lings, Banes, and Ravagers, though. The tank count is dwindling. But those Broodlords were not impressive. Look at that, 42 more Lings. If all of these Blue Flame Hellions show up, like if Vanya takes a bad fight right now, he's in all the trouble, okay?
Yeah, let's see about that concave that he's setting up. That might be the saving grace here for Vanya, because if those tanks, they can leap forward just a little bit more and take out those extra bases on the right side, that'd be amazing. Here, the Riddler is actually going to sacrifice his Vikings to get a couple of shots here on those Broodlords. I don't know if that was the best idea. Here, the Thors against Ravagers, not the greatest units in the world, and Vanya will crush that army. It was expensive, it was a lot, but he will crush that army, and that's a lot of terrain that the Riddler is losing in this in the process.
Yep, don't forget he doesn't have a planetary at home, but he does have a couple of extra tanks on the way. One hell of a job there by Vanya to not die, man. He did such a good job with those Ravagers, crossing ball over and over again, buying time. Wants to be a little careful here as he donates a couple. The Thor drop, can you believe that he's Thor dropping with a Medivac that's on like 5 HP or something? Well,
yeah, the Riddler is just a crazy man.
He's actually playing so good. I am so genuinely impressed by the way that the Riddler is playing, because in my mind I was like, yeah, he's supposed to get slaughtered here, but let's see, because Vanya is much higher ranked on average, but he is really playing his heart out, and this is one of those moments where I don't really care how this game ends. I'll be like, job well done, the Riddler. That was really cool to watch.
All right, 7 Swarmhost right now. It seems a little bit weird in terms of timings in this game. I mean, going for Swarmhost after 14 minutes. I know those are supposed to be really great against mech. It's just the timing of it that confuses me a little bit. Let's see if those Hellions can get some decent shots on those Zerglings. They will switch up to Hellbats and clear out. I actually using some Banelings to clear that out. That was not
with that Thor drop. Medivac with 12 HP.
Easy. Is he going to take that base?
I don't know if he's going to take that base, but he already got 7 drones and he's still flying around with it, which I think is mental. The Riddler is playing at a really cool pace, man. He's just creating problem after problem for Vanya. And you can really see that Vanya never really had that like 1 minute where he's like, all right, let's chill, let's get everything in the right place. No, he's kind of chasing around. Now in the end, this hatchery does go down. Obviously at the cost of a couple of Hellions, but still job well done again by the Riddler.
It was interesting in that fight. Vanya has had enough with that Medivac. He actually used all his corrosive bile to get that 12 HP Medivac, but the Riddler was on top of things, and he did evacuate here with that 12 HP Medivac. Okay, +3 attack will finish in just a few seconds for both players. Range attack and mech attack for our Terran player. And now let's see about that push that's coming in from Vanya, but I don't think that those Locusts can do anything. I mean, there's so many Hellbats with Blue Flame that, yeah, look at this.
But the nice thing is, though, that like Vanya is starting this on the other side of the map, right? I don't think he's dreaming immediately about killing everything. it's just nice to already start with this. So you're going to have another wave by the time he's in the middle of the map, and then you're going to have a wave defensively. So I don't really mind just testing the waters and see if you can get something done. The Riddler also realizing what is happening, and he's like, all right, if that is the case, I'm just going to run to the other side of the map immediately.
Once again, that position is so important. I don't understand why the Vanya doesn't go for any Vipers in this game. There's so many tanks that there would be a nice addition. Yes, there are Vikings in the air, but he should be able to shut them down and get a couple of spells used on those tanks. Let's see. He's leapfrogging 4 extra more. The 3 tanks in the back are actually hitting at those Ravagers, and that composition from Vanya is just not working. 2 Thors ahead of the army are going to try to clear out that hatchery, and now, those Locusts, they went down for what, 1 Hellion?
Yep. Oh no, Vanya with a big misstep there. He does get a few more tanks with corrosive ball, but he ends up losing the base. Was struggling in dealing with that Tor as well. I really think Vanya is like feeling the pressure badly. When it's probably what on earth is happening.
And now he doesn't know what to. Well, he's actually rebuilding Zerglings and Roaches, which is the most garbage units that he could get. I mean, that Zergling counterattack, I like it, but I don't think that's going to be enough, honestly.
Yes and no, though. There's a lot of Vikings in the air, and there aren't that many Hellions with that main army anymore. So if he gets a surround with Roaches and Lynx on those 5 Tors, he's actually going to be able to pick them off rather quickly. So in that way, it's not that bad. Like, this is not an army that's going to be good against Roaches and Lynx. This counterattack is good, but obviously Vanya took way more damage at home. Vanya needs to absolutely crush the army at this point of the Riddler. Otherwise, he is a goner.
Vikings landing onto the natural, killing a lot of drones, killing a lot of important structures, and here those Roaches are getting obliterated.
Wow.
Here by those +3 attack tanks. Vikings will take out the hatchery in the natural. Does the Riddler realize and put those Vikings in the air? He doesn't even need to. The Broodlings are getting absolutely demolished, and now 13 extra Ravagers and a couple of more Lings will try to push that army back. But I don't even think that if he clears that army, he's out of the water yet. I mean, the Riddler is taking a lot of bases on the left side. Tanks and Thors, not even Siege, are actually going to take an amazing trade here against those Ravagers.
I mean, these Vikings have just gone ham in the natural. More Hellions are resting in the left bottom side of the map as well. Vanya dropping to only 22 drones. And I think that is going to be it, man. The Riddler, with one of the best games that I've ever seen him play from start to finish, is going to get a very important point here on the board for Canada and put him up 3-0. But the way he did it, Funka, fantastic.
Yeah,
really
that was
stunning
a great game. Great game for the Riddler, and also playing his own style. I mean, who plays that quote-unquote slow kind of mech, you know, that old school kind of mech? Nobody does that anymore. But the way he did it with that transition from a 2-1-1 bio play to something like mech and slow base play mech like this with a lot of harassment, Vikings, Hellions, Tor drop, everything, the Riddler puts Canada up 3-0. And with an amazing fashion. That was really great by the Riddler.
Yep, I loved everything about it. Obviously, the start, it wasn't so much about the Marines, but maybe that was to throw Vanya off a little bit. It didn't get that much done. It got all right, but it's the moment that the Hellions started to find some damage, and Liberator after Liberator just appeared out of nowhere, started to work on some drones, and I truly felt that Vanya never got in his comfort zone, because I felt throughout the entirety of the game, he was only reacting. And if you're like one step ahead of your opponent, that's all right, because then as a Zerg, you just slap everything down. But we saw that was not the case. Queen's often out of position. Roach is a bit out of position.
No spores, man. He was greedy with not building any spores on the natural, on the third base. Oh, look at this. I mean, every time a Queen was out of position, no spores to take care of that Liberator. That's a lot. And that built a lot of damage in the early game. And he could never feel comfortable, as you said. I mean, even here, that Thor drop was not the greatest idea of all time. But at the same time, Liberator is doing whatever he wants.
Very, very well done. Honestly, think he can be very, very proud of this performance. And obviously for Vanya, I think a very frustrating debut to Nation Wars. Like here as well with the Broodlords. He moved the Broods forward. Not a single spore, no Queens inside, nothing to protect against these Vikings. But like, instead of focusing maybe on some of the mistakes that Vanya made, I honestly think we just got to give all the kudos to the Riddler here, because he played his heart out. I mean, the man played slow mech, didn't go any planetary fortresses, went 4 orbitals, and he just made sure that all the action took place on the other side of the map. There was that key moment that you mentioned as well, like maybe those Ravagers and Banes could have rolled into the tanks when he on siege.
Yeah.
Maybe that would have gone all right, but I'm not even sure about that.
No, it was a 50-50 kind of coin flip. I know. I don't think that was like a great idea to go at it, but at the same time, he did go for something that usually you should never do, which is step back as you're in range of tanks, and that actually cost him a lot. This is a really important moment as well. I don't even know why the Locust went to the ground, maybe a tank or Hellion or whatever, but that would have been a great opportunity to push back that position.
This was sick as well. I know the game was almost over at this point, but imagine you lose his entire army for nothing. But the way that he moved the tanks away, so the tanks could siege up on the high ground, the Locusts go down on the Thors, the tanks will take care of that, and then the Roaches have to come in range of tanks that are already sieged up. Just an insane amount of really good moves by our boy the Riddler.
But I mean, what's kind of cool about this game is that the Riddler actually played to his strengths and to his nickname. He actually gave our Zerg player here, Vanya, a riddle that he didn't know how to solve. It was basically like, what the hell are you doing? You double dropping me with Marines with Stim, and then suddenly Liberators 2x2, and then Thor drop, and then Hellion run by with Blue Flame. What is this, you know?
And how long he kept that medevac with that Thor around as well. The man played with no fear, no planetaries, almost felt like he had nothing at home. He was just always out there on the other side of the map. And like I said, created problem after problem. And Vanya was trying to fix and basically tried to take care of one fire before the next fire appeared already. And he's running in circles. And meanwhile, the Riddler is just doing his thing, you know, in comfort on his side of the map. Awesome performance.
Yeah, great performance by the Riddler. Canada is leading 3-0 against Russia. That's going to be a tall order for anybody that's being revived on the side of Russia. Will it be Skillus? Will it be Vanya? We will know after a break. But before we go into this break, we will talk a little bit about the possibility of linking your Battle.net account to your Twitch account to get some XP for your war chest. So don't hesitate to do so if you do own a war chest. We will go into a quick break. Canada leads 3-0 against Russia, and we will see the end of this just after this.
Welcome back to Nation Wars 2019. Come on, man.
We're just having a good time over here, Todd. There's no need to apologize for having a giggle. We are in the middle of Canada versus Russia, and perhaps rather surprising, the score is 3-0 at this point in favor of Canada. Of course, they looked really good, and they defeated Mexico in the round of 32, and that means something, but once again, I can't stop thinking about that last game, Todd. I'm generally very impressed with the Riddler. He is much lower ranked on the ladder than Vanya is. He's kind of a North American ladder player, you know. They always tease him. They always make fun of that NA server. And he's like, well...
And guess what? They're not making fun now, are they?
Look at him now. Look at him go with his Hellions and his Liberators everywhere. Now, honestly, very, very well done. That's really cool to step up to this stage and then take out a player that's much higher ranked than you, that has won offline events in Russia against, you know, very high ranked players as well. Really impressive stuff.
And now Canada is going to be on match points and eager to try and move up to play against Italy in the winners match.
Ooh.
But it's not over until it's over. Canada chooses to send back out No Regret first, and the revived player from Russia here, not to anybody's surprise, will be Skillous.
World of Sleepers, though. Playing World of Sleepers against No Regret. There are not many things that would make me shake in my boots, but I'm not sure if you tell me tomorrow that at 1 p.m. I have to play No Regret and World of Sleepers, if I can close an eye at night, Todd.
But maybe, there's like a couple maps left, right, to pick from, and Skillous is the one picking it. So I guess picking it against No Regret means that he wouldn't get it, or like they wouldn't be able to pick it against him when it's going to be, like, let's say he wins, and then Scarlet or the Riddler cannot pick it against him. So that might be the reasoning.
That is
if anybody, I would pick that map against No Regret, right?
Well, it's going to be feisty, I think. Let's see if Skillous can start another all-kill. He's done it before against Sweden. Can he do the impossible and do it here in the round of 16 against Canada on the right top side? Representing Russia, it is our Blue Protoss, Skillous.
His opponent in the red is a back-to-back Codes qualified player, Codes caster. It is No Regret.
Doesn't have quite the same ring to it as back-to-back champion. I know you wanted to say it, Todd, but
yeah.
I don't think Jake has won 2 GSLs. Because if he did...
But then again, it's not a fictional blockbuster video game champion in his case. He actually made back-to-back Codes, which is more impressive.
I mean, imagine if he was back-to-back champions of Codes. We'd never hear the end of it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure that he would buy his own sign at Incheon Airport, that everybody that flies in would see a picture of Jake kissing the trophy.
Who knows? If Link Flood gets a little bit of a buff,
yeah,
we'd have our new champ here.
All we need is that one upgrade from the campaign where Links can be like Reapers and they can hop up ramps. Jake would be unstoppable, mate.
The absolute machine.
So far, everything is looking standard, but guys, we're going to keep a very close eye on everything that's happening. The reason, of course, why we said, like, oh no, World of Sleepers, you know, it's a dangerous map. It has those minerals on the left side of the natural Skillous. You can do some funky stuff with it if you get a proxy drone there, or a couple drones, mine out those minerals. Obviously, you can take also the base in the middle of the map, and it seems like Jake is going to do that. Now, if you ask me right now, what is Jake going to do, Todd? I think he's going to make a queen attack, you know, with like 6-7 queens and then maybe a couple roaches or links with +1 and banes. But it's gonna be swarmy, okay?
You don't think it's tempting to use all the extra gas that you guess?
For infestors, Jake doesn't know how to make it.
No, like
he has never made an infestation pit in his life.
No, like more banelings, something.
Yeah, of course. No, exactly. Like that kind of stuff. Just a very swarmy style. I think he's going to make an insane amount of units. There is our +1 melee, so that's already going to be cool. Of course, something that Jake could maybe do is, let's say he gets a bunch of queens early on, then he makes an insane amount of units, and he's just like, all right, I'm going to keep you on 2 bases. And then, of course, memes aside, maybe Jake could macro up a little bit. And obviously, there's only so much that a 2-base Protoss could do.
You just did a double extractor trick, but he didn't make a unit out of it.
A supply block. Squeeze out an extra drone or 2.
Yeah, but he didn't, because otherwise he would have like negative supply.
I don't know, though.
Me neither.
And look into the mind of No Regret.
And Adepts.
The Void Race.
He goes for, oh my god. What is this, Bronze League Heroes?
I think he wanted to scout. He could have potentially clicked on the extractor there, by the way. And if Skillers would have clicked on the extractor, he could see the amount of gas that has been mined.
He wanted to make sure the Adept didn't go in, I guess. And the Evo still hasn't been spotted.
Look at that Void Ray, by the way. How safe is this boy? But the thing is, Void Rays suck against Queens.
Wait, so what's the plan here exactly? You actually think he wants to walk the Queens across the map?
Yep. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
How long is that going to take?
Not that long, actually. You spread it 2 more, 2 forward, and suddenly they can show up quite quickly, and then you can make an insane amount of links and banes.
He hasn't put any Crypt Tumors down.
I think that Jake has one plan here, and that is keep Skillers on 2 bases. I don't have the feeling that he ever wants to let Skillers get up to 3 bases, because I think that's where Skillers is going to get the edge. So Jake's idea is very simple. Let's make a lot of units. He's still making drones, but I think he's going to stop after these 8 have hatched.
Yeah, Robo on the way now for the Protoss player. 10 more drones being made for No Regret, who's going to saturate quite a few of these gases. Here's the Baneling Nest. +1 melee just finished. Does he go for Carapace?
Yeah, there's a chance, but he could also just keep it at +1 and then just go for an insane amount of links and banes. Still making drones. This Void Ray might
What's going on? Has macroing, No Regret, going up to 3 bases?
The world is upside down
What's
today.
next? You're going to research Wildgate? I don't think so.
I get it every now and then. When I'm very confident. Lair is starting now for Jake as well. Void Ray did get a good scout off. I mean, Skillers is obviously playing this very safe. He's still on 2 bases at this point. Maybe Jake goes for some good old Hydra Linkbane. I guess that's a possibility as well.
Yeah. With the delayed Hydras, I guess as long as you got the correct saturation and you save enough lava. 3 Overlords on the way. He goes into 16 links here.
Yep. I think this is that moment where he maybe wants to deny a Nexus, but I think it's a little bit too late for that, especially against a Void and 2 Oracles. That's going to be very hard.
I think if you're playing a big attack, you don't want to deny the Nexus. You want it to go up, so that then you attack there and the opponent tries to defend it. He's like outside of his wall of the natural.
Well, where are those Banes morphing, Todd? The Banes are morphing on the right side. Don't forget that Jake has access to that rich Vespian Geysers, so you can make an insane amount of Banelings. It is very important for Skillers to figure this out as quickly as possible. The Oracles, they've got some serious work to do. These Adepts, they don't stand a chance. This Pylon doesn't stand a chance. And now the Lings want to get a cancel on this Nexus, but
they won't.
Did he activate all Pulsar Beams, by the way? Could we take a look at that, bro? No, I think he only used 1, right? I think that's very smart energy management.
Yeah.
He was very efficient with his energy there, Todd.
Unlike Conor McGregor in the Nadias.
You just pick up on all my MMA references immediately.
Hydra is then going down now. Does he stay on like 50-ish drones and just make a ton of Hydralisks?
Yeah.
It feels like this attack didn't really help for that to happen.
Wait, what's it? Do we have a shield battery in the natural, by the way? That would be... Oh, that natural... Oh, there is a sentry. The safety sentry. Skillers is definitely playing a little anti-no regret here. It feels all very safe. Here come the Banelings. Do we have a force field? Yes, we do.
And these Oracles, they're having a field day. No Regret is floating a lot of minerals. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's the sweet stasis.
Okay, No Regret is going to spend everything into 11 Hydralisks.
Yep. He's falling behind at this point.
Does he have anything to kill these convincingly after?
The links, you mean?
Yeah.
I think that's going to be very hard. I think as long as... You bought timing.
I guess he walled off, yeah.
Going to force field in front of the sentry, right?
Good spot. Yeah, don't try to be too greedy here. Just let them leave.
All right, guys. Jake is really going for it. He is behind economically. That's not where Zerg ever wants to be, but that obviously means he's going to get access to a lot of Hydralisk. Charge is on the way. Templar Archives is on the way.
By the way, that creep spread, or rather lack of, is a little bit sad when Scarlet's on your team. And that's one of the best creep spread in the world. Now the single creep team was planted down. I guess he's busy fighting all the time.
It's not just that, it's also that he wants to be aggressive, right? And if you want to be aggressive, having creep spread is even more important because you want those units to show up as quickly as possible.
July 0 creep spread. 0 creep tumors.
Well,
still lost to him at IPL. I guess he didn't need it with Mutas.
Uh-oh, Skillers maybe misreading this a little bit. Skillers, you're the one who's being attacked, my friend. There's no need for you to move out at all.
God. This and he's completely out of position
stasis.
Now.
There's another stasis there.
Oh, that will be triggered by just a few of the links. Skillers was thinking about coming in from behind here. All of those probes are going to be exposed and they're going to get blown up to pieces here.
Yeah, but if this entire army dies, it's still a disaster. I think No Regret realizes that he needs to fight. But I don't think that's the fight he's going to win, man. Those Banelings needed to connect with Zealots as well. Skillers keeping the Nexus alive here.
Hydra's tried to run back into that army instead of just attacking.
He just started another layer there as well by accident. Cancelled it immediately. Perhaps a little bit nervous there. I think No Regret is in trouble. Yes, he got some economic damage done there, which is good, but he needed more. Ideally, he wanted to win the game. If not, take out all the probes and the Nexus, and maybe then you can take the game from there.
Skiller is going to be on the offensive here. He feels confident enough. There was a cannon in the middle of the island, by the way, that helped a ton.
Yep.
It survived thanks to the shield battery there.
I must say, these Oracles have done wonders, by the way.
So many kills.
They must have an insane amount of kills, yeah. Oh, he does get
14.
the Nexus there in the end. That's very good, but is there an answer against this Protoss army? Guardian Shield activated, a couple of Banelings are going to try to wiggle their way in, but I'm afraid that No Regret just doesn't have the unit start. Lings are not going to do well against the Archons. Yes, they have +1, but these Archons, they don't give a damn.
Looks like No Regret. He's running out of forces very quickly here. 28 army supply against 68. The third base is going to fall. He's already got another hatchery on the top left-hand side, but he's still trying to defend. I mean, there was the Hydralis Den here that goes down as well. Skillers with a fantastic performance here will keep Russia alive by the look of things and force Scarlet or the Riddler to come back out.
A very beautiful game, I think, by Skillet. Bulletproof in his defenses, and that's the way you want to be. When you go up against somebody that is quite well known and a little notorious for his aggression. I think like the safety sentry, for instance, right? Like, it seems like such an easy thing to have. Like, yeah, there's a sentry there. So a couple Banelings try to in. Imagine a world where that sentry isn't there. The Zealot or the Adept gets blown up, 20 Lings running the main base, 5 leaves 5 behind in the natural, and suddenly you're only defending, you're way out of position, the Hydra show up. A lot of things could have gone very bad for Skillers, but like I said, bulletproof.
And I feel like for a lot of players, they would, because like they wouldn't take these precautions. So just the one sentry there, I mean, we've seen it so many times, right? It's like a night out in Cologne. You know, you have that first cheeky Kolsch, and then the floodgates are opened, the links start on coming in, and it's the beginning of the end. So very nicely done by Skillers.
What's the real life version of the sentry to protect you from a terrible hangover the next day, Todd?
I don't know that there is one.
A bottle of water in your pocket. It's like you go out with your friends. They're like, what's underneath your jacket? And you pull out like a 1.5 liter of Evian water. Like, stay hydrated, boys.
Next level medal.
Yeah. I mean, that could keep you safe. Very well done by Skillers. And obviously stepping up when it is required the most. Now, let's see. I'm very curious. Is it going to be Scarlet immediately? Or maybe the Riddler after the absolutely fantastic TVZ that he played against Vanya? Does he feel his luck as well against Protoss?
Yeah, I don't know, actually. I feel like Scarlet maybe will leave it up to him. I think that's how it went, by the way. Scarlet said, like, oh, who wants to play? And then I think No Regret, rather, was feeling it, so he went out. Guess he's not feeling it anymore, because that aggression was very nicely shut down. Like, it was honestly Skillers playing extremely well.
Exactly. That's the way I read it as well. Like, Jake went for a build, and I don't hate the build on that map. I think it was an all-right attempt. It's just that Skillers played incredibly well against it. Did a fantastic job in babysitting those Oracles. Like, the Void Ray and the Oracles survived throughout the entirety of the game. And you don't see that very often.
So. Scarlet, she's going to want to take matters into her own hands here, and will come back out. Maybe they didn't want to have the Riddler 50-minute game. So.
Or maybe the Riddler just hates... Yeah, well, it is quite late, right, in Korea, so that could have something to do with it, and there's obviously one more match after this. But it could also just be that the Riddler doesn't really like Disco Bloodbath against Protoss. Like, he likes to play mech. I don't think it's the best mech map out there. Like, yeah, you have time to get your army up, but somebody as good as Skillers is going to get 6
But
bases.
Doesn't Canada pick the map here? Because Skillers is the one that just survived, right?
Yeah, maybe, but I mean, maybe he just doesn't like playing against good Protosses. Right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. It's like, well,
maybe he has a stomach ache or something.
No, maybe the Riddler's like, I'm a beast in TVT, I'm a god of TVZ, but, you know, that TVP matchup, I'm gonna let it slide for now. Why don't you go, Scarlet?
I'm not gonna play unless I absolutely have to. All right. We're on Disco Bloodbath, starting in the bottom left-hand side, playing as the Red Zerg. Representing Canada, it's Scarlet.
We just got the confirmation that this is indeed Scarlet's her map pick.
Yeah.
Pretty good map with some Swarmos Nida shenanigans, but we'll see. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. Over here in the right bottom side, we're looking at the absolute MVP of Russia this season so far in Nation Wars. Can he continue his winning streak? It is Skillers.
You're right. We shouldn't get ahead of ourselves. It's absolutely going to be Swarmos and Nidus.
A lot of roaches, ravages. Could also be a roach ravager into Spire, into Mass
It
Bait.
could, yeah, but it won't be.
No? I mean, Scarlet does love to swarm most nighters, I believe.
Honestly, the execution was good. Say what you want. It's a very strong build. Obviously, did really well at the global finals. ZVP has been looking a certain way. The execution from Scarlet was really good. The crit spread was there.
Well,
Unlike no regrets.
but we know that that's always going to be the case when Scarlet is playing. I feel Scarlet was good in spreading creep before it became cool.
Yeah, a pioneer of the excellent.
Or maybe
creep.
when it was still cool. Let's put it like that. These days, it feels like almost every high-level Zerg has pretty damn good creep spread. Obviously, Scarlet was already
no
excellent
regrets.
at it. Yeah, I think Jake was maybe... It's also hard, right? Again, don't forget there was a Void Ray and 3 Oracle, so in Jake, his defense. And he didn't make that many queens.
Wait, he
because-
didn't try to plant on the tumor, did he?
But he had very few queens. He didn't go heavy on the queens. Like in general, it's easy to have a sick creep spread if you open up with 6 or 7 queens. But Jay clearly wanted to get that quick +1 melee in, and then a lot of links, Banes, and go for that Hydra attack.
Yeah.
That was kind of the game plan.
I think actually a big problem for him was that he tried to be aggressive with Lings and Banes and then with Hydras. I feel like if he had just saved these units for when the Hydras were there and had a bunch of Banes as well. Because Skillers had a bunch of units behind the wall at his natural as well. So if he had just attacked the third with everything, which is like super wide open. So maybe Scarlet took some notes on that. Saw
think
that Skillers plays pretty safe.
I think that Jake was probably hoping that Skillers would be a little bit greedier, right? A little bit more adventurous, and then maybe...
He wouldn't have that bottle of Evian in his jacket.
Exactly.
1.5 liter.
Exactly.
God knows how it even held up.
He would take too many killers, and then suddenly he's like, oh no, 28 Zerglings with +1. Like, I wasn't ready for this at all. So I think a lot of things could have played out different there. Was a fun game, though. It's been a fun nation war again.
Yeah.
The round of 16 absolutely delivering. Let's see if Skillers can even up the record against Scarlet today.
Going to a Phoenix.
That's quite a few Zerglings, by the way, isn't it?
How many?
10. Okay. I guess maybe.
Yeah, that's a lot, you're right.
I mean, most of the time, mate, I'm playing against people who make 2 Zerglings. And it's just queens. 10 Lings is a very healthy amount.
Hey, it's unusual, right?
Yep.
Like usually you stop at 4, maybe sometimes get 6, but 10 is like in between. I'm trying to have enough to be safe and I want to be aggressive, so it doesn't really make as much sense.
It is the right amount to catch an Adept in the middle of the map, though, and Scarlet will find his first Adept, and this Adept is absolutely going to go down, so these
You
Lings...
played Warcraft 3 recently?
Me?
No, Scarlet. That was a 6 round.
Yeah, with 10 Lings against an Adept Tot, that's like you surrounding after a Stormbolt. Nobody's impressed with that.
How dare you.
Uh-oh.
All right, gonna re-wall here.
He needs double building.
Is the Shade gonna be on time? Nope.
That's -2 Adepts already. These Lings absolutely do paying for themselves.
Why cancel the second pylon? I've kept that one. And behind is Scarlet droning up as she pleases here. Spore on time. Most bases, not yet natural though. A little bit of a gamble there. Because if the Oracle was to fly in there, it would do a good amount of damage. Actually, is the Oracle headed towards the natural? No. Towards the third.
The Oracle doesn't have that much energy though, right? Because Pulsar Beam was already activated once at home. Trying to...
Not that much energy. 44 energy is quite a few dead drones. Use all of it.
-25. He'll be out of it in no time. I wouldn't even pull my workers against it.
Famous last words.
Yep, and then you do lose 11 drones. More props.
Look at this. Crypt Tumor is already going down inside of the main base, everywhere.
What is Skillers doing over
Jake,
here?
I bet you're watching.
What is Skillers
Take
doing
notes,
over
buddy.
That's quite a few gates. A War Prism, Templar Archives. Uh-oh. An Archon Zealot attack would be very good against +1 melee, by the way. If Scarlet doesn't build a Roach one, Todd, I think she's going to be in trouble.
You think Skillers is actually going to play super aggressive with this?
Yep.
He's on 45 probes.
Yep.
Still making some more of those a little bit at a time. Can this hit early enough? Sometimes it feels like it is, but then by the time you get there, the Hydralisks are out.
What? Like, I'm shivering over here, Todd. Like, if this doesn't do insane amount of damage right now, let me just tell you that Skillers should never...
the next interview?
No, Skillers should never do this build again, because then it's never going to do an insane amount of damage. Look at the amount of workers that Scarlet has. 70. It's 70 freaking drones against 47 probes. Skillers, if your build was ever going to work here, or if your build was ever going to work, this has to be the moment, my
He's
friend.
actually going to go for the main base by the look of things.
Yeah. Although
Is
I
there
feel
a
like
queen
it's a bit
position?
slow. Like the
Yeah, because you saw the third high or the fourth High Templar was out of sync.
Yep.
I was waiting for that. So that's a little bit bad, but obviously still gonna get right in there. That very second, there's already 4 queens in position. One of those is gonna get picked up to allow the Warp Prism to warp in more units. Scarlet is not targeting the Prism.
A bit out of range. This queen's going to be exposed. Quite a few Hydras are on the way, though. Can the Hydra save the day? A couple of random units showing up in every base at this point for Scarlet. Scarlet is going to send the majority of her Hydras to the main, though, because that's where she wants to stabilize. There are 2 Zealots somewhere going crazy. 12 drones already going down. I think that's in the natural, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, they were attacking an Evo actually for a little bit. Scarlet trying to bring back her forces in both locations to defend simultaneously. Another big warping round here. 52 drones against 58 probes. This has already done a ton of damage with 17 drones going down. Scarlet struggling to hold on against this attack.
So there is like 2 HP on both of those Archons combined, okay. One Archon does finally go down, but Scarlet has already taken an insane amount of economic damage. Now, obviously, she was super far ahead, but this does hurt. Can Scarlet get the Prism? Yes, Scarlet does get the Prism.
It's Lurker time. There's a bunch of Hydralisks that are low on hit points as well. You're going to want to morph these to get back to full hit points on the Lurkers as the Lurker then is about to finish. And you know what? Scarlet lost a lot of drones, but she's still mining a ton of gas, and she's already banked a good amount of it. And because Killers did this attack, he's actually going to be very low on the Immortal count. I think he just got his first one, and now has his second one on the way. So Lurker attack is going to be very scary.
Okay, the Oracle, I think, got picked off here in the middle of the map.
And look, she's using the low hit point Hydralisk.
Yeah. Can you really be aggressive here, though? Because then this is a massive map. Charge is out. If you send your units to the other side of the map, Todd, they're never coming home. So I actually think it makes sense for Scarlet to just play this economically and trying to recover. She has once again created a little economic advantage for herself. So this game not over yet, but obviously Skillers did do quite a bit of damage there.
I don't know, I feel like a siege with Lurkers is very strong, but as you mentioned, it's a very big map.
Yeah.
And then if she was like, let's say you move out and then like 6 charge loss run into your third base, it's like a disaster. So this might be why we see an infestation pitch. Maybe looking to try and take things a little slower. Maybe go into Nidus eventually. I mean, she used Nidus so well earlier.
Yeah, Nidus obviously goes very well together with Lurkers. We saw that the other day when Eric played his awesome game against Time. Second Robo gets warped in for Skillers. I think that's an excellent choice, so you can go a little higher on the Immortal count, and obviously you can build plenty of Observers as well. I'm sure that he would love to get something done here. I'm not sure, like Skillers' army is bigger, but I think that the only thing that he can really do...
He's doing a 2-pronged attack.
Yeah.
He's attacking the other base at the same time.
That is the right way to play this. I don't think there's any Lurkers there. Now a couple of Lurkers out of position as well. Skillers is going to try to play the chair dance.
Is he going to disrupt her? Like he sees that there's a lot of Lurkers already.
I wouldn't hate it at all. I think Disruptors would be excellent here.
I think sending the Prism to the main base here would be good, but he's maybe looking to try and take the fight.
Yep.
Oh my god, he's stepping onto Lurker territory. Everything is gonna melt.
Ah, that's a lot of
Brings an
Zealots.
observer. Oh my god, is he really gonna clean this up?
Yeah, that's a lot of Zealots. The Immortal Focus Fire is excellent as well. Look at that, the Immortal's always shooting at Lurkers. Meanwhile, the Zealots are just running through all those spikes. They're gonna try to get on top of these Hydras, and Skillers is starting to look mighty fine over here. And potentially getting his second straight victory.
Wow.
GG gets called. Scarlet just a little too greedy in her early game. I mean, everybody likes having a lot of drones, but going up to 70 while the Protoss is at 43, that's a little too extreme.
Skillers only starts playing serious when Russia is in serious trouble, apparently. He turns it on, he's like, all right, it's time. And that was just so impressive. He defended super well against No Regret, and this time he was the aggressor against the Scarlet, who we know, likes to go into a lot of drones. And just, it felt like she didn't see this attack coming. I mean, you mentioned it, like, skipping on the Roach-Warren, going straight into Hydralisks. If there were ever a time for this to do a lot of damage, it was now. And it sure did do that. 25 drones fell in that first attack. And it's always going to be so hard to recover from there for Zerg. I feel like she had to do something drastic. Maybe, I really think maybe a Lurker Siege would have worked.
No, I think that could have never worked. I don't know. I think he made the right choice in the end, but I think he just took a little too much damage here. I felt at one point he was making a Bailing Nest, and I don't know if that got cancelled or if I was just dreaming, and I didn't see the Bailing Nest. I must say the execution here was really sick, by the way, with the Archons. Like, Archons look silly, right? Because they always look like they're full on HP until they're gone. But Skillers did a very good job in keeping 2 Archons alive that both had like 5 HP.
There was no mid shield here. That was a big problem. If there was at least something like Roaches at the front, but or Banelings, even Banelings helping to like remove some of these shields. Because usually when you have this many lurkers, it's very hard to attack into it. But now Skillers just had so much, and there was nothing at the front to really tank like some of the damage from the Archons and Immortals.
Well, Skillers getting 2 maps in a row. That obviously means that the next match is going to be between Skillers and the Riddler. We have praised the Riddler a lot. He played an absolutely fantastic TVZ on Thunderbird. Can he do it against the Russian
Time to earn
Protoss?
his stripes.
Yeah, Protoss is hard though. Like, I have never been the biggest fan of Mac in that matchup. I think there were a couple of timings. Once in a blue moon, you know, Terrans experimented a little bit with Mac, and they're like, oh, this kind of works. But then I feel like Protoss players like figure it out quite quickly within a couple of weeks.
Maybe a crazy proxy?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
The proxy Marauder all in. Alrighty, guys. Of course, you guys know it. The Matcherino page is still live. Matcherino.com/nw2019. You guys can pick up all sorts of cool items on this website. Mugs, baseball hats, t-shirts, hoodies, in-game portraits and sprays, and a couple of other things as well. Head over to matcherino.com/nw2019. A part of the money you spent on these awesome products will go towards the prize pool of Nation Wars 2019. That means that everybody is going to have a good time.
Yeah, it's already been boosted quite a bit. I think around 4,300. So looking to try and build that up a little bit more. We're going to head to a break, guys. When we come back, the conclusion of Team Russia versus Team Canada. We'll see you guys right after this.
My God, Skillers once again. Guys, he does it again. Skillers, what a god. He's actually making it close. Didn't look like it after the first phase of our Nation War, 3-0 in favor of Canada, but now it's 3-2. And now, the Riddler.
Yeah, he only needs to beat the Riddler and then the last revived player from Team Canada, and then Russia would move on to the winners match, where they would face Italy.
Yep.
Which would be a different beast, to be honest.
Oh, yeah.
Rainer looking incredible yet again today. But yeah, very impressive from Skillers. Can he keep this up? Is he also really good against Terran? We're going to find out. Is the Riddler good against Protoss too?
Yeah,
Because
that's the
it's a big
question.
question mark too.
I feel like with the way that the Riddler likes to play, maybe he's not as comfortable against Protoss as he is against Terran or Zerg, because mech is not that. I mean, it's still a possibility, but it's not meta that much. So I'm guessing he's going to have a little bit more trouble. If I remember correctly, on his page as well, it said that his favorite matchup was TVZ.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing he's got a little bit of a trouble against Protoss, but we should be seeing mech once again, and I'm guessing Skillus knows about it. And that's actually his favorite matchup, Skillus, PvT.
And we're going to be playing on Winter's Gate for this one. I'm excited, man. We've been getting a lot of like close matches where we expected some teams to just gonna roll over and have a tough time, which I think is really cool. You know, whenever you have a best of 7 between two top players, you always hope he's going to go to map 7, it's going to be epic. The same thing goes for some of these Nation Wars.
Yep. No, I'm liking this. I mean, since yesterday, we've seen a lot of 4-3s. I mean, the round of 16 did deliver in terms of how close those nations fare against each other. So, yeah, I'm liking this. We are having pretty long shows, which is a little bit difficult in terms of energy, but we're having so many great games that it doesn't really matter. Here in the top left, he was the savior of Team Russia in the round of 24. Can he do it in the round of 16 as well in this opening match against Canada? Yes, Skillus. 2 victories are under his belt for the moment. Can he make it 3?
His opponent is currently 4-1 in maps in this tournament. That's an 80% win rate for you. Yes, I'm really good at math. The Riddler.
I love that zoom in to that random thing. Who's that?
That's a name we cannot say.
Oh, yeah? Interesting.
Skillus going for the wall off here where a Reaper could jump inside of his base. And the Riddler, how does he play here? That's a big question, because we know he loves his mech, but mech versus Protoss, 6 immortals, you just lose everything. It's pretty tough. So I feel like if a mech player really doesn't feel comfortable against Protoss, the best thing he can do is just throw a crazy cheese like a proxy. But then those have been mostly figured out. Skillus, we even see him scout pretty early on here. And so far, everything's looking normal here from the Riddler. Are we just going to see a standard game with Bio?
Yeah.
Oh my god, LCV almost died.
I'm sure that we'll see some kind of variation of mech, or at least like a weird opening. I'm guessing like, I don't know, Banshees or Raven, something like that. But if he goes into, let's say, a 1-1-1 Widowmine drop into 3 racks Bio, I'd be really surprised. Also, Winter's Gate, pretty decent map if you want to slow it down because of those slow zones that you see in the middle of the map. Look at this probe. How slow that is. Where is my inhaler, you know? Yeah, it's a
your vapes under the...
Exactly. Where's my vape? So, Adept will be chrono boosted out as we're seeing the Nexus go down. Factory on the opposite side of the map when we've got 100 gas. That wall looks really, really weird. Now it doesn't look as weird anymore.
It's almost like a Broudoir wall.
Yeah, exactly, with the 2 depots close to each other.
Otherwise, gets in.
That's the funny thing about it. Like, learning Terran in Brood War is also like learning every single map in the wall-off that you were supposed to do to not die against 2 zealots. That was a hard game.
Still die against Dragoon with range. Yeah, Stargate being made there from Skillus. I mean, he's very good with it. What, did you just attack his Nexus?
No. Bad Nexus.
And actually, that Adept finding his way across the map here is very annoying now for the Riddler, who's getting a Molder. So we're already seeing something a little weird here out of him, where it's going to be Molder plus Hellions being made early on, and then he's going to get Medivacs to synergize with those. I don't think he made concussive shells.
Yeah, now it starts. Okay, the Marine was actually ready to intercept. Or is he the one getting intercepted? I don't know. The Marine will remain alive with 1 hit point. As we've got a second Marauder that will pop in just a few seconds. Can this Adept go out of here alive?
I think so.
I'd be so triggered already.
Yeah.
Losing a Marine, losing an SCV to an Adept like this. The Reaper shows up like super late. Where's the menace, guys? Like, can I help? Oh, it's too late, you freaking Reaper. Okay, now we do have concussive shells about to finish. as we get an Oracle flying across the map. And for now, Todd, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there's anything that hits air in the army of the Riddler. Yeah,
I don't believe so.
Yeah, I think Marauders cannot shoot in the air.
I think there was a little bit of a hiccup in the in the planning of his composition there.
Yep.
No Cyclone, no Marine, no Viking.
Wow,
and he's going to hit a counterattack. We've seen boosting across the map with the Marauders. He's already going to have the Hellions that he can drive there. Now there's a Viking on the way, but that's about it. No, he's not even getting Marines right now.
Honestly, I want to see those 3 Marauders doing a lot of work, but I just don't see it working. We'll see about that Hellion run by or even Hellion drop. Maybe he elevates everything in the main. Also, that pylon is awfully exposed against 3 Marauders, so that's interesting. But we've got 2 Phoenixes, and once again, the riddle is still the same.
Where's the Hellions?
Yeah, the Hellions are trying to run by at the moment, but I do believe
that the natural was blocked.
Yeah, it is totally blocked. Oh my god.
Oh, he's gonna elevate them. Okay. I mean, he's not gonna kill much here. The Phoenix is ready to pick some of those up. The probes can't clump up. Shield battery is helping. Has he even lost a single probe yet?
I think he lost 1. We'll confirm in just a few seconds. If he didn't kill a single probe, then he might as well just GG.
Well, if he killed only 2, he might as almost... No, okay. He's still in it, actually. 47
1,500 minerals, man, lost. 1,500 resources lost against 100.
Oh my. He lost a mini army to kill 2 probes.
Plus 8 SCVs. Now, that's just one of the worst starts you could figure out in PvT here.
You know what? The soup is not actually looking that bad, given all things.
Is it?
74 to 53.
What about now?
All right.
As you're losing more SCVs and a Cyclone?
Hey, it's going to defend.
That was a decent defense, I guess. Those 2 Cyclones did eventually...
Cyclone's good unit.
Yeah, Cyclone's a pretty good unit indeed. Quite interesting for a unit that's made out of pepper, though. But,
you mean the Phoenixes?
No. Let's not go into that thought where we never see the end of it.
You know, like we've seen a lot of 2-base timings used from Terrans. I feel like in this game, the Riddler is not being given a choice. Because of the position that he's in, the amount of SCVs that he's lost, he should definitely, I would say, stay on 2 bases, crank out as many units as he can, and then hit a timing on the 3rd base of Protoss and hope that it's early enough and that he has enough.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, he's going to get overrun by charge loads.
Yeah, I like it from Skillus. Not going into like that many different units, just going for Phoenixes, Zealots with charge, +1 armor. All of that is going to fare pretty well, especially against the mech army, but that's not what we're seeing here out of the Riddler. Maybe it was just pressure into going for something more traditional because of how much damage he took in the early game. But for now, he's just playing bio. And we're seeing 7 gateways. That's a gateway explosion. That's an explosion gate if I've ever seen one.
Whenever you're facing no Colossus and no High Templars, there is always this critical mass that you can try to reach where you're going to have a fighting chance with a lot of Marines, especially if you're good at kiting and you've got a bunch of tanks to synergize with. So I think that's what he was waiting for. We see Combat Shield about to finish. Damn, those Phoenixes are so annoying.
Yep.
And it's not like the Riddler can afford to make a bunch of turrets to really send them away, so he's choosing to completely ignore them. Whoa!
And that was a little bit of a mistake. I think just camping those barracks and grabbing all of those Marines as they pop out of the barracks is a really good idea. We've seen the boys being pulled, actually. Oh, is that the most lucky Cyclone of all time?
No, because the Medivac didn't want to help, but he actually survives.
All right, let's see. Let's see if that desperate timing here, 58 army supply against 62. It is. I think
should even
really
siege.
Close.
Maybe he shouldn't even siege.
Yeah, maybe not against Zealots with charge. It's never a good idea.
But tanks are not that great at kiting either.
Yeah, no, not.
Oh, he's pulling the SCVs?
Yeah, the boys are here, but the Phoenixes are lifting up every single tank and Cyclone, killing some of those Medivacs, and the Zealots with +1 armor. They're shredding this entire army, and Skillus is going to make it a 7th game here, a 7th game in this match between Russia and Canada. Canada was feeling all good, all comfortable, leading 3-0 after 3 games, but now Skillus is pulling a little bit of the magic that he showed in the round of 24.
He's got so many charge loads here. He's going to press forward. They haven't even regenerated their shields yet, but he's smelling blood in the water. He thinks he has the production to really, do some more damage, maybe even finish the game. Changes his mind at the last second, and we're going to have a 4th Nexus, a Robo. What's the one way he could throw this game? Is if he overextends here and attack. Like if
disconnection, I think. Disconnect.
Well,
I think
we
is
can
the
resume
way.
from replay.
Oh, yeah, right. You're right. Honestly, I don't see how you're bringing this one back for the Riddler. I mean, maybe if you hide 8 Banshees and for some reason Skillus is not building any observers and your Banshee have got unlimited energy, so they're never showed. Because
once again, go for another wave.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing you could hope for is that, Skillus butchers that attack, but it's not happening, guys. The Riddler is going to try his heart out, and I know you're looking at it, Todd.
I am.
156 against 87. How good are those odds?
88 in army against 63. It's actually close together, but I mean, Archons, you've got a ton of Guardian Shields. Charge Loss are going to run through the inhibitor zone. He doesn't even care at this point.
Yeah, that is going to be a game 7. GG gets called, and the Riddler will have to tap out. Skillus makes it an even game between Russia and Canada. So many 4-3s.
Yeah, and it's going to force the revive out of Team Canada. And this time he has to be taken seriously. It's so easy to feel like you're so far ahead and like it's super unlikely that like, your team's going to lose. And then you already start relaxing and you don't play as seriously. But now Canada has been put on notice. And I feel like it has to be Scarlet, but you never know.
Yeah, we'll see what is decided. I mean, this game was already, I don't want to say done and dusted, but it was already in a really, really rough shape as this Oracle shows up, and there is literally nothing that can hit her. Like, the only thing that he had was a Marine early game that died to an Adept, and then that Oracle just comes in and has a field day.
An Oracle just flew in and killed every single SCV as Avilo's portrait stood by the command center spinning around, overseeing all the action.
And even like that counter attack with Marauders and Hellions didn't achieve that much. Nice micro on the side of Skillus. We didn't really mention it, but pulling back that low hit point Stalker to get a little bit of damage repaired by the shield battery. Now the probes get spoiled. Like,
I think the shield battery there changed everything. I think without that, so many more probes would have died. And here we reached a point where, to be honest, SCV-wise, like this was ideal. They were at the front and everything, but there's just so many charge lots. And they already had +1 ground armor upgraded, so good luck kiting your way out of this one.
Yeah, and even like no eBays on the side of the Riddler. He lost so much economy that he couldn't afford it, and so he didn't even have the +1. So those Zealots they're basically immortals right there. They're not dying to anything. And even that second fight, I mean, in the middle of the slow zone was pretty much as good as you can get. But as you can see, the difference in supply made it a worthless effort here from the Riddler. So it's not 3-3. You said it. We're expecting Scarlet. But I guess there's a case for no regret as well, like maybe throwing down like a weird-ass strategy.
It's Scarlet.
It's Scarlet.
I'm going to shut you down right now.
Yeah, okay, because that's what you want to do today, okay? It's good working with you, Todd.
There's never going to be no regret here. The best player of Team Canada, Scarlet, will come back out and face the best player from Team Russia, Skillus. And the victory is going to have to come through a major carry here.
So, during the interview, yeah, we have a weird noise in the background.
It keeps happening.
Yeah, I don't know. Interestingly enough, during the interview, Jake, no regrets, told us that Scarlet, that was sitting just next to him, told us that it would be a 4-0, or at least an all-kill from Skillus. Where is seeing the future, Todd, is the question I'm wondering. Is Scarlet actually seeing the future? Because Skillus might very well go for an all-kill.
That would be a pretty bad mindset to go into this game. It's like, I can see the future. I already know I've lost. It's like, what? Come on.
No, but she did say, I think Skillus is going to all-kill us. So that was probably a joke. She's more so, but it was interesting. That's interesting that it might very well happen here. All right. Top player from Canada here in the top left. For many years, she's been at the top of the Canadian hierarchy. She lives in Korea for a couple of years now. She is Scarlet, playing for Team Newbie.
And her opponent in the blue, representing Mother Russia, it's Skillus. He said that the last time he sent Russia into the round of 16, he got a ton of messages from people that were that instantly became fans. And I tell you what, if today sends Russia into the round of 8, he's probably going to get a lot more of those messages.
You won't be able to sleep for 2 days straight, I think, because you would have so many messages to answer to. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here. I mean, he did that before. He was able to defeat Scarlet. in the second game of the all-kill phase. And we'll see if he can do it twice. That'd be quite the performance from our youngster from Russia. He's going to go for a Gateway Nexus, so nothing out of the ordinary here on Triton. Finish things off. Nexus comes in, and Scarlet going for a Hatchcast pull, so nothing too crazy from either of those two players. I'm wondering how well it's going to go for Scarlet, because she might feel the pressure a little bit.
Yeah, their previous game was highly unconventional, right? It's rare for Zerg to skip Roach Run nowadays, to go straight into Hydralisks and build otherwise. It just worked out perfectly for Skillers, who maybe had done his research. Maybe he knew that Scarlet likes to do that, and he was like, well, I'm just going to punish. Perfect map also to fly War Prism into the main base because of the rush distance, the way the bases are set up. And Scarlet, I mean, once you've lost as many drones as she did from that first attack, it's an almost unrecoverable position against a very solid player. Like, you have to make something crazy happen to come back in this kind of game.
So it's interesting that even that was a month ago, actually, that the round of 24 happened, but we did have Skillus in the interview after that. He was like, oh, I feel so relieved, but I was also so stressed out, so scared. Imagine how he would feel like right now. I mean, on the verge of going for another all-kill for Russia against Canada this time. That would be quite amazing. But we've seen that his ZVP, or his PVZ rather, is on point.
Yeah.
So
and it will have to be, because Italy has 3 Zergs.
Perfect. I mean, it's perfect. Because that was against Sweden, right? That was Russia versus Sweden, I think, that he qualified his team. So obviously,
I'll take your word for it.
His PVZ in general was just out of his world. So out of this world, which is the reason he was able to defeat Sweden. Now, does it against No Regret? Does it against Scarlet? He needs to do it twice, and we'll see if he has what it takes to do it. Second all-in a row would be quite amazing.
Yeah, he's very good with the oracles, and Skillus, like I said before, he has a lot of build orders. So he's not like, this one guy you face and he does like a charged out Archon attack and then he's going to do it again. No, he's capable of doing pretty much anything from there. So Scarlet's going to have to scout a bunch, and she doesn't seem to be a fan of the Pneumatized Carapace. And scouting, she's kind of playing it old school, droning up, trying to see what's going on with, a slow overlord here and there, speedlings active out on the map. Because obviously the Stargate is very easy to predict, which in this case is actually, it's a hidden oracle. So he's going to wait until he has 2, then he's going to fly across the map, hoping that Scarlet will have misread the situation and skipped on the spores. So Ling now spots this, but it's too late for the spore to be ready on time.
Okay, and actually Scarlet's not reacting. Okay, now she does throw down the spores on the natural
third. It's almost as if Skillus did some heavy studying before this and picked up on a lot of things that Scarlet does, and now he's trying to punish every single one of those corners that she's cutting. But in this case, 4 queens, I guess I wouldn't call cutting a corner.
Sadly for Skillus, he flew into 4 queens, but he does get a little bit of luck here with 2 drones hatching on that third base. So gets 2 drones for his troubles. As in Twilight and Forge, so now he gets every single building of technology available to Protoss right there, as he grabs himself a third base. On the opposite side, Scarlet just finished there, so it's going to go into a glial reconstitution for our roaches. And 4 extra overloads. That's a lot. Okay, I was wondering if you would fire up a lot of roaches, but it's actually going to be drones for now.
I was almost going to get supply blocked here for a little bit. And I guess like you see 4 overlords in the production tab, you don't know if they all started at the same time, but one of those was actually started ahead, so Scarlet can go right back into drones as well. Do we see more Nidus action? That's what she found success with previously. Or is it going to be a more of a standard approach here on Triton? Whereas Skillus also, he has to choose what he goes into from there. Like the standard will be, a lot of the time Templar Archives, you go into either a bunch of Archons, or you had Storm. We have the Infestation Pit going down on the other side. I think Skillus, he has 2 scouts. I don't think he has an incredible amount of sentries to send hallucinated phoenixes. But he's got 2 oracles that are very present out on the map, the 1 observer. A great spot to put the observer is between the main and the natural, because then you can see what units are being rallied and passing by. He doesn't seem too worried about any kind of Spire, to be honest.
No. And nice micro. 5 extra drones, not losing a single oracle, and He eventually scouts the infestation pit, which is kind of cool because I guess if you see that infestation pit, you can pretty much intel that there is going to be a Nidus after that.
Does he see this? No, okay, not quite.
That's close. That's
the range of
awfully
the
close.
vision is just outside.
He needs to, I guess, like hold pro production and just go for nothing but units.
And look at
maybe
Scarlet.
some cannons and shield batteries.
Yeah. But Scarlet this time, 100 and... Well, she had like 100 and some out of 162. So she left a lot of room available to make a ton of Swarmos. And she went for like, 12 immediately? A ton of... Oh my God.
I think Skillus is misreading the situation. I think he thinks that Infestation Pit might be for a quick hive because I don't see why he would be pushing out across the map like this. Or maybe he thinks that...
He wants to threaten a counter-attack maybe if he knows he's going to be...
threatening and maybe using those Swarmos defensively would be better for our Russian player. But what's happening here is that he's going to lose that Nexus. Maybe he can recall units, but I don't think he's got the energy on the third Nexus. That might be the reason he's not moving out now. Coming back, but that means that he's going to lose that Nexus. So if he cannot finish the game here... Oh, that was so close. Yeah. The Oracles almost defended by themselves. Ooh, so let's see if that works. Skillus goes for the throats. It's like, okay, Swarmos are nice, but can you hold on to a full frontal attack right now?
It's raining Locusts here on top of his army. Those Zealots are dying super fast. Immortals are kind of left to do the job. But as Scarlet runs out of Locusts, his Protoss army is wreaking havoc onto that base. Nidus is going to fall. That's going to cancel the other one that was next to it as well.
All right, do you pull back now? Yeah, I think you are. So he killed the Nidus, so that means no constant pressure at the opposite side of the map. Did he replace that Nexus on the third base? No.
Scarlet's already remaking a Nidus. He wants to keep Scarlet back at home, so he should keep pressuring her with the Warp Prism maybe around the main base this time. But he's making units in the middle of the map.
4 Archons are being produced at the moment. Immortal is trying to do as much as he can.
The other one died.
Okay, 1 Archon dies, but a lot of Roaches as well in the process. New Nidus is about to finish. And Scarlet will be able to put pressure at the opposite side of the map. Skillus with 108 supply against the 166.
That hatchery. I might joke to you.
Okay, interestingly enough, she cannot use the Nidus. Okay, she can. Just needs an entrance, but you can use the previous Nidus worm that you built. It's interesting.
Oh my God, this army is looking really scary. I think he's really trying to force Scarlet to use the Locusts defensively so that she can't siege at the same time.
I think he used those Locusts aggressively, but for a base that doesn't exist. He never replaced that third base, so now...
300 IQ.
Whoa! Is it an opportunity here for Skillus to actually finish the game? He's going to go for a massive warp-in, and all those Ravagers, they're actually blocked towards the end of that map, so... Let's see, because it's still a couple of seconds before those Locusts, they actually reload those Swarmos, they reload the Locusts.
Oh my God, these Ravagers have been so cost-effective. They've kept on kiting all the way back to behind the mineral line. Scarlet, she's having to evacuate that base, but she's stuck around with the drones, already lost 11. The Locusts are going to come in. Skillus needs to be running away. He never remade a third Nexus, whether it was on that base at 6 o'clock or elsewhere. And the Locusts are cleaning up everything. The supply is plummeting here for the Protoss.
Yeah, and even the Warp Prism is going to fall. So every single unit that costs gas here are actually going to die. Immortals, Archons are dying, and I think Scarlet did it. That was close for a second, but she actually did it. She was able to shut down Skillus after a 7-game. What a best of 7 once again. I mean, those round of 16 groups, they're pretty crazy if you ask me.
And it's going to end as it started with the Niduses and Swarmos dominating. Just teleporting around, sending in Locusts. Seemingly Skillus is unable to deal with.
Yeah, Skillus is actually forced into some long-distance mining here. Maybe Skillus will be able to take out that Nidus before the Swarmos pops. No! And GG well played gets called. Canada will go into the winner's match against Italy. But boy, was that close.
It was. And Canada, they did the essential here. They advanced on to the winner's match. Kind of sad for Russia, but guess what? They're still in.
Yeah.
They'll get to play this weekend. And it's going to be against Chinese Taipei. Mm-hmm. And then they will have to play against the loser of our next match, which is going to be the winner's match. Italy versus Canada. The first were really nice, by the way.
Yeah, that game got too close for comfort, I think, for Scarlet. Because at some point, I really felt that Skillus was just one warp-in away from just abusing the fact that Swarmos, yes, they are powerful, but the thing is, every time they use their Locust, they are actually useless for like about 30 seconds after that.
But I think
the timing that he was using was really beautiful with that.
His mistake was he fought the Locust too much. I think so many times when they're forced here, he can just run back and then re-engage later. Maybe even use the Prism more towards the main base. Yeah, losing the Immortal here was like almost unforgivable as well. And yeah, I think like if he had stayed on the map with his Force here and stay around like the top right-hand side and at the same time send the Prism towards the main base, maybe he could have pulled it off. But again, it's very easy to say that from the casting desk. Scarlet applied a tremendous amount of pressure, and I don't think she even sent all of the Swarmos through the Nidus to re-siege that third base, which actually wasn't there at the time. That kiting, by the way, was insane.
Yeah.
Like, if Scarlet had just stood there and lost everything that she had there, like with the Ravagers and Roaches, I think she just flat out loses the game. But she kited all the way back behind those Extractors, kind of wore this army down.
Yeah, no, really good good awareness of the SimCity that she created for herself. To go back and get, easily tucked in with the Roaches and Ravagers behind the mineral line and all those Zealots. Yes, they were doing a lot of damage, but they couldn't fight for the longest time because of the crazy good kiting from Scarlet. And this, like, even there, I feel like there's still an opportunity, but fighting those late Locusts with all those Zealots that got evaporated instantly, that was just basically the end of the game.
If that Archon could, he would have dove outside of the map here. Just couldn't fight anymore. See the last few moments here, down to the last 3 Archons.
That was such a close game. I mean, supply for the entire game was so heavily in favor of Scarlet, but once again,
it's supposed to be. It's Roaches and
Swarmos. They're really supply inefficient in a way, and especially Swarmos, because they're not useful for every cycle that you used, and for 30 seconds you can't use those. So yeah, good effort from Skillus. I mean, he brought it back from 3-0 to 3-3, but in the end, Scarlet proved to be a little bit too strong. 4-3 in favor of Canada. Our next match will be Canada versus Italy. And once again, we want to tell you guys that you can jump onto Matcherino, get yourself some swag, add on some prize pool, add on some money to the prize pool, but as well, get yourself some XP with the War Chest if you do connect your Twitch account and your Battle.net account. As you're watching those amazing games, those 4-3s, left and right, you can get yourself some XP.
That's a lot of XP.
That's a lot of XP because those shows are long. Definitely so. Up onto matcherino.com/nw2019 for the swag. Connect your Twitch and Battle.net account for some sweet XP. And when we come back, it's going to be the last best of 7 of the night. Canada versus Italy. We'll be right there. All right, guys. It is the match you wanted to see. It's the match you want to know the outcome of. Who's going to be the fourth nation to qualify in first place for the quarterfinals of Nation Wars 2019? We've got Italy going up against Canada. Both teams were in a little bit of a pickle, Rotterdam, to qualify for that winners match. 4-3 and 4-3 across the board.
We're getting blessed with nothing but 4-3s, but we had 1-4-2 or something, but other than that, everything has been 4-3. And it's funny because it's supposed to get closer in the weekend, actually, when we have the lower bracket matches and the decider matches. That's where it's supposed to be really close. And we expected a couple of the top dogs to show up, and just maybe 4-0, maybe a 4-1. But even Korea went 4-2, 4-2. Germany went to distance in one of their nation wars against China as well. So it's been very close, and it's already getting a little bit late over here in Europe, but it is Friday night, so you guys have no excuses not to stick around. I mean, maybe if you're like on the East Coast or West Coast, you might still be at the office, and that's okay. We respect that. In that case, send us a tweet. Let us know how you're watching.
Yeah.
Like a little phone. Take a picture of your phone. It's like my boss doesn't see it.
Look at how fast I can alt-tab and change, actually not show that you're watching Twitch during your day's work.
That must happen a lot. Like, it's kind of sad, actually, that I went to school in a day and age where there was no internet and there was no Twitch, because I really wonder how classrooms look these days. It must be a total clown fiesta.
Oh, it is. It is. I see that every day in chats. People actually mentioning that they're watching streams while they're in English class, or that might be the reason we suck at English, actually, because we're watching we're watching Twitch and we're watching the French stream as we're in English class. That might be the reason. Anyway, 4-3, 4-3. We weren't lying. Italy got a really narrow victory against Chinese Taipei, and then Canada versus Russia went all the distance as well. And I can't help but feel a little bit sad for Skillers. They're not out, but imagine how good it would have felt to go for two all kills in a row.
Yeah, but that wasn't the decider match, right? Like, let's not forget, there is still this young Italian kid that recently took second place at the WCS Global Finals that plays under the ID of Raynor, and he would still have to defeat him twice. So they're still in it, Russia that is. But for now, let's just talk about this all-Zerg lineup. This is going to be a very swarmy nation war. Obviously with two Zergs on the side of Canada and one Terran player and an all-Zerg lineup. However, Funky.
However,
I've heard some whispers down the hallway.
Is it?
That we may get a little Protoss action.
No way.
Think there is a chance?
No way. I can't believe. That'd be crazy.
Would it be?
It would be.
I don't know.
Scarlet playing Protoss? Is that it?
Scarlet has played some mighty fine Protoss in the past.
That'd be quite crazy if she would go Protoss against. Who's she playing against?
Ryu.
Okay, interesting. Here is the Canadian lineup. You guys know about it. The Riddler played an amazing game just before against Russia, being able to...
Little less fortunate against Skillers, though. Kind of got smacked around in that one.
That was the roughest game ever, man. Like, I played that game on ladder. You can be sure that I would alt-tab, go to Twitter, and be like, what the hell is going on with Protoss? But yeah, opening without any NTR, without scouting that there is a Stargate was, you could argue.
I mean, it's one of those openings that, like, you can be like, it's supposed to always do damage, and that's kind of the idea behind it, right? You want to be a little YOLO with the Hellions, but Skillers' defense was impeccable. And, with all due respect for the Riddler who played, in my opinion, the best game I've ever seen him play, at least, against Vanya. It is... not really realistic to expect him to just go back-to-back with that kind of a performance and then also beat the crap out of Skillet. At that point, I'd be like, hold on, wait a minute. How good is that NA ladder really? You know what I'm talking about? That was a little more maybe in the line of expectation.
Yeah, I guess. So here are the lineups. Raynor versus the Riddler. Riosis against No Regret. Ryu against Scarlet. The all-Zerg lineup of Team Italy will face against our Canadian friends here. And is EVT to king things off here between Raynor and the Riddler?
Yeah,
we could be going into a long game.
That's promising, at least, with the way that the Riddler played against Vanya. Now, obviously, Vanya is good. Raynor is still a tiny level above Vanya, of course. But that's still the matchup, obviously, which he seems to shine. Maybe I think his TVT probably quite good as well. Sure, he's got some funky build orders. Anyway, I heard that the interview is ready. It's already been a long show, and we've got an entire nation war to go. So let's not let these nerds wait any longer, as we have good old Raynor and Jake joining us. Hello, guys. Can you hear us?
What's up?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Well, Raynor, the first question is to you. Did you watch that performance of the Riddler versus Vanya?
Yes, sick game.
Yeah, that was quite something. Are you shivering
Yeah.
a little bit over there in Italy?
Oh yeah. I have no clue I'm gonna win this one. I was hoping Ryo's Rio would take out the Riddler because he's obviously the strongest one in the team. So I'm kind of very scared now. Yeah.
Very worried. Okay, no regrets. In the interview before your game against Russia, I know that Sasha said that Skillers would probably all kill you guys. That was almost almost reality. Like, how do you explain that?
Well, we played me first because the idea was if we won, that would just be nice memes, and we wanted the map pick. But then when Sasha lost, she was triggered.
I forgot how shit Hydras are.
I don't know if you heard that.
We heard that. I don't think that's totally fair, by the way, Sasha. Like maybe 70 drones against 43 probes is pushing it a little.
And you can go 70 drones and roaches though, so that's a fair point.
Oh my god.
Well, that's a bigger problem with Zerg then, Rainer. Don't you agree?
Yeah.
What's up, Roddy?
I mean, like, we heard your Hydra comment, and whether that's true or not, I mean, we'll leave that in the middle. But don't you think that going 70 workers against a 43 probe attack is maybe pushing it a little bit?
Which game?
The one where you said Hydras were not so good.
Oh, I mean, 6-gate Archon drop is kind of free win against Hydras. Like, if you skip Roach Warren, you basically should just die, so... I mean, I should have died there straight away.
Okay, so it wasn't on the Hydra.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with the Hydras then, I guess. Just I guess it is. Skipping the Roach Wine was, definitely.
I thought you had a Bailing Nest at one point in that game. Did you cancel it, or am I crazy on Disco Bloodbath?
You're a little crazy.
Okay. I mean, I've heard that before. That's no news to me at all. For a second, I thought you had one on the way, but yeah. Well, that was always going to be rough. How do you guys feel, Team Canada, going up against Italy over here? Real talk.
I feel pretty good. I think Riddler has a great chance at the first map.
Oh, yeah.
He has some nice preparation.
I wanted Rainer.
Okay,
Jake says he wanted to play Rainer first.
Yeah, I told you I would go first map, Jake.
What?
Is this true? Ricardo
told you
says
when I
that you
was
said
there.
you would go first.
And you were like, "Oh, you
talking
don't
about,
go first
Ricardo?
map." I said, "Okay, I was there." And we thought that we had to play each other, and I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna go first map." And they said, "If you don't go first map, you're." I don't remember the comment.
I think you're manufacturing things. I don't remember this.
No,
Do you remember
Jake,
this?
come on.
He's saying that we said if he didn't go first map, what? You've been going Acropolis every game, no? Or every series?
Yeah,
do you even talk about what map you're playing, or are you just like, oh yeah, I'll play whatever map, and they're like, okay, we'll play him first,
I'm like,
I guess.
okay, I'm playing here, and
Can you
playing here?
Can you give us your thought process on why you picked the map? Because it feels like you're just kind of YOLO.
Thank you, No Regrets, for doing our job.
Yeah. I love you so much right now, Jake. Go on.
Yeah, my thought process is Acropolis is really good for Zerg, and Zerg is Imba, so it's a perfect map.
What map here is bad for Zerg of the three? Which one do you think?
Ephemeron and
Thunderbird.
None
of them? Okay, cool.
Yeah, none of them.
None of them.
Thunderbird?
None of them. Depends
Thunderbird's bad for Zerg.
or not.
Okay. There's two races you play. You play Zerg or you play Swarmhost. I got you.
Exactly.
Right.
That's why Ephemeron is good for Stormhost.
Thank you.
Thunderbird is good for Stormhost.
From now on, by the way, guys, we are out of the interview. We're just going to listen to you guys talk. So go on.
Yeah, you can turn off our camera.
Yeah.
Do you think?
So when you were here, you
question.
talked a lot about how you were just the best. Like you were just better than everybody, and you were very disappointed when you lost to Dark on ladder, right?
Yeah,
I was surprised that you ended up losing to him in the global finals. What happened? Can you walk us through that?
Okay, this is a very low shot. You know, not.
I'm sorry, you only won 100 grand. You know that's a real low shot. Okay, continue. So
it is
walk us through that.
Okay.
Okay.
Jet lag.
Oh.
Was it jet lag here too when you were in Korea and you played on ladder?
Yeah. I mean, I just got there, but it ended up being a tie with me and Dark.
Did it?
3-3 in the end. Yes.
Well, clearly the one who where it counted, it wasn't a tie, was it?
What?
Whoa.
Oh, Jake, you gotta chill there, okay?
That is a low shot, man. Like,
I think we may be crossing some lines here, guys.
we need to take control back over this
Wait, do you
interview.
hear something? I don't know what's going on.
Maybe we're pushing it a little bit right now, you know. All right, guys. We know it's very late over there in Korea, so we don't want to delay the games any longer. But obviously, Rainer, real quick, what are your thoughts and predictions going into this match?
As always, I think Rios and Rio are gonna own their match. And I'm probably gonna lose because I know the Riddler is a god, and he showed it versus Vanya. There was no chance at any point in the game. So yeah. I still think Rios and Rio are gonna win, and I'm gonna lose. So it's a 4-1.
All right,
4-1. What about you, Scarlett? No regrets. What do you guys think about that upcoming match?
Well, Sasha did watch Skilless play, so she's thinking about playing Protoss. And I think with that in mind, if she wants to win, we'll win. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah,
But she might want to play Zerg out of self-respect, so we'll have to see. We're not sure yet.
Is that how it works? Like,
That's my prediction. We'll have to see.
If you want to win as Protoss, if you want to win as Protoss, you're going to win. Is that how it works?
Well, if you think you're going to win, you know?
It's all in the brain.
You know what I mean by that?
Yeah.
It's all in the
believe it,
brain.
achieve it.
Exactly.
It's a state of mind.
Yeah,
Believe it, achieve it. That's great.
Believe
That's
it and
great Protoss
achieve it.
model right there.
I love it.
All right,
I love
guys.
it, you guys.
Lose your third
Fantastic.
base? You don't need that. You go this.
Thank you very much for the interview, guys. Let's see you in the games.
Hey, Jake, you're gonna get owned.
See, greatest interview tonight.
That was a good one. You can always count on Rainer for some good battle. I really love how Jake was like asking me questions, and he's like, hold on. And then he's like, jet lag. I was like, here comes like a really in-depth explanation about what happened and what shouldn't have happened. And he's like building up, he's like, jet lag. No, great dude. It's going to be a fun nation war. Realistically speaking, we already showed you guys the matchup real quick. Raynor versus the Riddler. I mean, it could be good. Normally, I would say easiest win ever for Raynor, obviously, to be honest. But with the way that the Riddler played against Vanya, that was honestly very cool, very impressive stuff. So maybe he can give us another exciting game. And if he wins, well, then I'm going to praise him all night long, okay?
Yeah.
Rios is against No Regret.
Are we in for a treat? Like,
I think we are in for a treat. Rios is a little bit of a cheeky boy as well.
Yeah, imagine if both of them go for something quite crazy in that game. That would be kind of like the fact is, first game could very well be like, even though Raynor is definitely the favorite here, considering how the Riddler has been playing, maybe it's a 40-minute game or something like that, and then you go into a 3.5 minute game. You know?
Yeah. But
you
if
check the time on your phone, it's like, no way, no 40 minutes game, guys.
Because if it is a 40-minute game, he doesn't really do favors to his teammates over in Korea, though.
Yeah, you're right.
So, that's a solid 18-minute action-packed little bio into mech. What if this time he goes mech into bio, Funko?
I'd lose my mind. I'd lose my
it's like 17
mind.
infestors are out, and he's like, here are my Marines, baby.
I've got 1 Marines and 2 ghosts. What are you going to do now?
Didn't see that coming, did you? That'd be cool. And then obviously the last match of the quote-unquote Pro League format, it's going to be Ryu versus Scarlet. Now, if Scarlet plays Protoss there, that could get quite feisty as well. But, you know, we already heard a little bit about it in the interview as well. So there is a chance.
So who did you talk to that knew about the possible Protoss switch?
I can't reveal my sources.
Okay, but are we talking about a source that's in the studio right now?
Maybe, maybe not.
So we're talking about Aromi then?
Maybe.
Because he is the tournament director, so he knows if it is possible, because I have no clue
He knows
if
it's possible.
It is possible.
Let me just tell you that the rules when it comes to race switching is you're allowed to play Protoss. You're even allowed to play random. You're also allowed to play Protoss in the first match and then play Zerg in the second match. Obviously, the only thing you can do is like switch races in the countdown.
Okay.
As far as I know. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I'm pretty damn sure that that's not allowed.
All right.
That would be too wild.
You've read the rulebook by Aromi?
I am the rulebook.
You are the rulebook?
I'm a walking rulebook.
I love it. I love it. We're having so much fun, man. It's been I waited for Nation Wars to come back, for a long month, and there weren't that many tournaments to go at it. I mean, global finals, who cares? And I was just wondering when would Nation Wars would come back. And we're having a good time.
We are having a good time. We are currently setting up the lobby as well. In case you guys are wondering, can you please start the game already, casters? There's always 3 people out there on the internet like,
what are the casters doing?
Fonka and Roddy really love themselves, don't they? We're not here to watch these nerds talk. We want to watch video games. Well, let me tell you guys that I'd much rather talk about video games as well than sit here. But we're setting up the game right now. Hopefully we can start it soon. I honestly think the last few months have been freaking hectic, man. Or at least for me personally.
Of course.
I think overall, it's
you're still getting hired. That's the reason you're traveling all across the world. That's the thing.
the last. I mean, basically since summer. I feel like it never stopped. Like it just keeps going on and on.
Yeah.
Just wake up and sometimes I'm like, I wake up and like, where am I? I guess I have to cast StarCraft again today. And I open the window blinds and I'm like, oh, is this? Nah, that's a Legati Nord. This is Paris.
That is not my room, right? Like I must.
He's like,
be
oh,
casting
no, that's when I
StarCraft in
really
like 2
wake up.
hours.
That was my nightmare. You know, I open the blinds and I see Legati Nord on the other side. And it's one of those dreams where you think you woke up, but you're actually still dreaming. It's like those are the worst nightmares.
Oh, so cute. Chilling with my homie.
That is very cute.
That's a cute bird. I love it.
Keep the tweets coming, guys.
Yeah.
You love them. Because you didn't look hard enough?
Yeah, if you go into it, you can see that he's got a skillless tattoo.
Yeah,
Because
I know.
you saw the earlier tweets.
Well, he doesn't have a skill. Oh.
Now you see it.
Okay.
Thank God for those tweets.
I don't think that's how his arm looks exactly, guys. But maybe Todd has been getting some more ink done overnight. With Todd, you never know. You guys know that song of the Intel Extreme Masters where it's like, there's nothing that he wouldn't do. We make our own version of it with Todd. And it was like, there's nothing that Todd wouldn't do to get another tattoo. He won't back down from the needle. Yeah, that's...
Thank God you mentioned tattoos before because it might have been a little bit weird.
Yeah, it's like, geez.
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't know that about Todd, man. Rainer versus the Riddler 50-50 in the chat. You can still vote for either Canada or Italy, ITA or CAN. Who are you leading towards?
And Reina has played an insane amount of games in Nationwide already for, a 17-year-old. Already been selected 5 times. That's crazy.
Yeah. But the thing is also in those previous seasons, he would play a lot of games considering it was all kill format every time.
Mostly the last one, right? Before that, did he really play that many? I don't remember him playing for 5 years. Obviously, last year was like a big coming out party when it came to this event. Reina was kind of the star and he was adorable in interviews. Now he's just a swag lord.
Yeah. It's like, you're going down. I'm going to own you, man. It's like, what happened to you? It's just a year. What the hell?
All right, guys. It is time for the last Nation Wars of the night. I know it's been a long show already, but we're not even done yet. We have loaded into Acropolis, and we are looking. The main base. Canadian Terran player. I was waiting for that. It is the Riddler. Like, if you guys don't give me some dramatic intro, I won't even introduce him.
In the bottom right-hand side is the runner-up of the WCS Global Finals 2019. His name is Raider. Or Ricardo.
I mean, I think at the end of 2018, everybody was like, man, I really can't wait to see what will happen to Rainer in 2019, right? Will he continue to be as impressive as he was in 2018? Well, I think it's safe to say that he exceeded all those expectations, okay? Winning 2 WCS events, winning summer, winning winter, and then, of course, taking second place at the Global Finals. I think that's beyond most people's wildest imagination.
Definitely.
And now that begs the question, what is he going to do in 2020? Is Rainer capable of maybe winning a tournament like the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice? I mean, that'd be quite something, right? Can he continue being as consistent as he's been? Because I know that he struggled in some of those big tournaments where a lot of Koreans participated, or it was open field, right? Or it just didn't have the WCS title to it. He would suddenly lose to players that he always beats in WCS tournaments. But yeah, curious to see if he can level up even further. But there isn't much higher he can go, man. This has been such an amazing year for Rainer already. We'll see what he can accomplish in Nation Wars, but I think no matter what happens, we'll be quite pleased with his 2019.
All right. Let's see what the Riddler has in store for us, because once again, every time we're seeing a series between a player and Rainer, or another one against Serral, for instance, all those top Zergs, usually because of how Zerg is played these days and also because of how good those two are. Like, we're looking at what the other guy is doing because he has to throw something a little bit different into it. The Riddler showed it just before in his previous game against Vanya.
I do think, by the way, that if Like, let's say there is a scenario here where the Riddler gets up to 4 bases, right? And he makes an orbital command at his 4th base. I think that's the last time he will ever do it, okay? Because I think he's gonna lose every single SCV he's got on that middle lane. Not once, but like 7 times.
Yeah.
Banelings will come in from every angle. Ling run by after Ling run by will happen. Yeah, let's see. I mean, the Riddler, said it before, truly an awesome performance. I can get really hyped. Like, you know, if somebody that's 500 MMR higher than his opponent and then this kind of outplays his opponent, I'm like, yeah, okay, that's cool, but I didn't really expect anything else, right? But for the Riddler against Vanya, it was truly the opposite for me. I really kind of thought that Vanya was going to dunk on the Riddler, but the Riddler held his own, played one hell of a game from start to finish, had multiple layers to it, and as the underdog, getting that done and winning in that fashion, I just think that's super impressive.
So let's see, because an interesting thing is that Canada did send the Riddler on the worst map possible for Terran here in those three opening maps. I think it's better to send your Terran on Thunderbird or even Ephemeron. We were talking about it in the interview, and Sasha Scarlett was saying that obviously Ephemeron would be the worst map for ZVT here in this matchup. Acropolis is just definitely a map that you don't want to play as Terran. So it's interesting that they sent him out. Like, even though he played amazingly well and he did get a really important victory against Russia, he's kind of being sent out to just basically get rolled over by any opponent. Raynor?
Are you calling him a sacrificial lamb?
Yes.
Really?
Being sent on Acropolis, 100%. It's like, okay, let's hope that you play against Raynor, so we don't lose our 2 best players, quote unquote.
Yeah, but they don't know that for sure, though. Like, they can't be 100% sure that Raynor plays on this map.
No,
and maybe, like, the Riddler is
correct.
not your standard Terran either, right? Like, what applies to Terran may not apply to the Riddler. That's a little bit like, you know, I obviously play Protoss myself a lot, and I play it a bit different than most people play Protoss.
Yeah, sure.
So when certain Protoss say, like, oh, this map is unplayable, I often think, like, well, you know, for me personally, on my level, it's actually totally fine. Like, I like this map.
Yeah.
Maybe that's how the Riddler sees it as well. Maybe he's all right with Acropolis.
Yeah, we'll see. He's actually going for a standard bio build, which doesn't sound like the Riddler at all.
I think
the Viking gets picked off, yeah. For a single overload, so that's not enough. So I'm guessing, like, I do understand what you mean, and I don't hate it. Like, I don't hate what you just said, but I'm just looking to understand exactly what he could do, and now it's shaping up to be something quite different and quite weird. We're looking at a possible marine push with a lot of Hellbats, because we did go for a reactor on the factory producing aliens.
Denying the scout there would be quite massive, of course. Let's see how much this Overlord can actually scout. Well, it sees most of what it wants to see, but it didn't see the armory yet.
Yeah, it doesn't see the armory, but I think seeing a factory with a reactor at this timing doesn't really tell you anything else that it's aliens. It has to be aliens.
Why couldn't it be Widow Mines, Funka?
Because you don't want to do that. That doesn't really exist.
Well, what if he just invented it on the spot?
Yeah. That'd be quite bad, but I do understand that's a possibility. But the most likely outcome is that it is held.
64 drones, by the way. Raynor has been a little bit of a greedy boy here, but he does have 14 Banelings, and obviously Banelings on creep, they may be able to connect, but these Banelings are not rolling yet. Like, you would love to see them roll, and that's actually going to take a little while. So the Riddler, can you pull off a miracle? Raynor setting up a flank, by the way. Banelings coming in from the left side as well.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yep. Acropolis, and here that timing being perfectly scouted by Raynor.
Funky, like, Acropolis is tough, but this is also Raynor, okay?
No, of course it is. No. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying, oh my god, the Riddler is losing because TVZ is unplayable on Acropolis, but the fact is that, as you said, a greedy boy like Raynor with 64 drones just crushed that attack like it was nothing, so...
Yeah, he did snipe the first Hellions and the Viking as well, though, and didn't take any damage at all from the initial opening, so... All of that obviously does head up. The Riddler will throw down a scan and get a couple of creep tumors here. Banelings coming in from the left side out of vision. Oh, matter of fact, goes down. As few Marines go down as well. And the supply does not lie. It is 85 against 122. The Riddler is going to try to go up to 3 bases. He has no idea about all these Banelings morphing on the left side of his vision. They'll start rolling in right now. Say goodbye to your SCVs, your Marines, and most likely your hopes and dreams of winning another stunning TVZ. Because I don't think it's going to happen over here, Funky.
Yeah, that's not happening here, as there are more Banelings than Marines available on the side of the Riddler. 16 SCVs just went down the 3rd orbital. trying to transform at the moment is actually going to finish, well, not even dying actually. He cancelled it and lift off the CC, but it's going to be GG. That timing, I kind of liked it. I mean, the Riddler did try for something a little bit different, a little bit unorthodox, but that was not enough.
Rainer
1-0.
against Bio. I kind of said actually that it'll play Mac. I know it's not the greatest map, and I know he's going up against Rainer, and that most likely the final result would have been the same. But Rainer, I don't think he's necessarily a star against Mac, but I do think he's always fantastic against Bio. I mean, this was Le Massacre.
That was a massacre. Yeah, a huge bloodbath here on Acropolis. The defense was just quite easy for Rainer. Lots of units, 6 queens on position, lots of banelings as well. It's not like he didn't respect that attack at all, but he just was able to defend it with ease while having 64 drones and being all set up for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Even some kind of an anti-timing. I mean, it's like 1-1. It's like, you know what? Let's just finish this.
No, from start to finish, it was art on the side of Rainer. He looks quite invincible here. And they're going to have to bring out bigger guns than the Riddler to take out the young Italian. Just 1-0 though. Obviously, this nation was still completely open. I think the next 2 matches are going to be very interesting. Especially if Scarlet does decide to play a little roller.
That'd be cool. That'd be cool.
That'd be nice as well. Like Scarlet, a real champ of the people as well, you know? It's like, oh, we've got 5 Zergs in the Terran in these nation wars. Like, well, why don't I step up and start wiping in some units?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I can respect that.
I can respect that as well. Let's see if Ryosis and Ryu can help out Rainer in his attempt of defeating Canada for now. Like, they've been playing a couple of decent games and decently close games, and we know they are good players, but for now, it's, I believe, nothing but losses. Maybe a couple of wins just earlier in the round of 24, maybe in one match.
I actually think for these guys, it's a little bit tough as well, because I do think, like, I know both of them quite well, and I think both of them are good StarCraft 2 players, but I think it brings some extra pressure to your shoulders when you have Rainer on your team. And I know that sounds weird, because shouldn't that take away pressure because you have such a good player? Yes and no. Like, yes, you know that even if you lose, there's a good chance it's still going to be all right. But the extra pressure is that you want to step up so badly because you want to show the world that it's not just Rainer is good and that you can contribute to the team as well. But the more you tell yourself, the more pressure you put on your own shoulders as well, right?
No, you're right.
And the harder you make the game.
100% agree with this statement in general. It's yeah, it feels good to have Rainer on your team, and obviously all of them being Zerg is also quite nice in terms of, you know, gathering strategies and actually, you know, training each other and giving each other pointers. But as you said, like, you don't want to be the guy that just gets flown out to Paris without even winning a single game or not really helping out. You want to prove yourself, and they've got this opportunity right now. Ryosis against No Regret. I don't think it's 100% one game for No Regret at all. I mean, he's still a pretty huge favorite. He's a great player in the ZVZ matchup. He's qualified for GSL numerous times, well, at least 2 times on the back of his ZVZs.
Yep. He had Impact back then, right?
Yes, that's right. And yeah, he's now playing a ZVZ, so obviously a pretty decent matchup for him. As you said, it's pretty late out there. No Regret is maybe not at his peak performance, and Ryosis does have a shot here. That's also his favorite matchup. So let's see what he can do here against No Regret. Can he help out? Can he make it a shorter best of 7 for his team and for Rainer here, trying to qualify as first place in round of 16?
Yeah. I actually played Ryosis today on the ladder as well.
Yeah.
So it was cool to see that these guys are grinding it up, right? They know they have Nationwide in the evening, but already playing a couple of ladder games in the afternoon. I thought it's cool to see. Like, I originally know this guy as a rather aggressive Zerg, but I feel like he's a man of 2 extremes as well, right? It's either super macro focused or suddenly he's gonna go a little cheeky. Either way, there is someone being cheeky, so we're gonna talk about that.
Cheeky Calaris.
After we introduce these lovely nerds in the right bottom side. He is representing all the Grazi ragazzis out there. Hailing from Italy, it is Ryosis.
In the top left-hand side, going for a very aggressive build on Ephemeron here, representing Team Canada. It is Jake. No Regrets.
Representing maple syrup.
Of course.
Ice hockey. That's about it.
Nothing else?
Poutine.
Poutine, yes.
OVO.
All around great people, you know?
That's going to be a very aggressive opening, of course, guys. On the side of No Regret, It is just speed. Is he stopped mining, guys? No. Well, he keeps 2, so that means he's gonna get a Baneling Nest as well, right? So this is pretty much a good old Ling Bane all-in of 1 base. This is not an opening where you damage the hatchery and you're satisfied, you return. Nope. No Regret needs a lot more than just a little bit of damage. He wants to go in for the quick kill. He's going to apply all the pressure to Ryosis. And now let's see, A, when Ryosis finds out, and B, how good will his defense be?
All right, for now, hasn't scouted anything. Zerglings are trying to go past those overlords without being scouted, and Baneling Nest will pop out in just a few seconds. So for now,
Double
2 queen, 4 Zerglings. I mean, he's not skipping anything for the moment.
I would get a spike roller immediately, right? Like in the back of my main, just to have something to fall back on. I honestly think having 1 spine here would be quite massive. At this point, Ryosis knows what he's going up against. Still 1 drone, a little bit misready there. The other drone's taking a lot of damage. Can he save it? The answer is yes.
Okay.
That spike roller is a little too exposed, so he's going to be forced to cancel it. But at least he's not really taking any real damage yet. But the first Bane's Funky are already morphing.
Yeah, and they are quite close to that natural. So now Ryosis is actually going to split those Zerglings and try to get a cancel on those Banelings. And he does get 1 cancel, which is kind of nice. But Speedling does kick. And yes, nice wall off from Ryosis. Actually, he's going to buy enough time to get those 2 queens up onto the ramp.
Yep, so far
pretty
maybe
nice
so
defense.
good. Like sure, a couple drones went down, a couple links went down, but the queens are still alive, and that's obviously very important because you can keep them alive long enough until they have energy to transfuse. Your life's going to be great. Split a little bit, my friend. You're just running in a train.
All right, the Baneling will finally connect here with 2 drones, and 1 queen just went down. No transfuses available. Can we see about the... Yeah, he needs to have a second wave of attack
2
here.
more queens. But this is kind of the moment. Oh, the spike roller needs to root ASAP. It is rooting. So that's something that eventually Ryosis can fall back on. He's most likely going to end up losing this queen as well. Oh, he dropped the transfuse on a Zergling?
Yeah, transfuse on Zergling. You see, that queen was about to die anyway, so... Guess you're getting a little bit of mileage out of that queen before it dies.
No Regret is in trouble, man. He needs way more. This hatchery is still super healthy. There is a spine crawler there as well. There are 2 Zerglings running around in the main base. Look at that. Ryosis is trying to trigger one of these Banes to blow up a single Zergling. That would obviously be a great trade for him.
He will have Speedling in just like 15 seconds. Oh, this is a greedy move. Like, why would he do that?
I mean, I get
No Regret knows it now.
Yeah, he wants to create a little bit of a wall over here.
Okay, Banelings will now connect with the first spine. A transfuse just will land here, and that last Baneling doesn't connect with enough Zerglings, I feel. And now that metabolic boost is done on the side of our Italian Zerg, I feel like he's done it. Yep. Maybe there's still an opportunity with like a massive Baneling connection, but keep in mind, No Regret is just on 1 base, 13 drones.
He doesn't have to do this at all.
I don't really agree with this move.
Ryosis, you really didn't have to do that, my friend, and you're going to be so sad if you end up losing this game because of that move. These Banes are getting some really good connections.
I think he will lose this game.
Is quite low on HP. There are 12 links on the way, but now No Regret has a chance to finally do that damage that he was looking for. Ryosis, my friend, why did you go off screen?
Yeah, he got really greedy on this one, and he does have the information that No Regret is not transitioning out of this. I mean, a second queen will pop out now that Baneling going to get a good connection. And Ryosis might be able to stabilize, even though he went for something quite greedy and it came to bite him in the ass.
Maybe an Overlord here? That is at least 1 free Overlord on the right side, and that other Overlord is still a little bit exposed as well. Yeah, that's bad. Jake is morphing 2 Banes. Is that in the main base or something? Where is he morphing those Banes? Our good friend Crow? No, just in the middle of the map.
Yeah, I think
Crow's
it's good
like,
enough.
Shut up, Roddy. If they were in the main, I would have shown you already. Jeez, Crow. You need to get such an attitude already. 1 good week of observing.
And now he feels like he's on top of the world. All right, going for a counter-attack. Ryosis, that is. He wants to finish that game right here and out, but... Okay, let's see. Does he have transfuse energy? He does. He will use 1 preemptively on one of those 2 queens, and now we've got 3 in the mineral, in the ramp. Sorry.
Is he counterattacking by the way with links?
Yes, with a lot of Zerglings. Lots. A handful. Considering that game, that's a lot.
Yep. No, that is true. I mean, that is basically the entire army of No Regret. No Regret is going to have 10 more links hatch, but No Regret is in serious trouble, guys. He's getting another queen. More Banelings are morphing once again in the middle of the map. Ryosis even squeezing out his first run. Why not? Feeling confident. I wouldn't even mind another spine. Doesn't he have an Overseer or an Overlord, excuse me, in the natural, right?
He does.
Like, he knows what's going on.
Yeah.
Just get 1 more spine. Like, make it easy. Okay, there you go. That's smart. Like, I'm not saying that he needs it, But why
But there's
not?
no reason
Yeah.
not doing it because he knows it's a Zerg player that's on one base. So
Exactly. It's
there's no
just-
transition possible. So better safe than sorry, as we say.
Yep. Indeed.
Okay, can he get the surround here? We'll get a Zergling, no regret that is. That's nice. He's pulling a lot of Zerglings now, but the Spinecrawler is out. Will be out in just a few seconds. He even feels comfortable enough to build 3 more drones.
Yeah, I probably want to get a few more links now, but with all the queens and a spine, you should really be more than fine here. Ryosis looking mighty fine to pick up his first map of Nation Wars, is that correct?
I think he won one in the first round of 24.
Okay.
He was 1-1, which is not accurate because he did lose a couple of games yet, but well, so far. But he did win one.
He's getting another spine, the ultra safety spine. Ryosis is up 7 workers, now sending in links into the main base as well. Sure, a couple of units are going to get blown up here, and these banelings will be annoying to deal with. The spine is falling as well, but that's still so many queens, right? Can this amount of queens really go down, Funka?
Yeah, we've got 6 extra links that are popping in just a few seconds, and at the opposite side of the map, we're losing economy on the side of No Regret, and he was already pretty low in terms of drones. Yes, there will be some Zerglings left over, but there are still a lot of lava available to our Italian players, so that should be enough to claim himself this victory here against Canada in our winners
It's so
match.
much closer, by the way, than I ever thought it was going to be. Like,
Yep.
Right now, drones are even being forced to evacuate. That was a spine crawler and 4 freaking queens, okay? No Regret can truly make magic happen of 12 drones.
Yep.
I mean, I still think he's in a lot of trouble, but imagine one more massive Bane hit. And so, I mean, this should not be a game, guys. 17,
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think
17
about.
against 10 drones is a massive disadvantage. That one Bane
2
hit-
hatcheries as
Yeah.
well.
Yep.
I mean, okay, now 2 queens will eventually go out. That Spinecrawler is awfully exposed. I would rather have it built in the main base, but
I cannot believe how
No
long-
Regrets. It's just he doesn't want to tap out. It's like, I can make it happen, guys.
Now, of course not. I can't blame him for not tapping out because every single time he's supposed to be almost dead, it somewhat looks promising again. That's a lot of surface area on these queens. But now these drones could maybe help out there to make sure that you win that fight. That queen is very low on HP. The spine at least is close to finishing up.
GG.
And finally, Ryosis has stabilized and Ryosis gets the 2-0 lead here for Italy. I think that's a really cool moment. I mean,
It
I love
is.
Jake and I always love seeing Jake win, of course, because I think he's an awesome character. But for someone like Ryosis, you know, all eyes are obviously always going to be on Reynor. All the talk is about Reynor. So for him to step up here and get a victory over No Regret, I'm sure that he feels like he's on cloud 9 right now. And yeah, that makes me happy.
But that was a really important one. I mean, that means like we say that Reynor is probably able to all kill almost any team in Nation Wars, but you made his job so much easier by just getting a single win. I mean, that's one less opportunity for Team Canada to take out Reynor. And keep in mind, like Reynor only has in a way 2 lives, right? So that's good. That's just plain good. There's no way around it. This is super nice for Team Italy to grab themselves that victory. It was a little bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, it shouldn't have been this close. At one point, he already, like, he did the hard work, and then he's like, I know I've done the hard work, and it's easy work from now on, but what if I make it even harder on myself, and I make it close again? It's like, no, but could be a little bit of nerves as well, right? Yeah. Like, obviously, your brain doesn't always work perfectly, because Ryosis is a good enough Zerg player, as you guys can clearly see, that he can just analyze. He's like, hey, I've got 4 queens in the spine, or 2 queens, 2 bases against 1 base. My opponent is ultra all in. There's no need for me ever to expose these queens and put myself in risk of losing them. So that was a little boo-boo, but in the end he did enough right early on to make sure that that boo-boo did not stop him from winning the game.
Nice defense by Ryosis. That was the only thing he needed to do in this game, as his opponent was ultra all in, as you said, and we'll see that last attempt of breaking our Italian player from No Regret, but those 2 queens, even the Spinecrawler being out at the end of it. Even the queen micro on this one, like, that was pretty cool. Like, this queen is actually 3 or 4 HP and will never die in the end. So really cool and really well played by Ryosis. It's now 2-0 in favor of Italy. And as I said, it's a really important one. I mean, that simple victory makes it so much easier, if needed, for Reynor to finish the job.
Yep, but I think above all, it's just a real feel-good moment. And I think that's what StarCraft 2 is about as well. Nerds are happy of what they accomplish on the internet, playing video game, in this e-gaming world that we live in, full of e-gamers.
Crazy.
And I think that's an awesome little moment there for Ryosis. And yeah, well, like also, he didn't beat a no-name. Like, that's No Regret. You know, sure, No Regret is obviously doing a lot of projects outside of just focusing on gaming.
Yeah.
So he's not maybe as active as he once upon a time was. But I know that if I was Ryosis right now, I'd still be hella proud of myself.
He did beat a 2-time GSL qualified player.
Codes.
That's pretty crazy. 2-time Codes player. And massive victory here for Rayosis.
Definitely a feel-good moment for him and perhaps for the entirety of Team Italy, as we are getting ready to hop into Thunderbird, where Scarlet is going to make her first appearance for Team Canada, as she will be going up against Ryu. And is it going to be a ZVZ or is it going to be a PVZ? I can't wait to figure it out. What do you think, Johan?
I think we heard it was going to be Protoss, so it's going to be Protoss.
I think it's confirmed.
As Funka leaves us for now, but he'll be back for the post-game interview, guys. Don't worry about it. Our interview expert here at Nation Wars.
Yeah, I mean, if Scarlet takes this one, then I think there is a good chance that Funka will be on for the post-match interview. And that does give me a good feeling.
He's been killing it on the interview. He's so good at it.
You're just really good at it, Funka. Like, what can I say? Funka just gets interview after interview. He's so smooth with it. He really
looks forward to that. I feel like he puts the most passion in it.
He lives for it. He looks forward to it. He does his research as well. Like, you guys don't see it, but 3 pages of notes just for the interview by our boy Funka. Unbelievable. Anyway, on the right bottom side of Thunderbird, bring in the dramatic music. We are looking at the main base of the man. His nation is leading 2-0. It is Ryu.
His opponent in the red, representing Canada. It's Scarlet. Make Protoss. Oh my god. Tell everybody.
I mean, I think it's awesome. Like, it makes me smile. It makes me giggly. I always get really excited when Scarlet plays Protoss. On the other hand, it's a little bit risky as well, right? Like, Ryu is not a baboon. Not at all. Like, this is not some clown that you can just bop. On the other hand, Scarlet, her off races are so incredibly good.
Listen, if you can beat Dong Regu playing Protoss, you can beat anybody.
Yes and no. I mean, yes, that was a super impressive victory, but I think that is one of the most overhyped victories in the history of StarCraft 2. Because that was freaking Heart of the Swarm, where we didn't even know how to play StarCraft, and literally a strategy was open up with 7 gateways and proxy a pylon, stay on 2 gas, and warp in Zealots and
So you think she's gonna macro here?
Yes, absolutely. No, Scarlet, her macro...
But the people that play off-race...
No.
They only do the cheesiest builds. I think you don't know.
No.
Okay, just wait.
I do know.
Just wait.
Well, I feel like Scarlet...
Just wait for that Marjorie. I'll be here just looking at you, not saying anything.
No, I do not believe that.
My face is going to say, I told you so.
I'd be very shocked if Scarlet would play like that. Scarlet doesn't have to play like that, because her Protoss is actually incredibly solid.
I know it is.
Yeah, but that's not because of a 7-gate victory.
But she's here to prove a point.
That Protoss is easy.
Is better than Zerg. Yeah,
okay, we'll see. Well, I think that's risky, though, because... we'll see. We'll see how it plays out, right? I think it's going to be exciting. Like, I've seen Scarlet stream Protoss a couple times, and I was just like mesmerized is maybe a little bit of a big word, but I was kind of in awe. It's like, Scarlet, her Protoss is so good.
Yeah.
And I am not afraid to admit on the record that I've lost plenty of PvPs against her as well.
She played on an NA?
Yeah, she beat the crap out of me a couple times with PvP. Her Blink Stalker micro is ridiculous.
She knew how to counter the Protoss mech.
Yep, actually...
Wow.
Really, like, Blink Stalker micro is something that is also like, every pro has it, but... doing it with 2 separate squads and almost perfectly, I find truly impressive. And I was getting generally outplayed by Scarlet's Protoss. Not afraid to admit it.
No shame, man.
Yeah.
He's a great player. Adept, will it shade in? Nope. Pneumatized Carapace on the way here for Ryu. He wants to know what's up. He knows. If I was playing against Scarlet, honestly, I'd be worried about the cheese. Like, obviously, you said it. She can macro, she can go into the later stages of the game, 3 base, 4 base, but there is something about players playing off race. They rarely do that.
I agree with you in most scenarios, and definitely in the old days. I just, Scarlet, I really don't think that is the case. I think Scarlet really enjoys playing some Protoss macro as well.
They usually do the thing that they think is the most broken. I feel like a lot of the time it's going to be a cheese, but you're right. Maybe sometimes it could just be going up to 3 bases, and I guess probably not just the super late stage of the game. Even though, like, I guess when you play Zerg, you know exactly what it is that you fear out of a Protoss. Even in the... If we were to reach that very late game stage, as those Adepts are getting caught in the middle of the map, they're going to shade away.
Really good shading.
Right now, Scarlet is smiling. She's like, yes,
yep.
Protoss units are better than Lynx.
It's always nice to get a couple of Lynx and then also see both Adepts survive a little skirmish like that. The Twilight Council did get scouted, right, by that Overlord before the Phoenix was able to take care of it. The Overlord is going to fly in one more time to confirm that all this good stuff is still there. And it is. Twilight on the left, Gate in the middle. Whoa, Glaives! Okay. It's risky. Risky, that.
cheeky little 8-gate. And I think she's mining too much gas for it to be that, but we'll see. Overlord will get cleaned away, and the gateway explosion here should be following up. Yeah, already on 3 and 3 on the Expo. Like, that's never going to be for like a big cheese. You still need additional gateways if you want to do any sort of attack with those glaives, which, I mean,
one of the
should mean that you
downsides,
want to attack.
by the way, of glaives is that glaives are obviously not very good against roaches. If you make too many of them and you end up losing your adepts, you're very susceptible to a massive roach counterattack or a roach Queen Knight. Now, Ryu is not the cheesiest Zerg out there. If anything, I feel like Ryu always wants to go late game, sometimes even to a fault, right? Sometimes you should just be a little bit cheesy. Look at that! It's gone full Evo wall! What are you gonna do with your resonating glaive adepts, Todd?
That's very, very smart, actually.
But the glaives might actually be able to kill it. Well, the glaive is not totally
Yeah,
ready
it's not
yet.
finished yet, so they're not going to be attacking that fast. Just said she can wall with queens and links. And now the adepts were attacking the units for some time, so the wall still effective. He replanted down the Evo. So smart, and he's going to push this away. Oh, that was sick. You might want to cancel one of them.
Yeah.
Or not. Oh, maybe we're waiting to make it at the last second. Oh my... Ryu's a boss.
Yeah, Ryu is down 5 workers though. Running up a little bit behind all of this. I don't know, this is
Trust
like...
me, if these adepts got in, it would have been a whole lot more than 5 workers.
Yeah, they were quite early, that's for sure. It's a very smooth build with a Sofa on the side of Scarlet. Could have been a lot worse. Now Ryu does have some freedom to drone up.
Is it Ryu or Ryu?
Yeah, I don't know. Most people say Ryu. Somebody linked me videos like, you know, in Street Fighter, the Japanese word. Yeah, you laugh, but this is my life, Todd. Brody, I've been watching one of your cats.
What did you say?
I was mesmerized, I was stunned. I was like, all right, mate. In my mind, it's still Ryu. Well, with all the respect, Brody, you're wrong. It's Ryu. Like, here's another one of my favorite animes. I was like, no. Keep it to yourself, friend.
That's sick.
Yeah. I go with Ryu, but maybe Ryu is more correct.
Yeah, because there's Ryosis. This has to be Ryu.
Why? What does that have to do with it?
Nothing.
Scarlet dropping a revelation on one roach.
Yeah, that roach was lost.
A couple of free points. Well, a scout roach.
A scout roach, yeah, sure.
Scarlet get a cancel on this fort base. Scarlet knows that the fort hatchery is going up. Maybe she's not confident that her army is strong enough. Now there is Big Daddy Immortal joining in the fun as well.
There's starting to be quite a few roaches. There's Ravagers ready to break force fields. Ryu's still working on his drone count here.
And the good thing for Scarlet is that all of her adepts are still alive, right? And that obviously means that it's going to be very risky for Ryu to just run in there with a bunch of Zerglings, because adepts, even though they're not that great against roaches, they are going to absolutely shred those Zerglings to pieces.
Yeah, the upgrades weren't super early from either, but Scarlet's actually... I guess she already has the Twilight, so she can easily go into the +2. Ryu's the one, like, he made use of these Evos, actually. Kind of skipped on Carapace, but I like that he's getting Missile and Melee at the same time. Scarlet heading on a lot of gateways and already going for the 4th base. I guess you were right. Nothing too crazy, like obviously she went for an Adept attack, but it wasn't an all-in by any means. And now she's ready to go up into the 4th base phase.
It is double robot, Todd, but double robot is not that good against Aspire, but obviously Scarlet does have a Stargate, and if Scarlet...
Will she scout it? Because like, she should know how dangerous Aspire can be against Protoss, being a Zerg player herself. So that's when the Protoss player is supposed to scout with hallucinated phoenixes.
He has a couple sentries available.
Speaking of which,
there they go.
So double Stargate, the reaction?
I think just a single Stargate is alright. A couple of Mudas, a couple of Phoenixes, because Scarlet is already getting Stalkers. And if you have Stalkers and plus... Oh my goodness.
No way. Scarlet?
I think Scarlet is distracted because I think there is a Drop Lord coming in, and there's a massive army.
Dropped, I guess.
Yep, there is a massive army trying to knock down these rocks as well. Wait, did Scarlet not lose a single unit yet?
No.
It's a flawless game. Oh my god.
Well, not anymore, but up to this point, how many units was that? A lot. Okay, she's trying to defend with force fields there. Those are going to be broken. So far doing a very good job negating any damage from these banelings, but they're about to connect. Oh my god, there's still so many of them left over. They're going to blow up inside of these Immortals, down to about half hit points for a lot of them. The 4th base is going to get sniped.
Ryu should just disengage. Ryu, you picked up the Fort Nexus. You're up 12 workers. You really don't have to commit this hard. I think that Ryu is in agreement with us now. He's going to run back. Hive is on the way on the other side of the map. Scarlet does have 11 on that mineral, so potentially could wipe in a lot of Zealots. think Ryu maybe overstayed his welcome there a little bit. There's a War Prism in the mix as well. I'm very worried about the devastating counter here, but 22 Banelings are morphing, +2 is more than halfway done.
Scarlet has so many item plus, and she whopped in 7 more, so she's gonna get a ton of Archons. Still has some Storms available, and that Immortal count is extremely scary against what Ryu has.
Yeah, but on
Ryu.
It's still hard to go on creep, right? And I think Scarlet knows it as well. Maybe Scarlet's going to try to pull Ryu's focus a little bit out of tension.
A big whopping in the main base, and I think will be very scary for the Zerg player.
I totally agree with that one. Ryu is almost supply blocked as well, so he has to be careful. But we do see a couple of Overlords on the way. Zerglings managed to squeeze in. At the same time, Baneling's going to try to connect with the army. Where are the High Templars? I guess they were left behind.
Link's kind of running all over the place here, even into the natural, which I think wasn't walled off.
Buying a little bit of time though, right? I think that's the most important thing. Ryu obviously lost a lot of units.
Is that?
It's in a dead spot.
Oh my god. In the blind spot. Surprise, surprise. She might just wait actually until she has more. With the Zealots. That's going to be really bad for Ryu.
Yep.
Oh my god, there's so many Zealots as well. Like, this split is just so hard to execute there. Because if he sends too much, then he gets overrun in that position.
Yep, this is
It's not time to use the Roddy F2.
This is about to get a little bit dicey. Now, there are a lot of Roaches, Lings, and Banes. Oh, these Banelings, it's important that the Banelings don't all crash into the Archons though, right? 12 drones already going down.
Predator is on the way. If Ryu can hold on comfortably with those Queens, we're on a mission for the Prism. They even skipped entirely on attacking these Zealots. The spawning pool went down. He needs to remake that.
And Ryu's army should be bigger here.
I'm worried he doesn't remake the spawning pool here, because he can't make Zerglings or Queens.
Can still make Roaches though. Roaches and Corruptors, I guess.
This might backfire actually, killing the spawning pool.
Well, the more High Templars coming forward. A lot of Storms are available. I think it's really important for Ryu that there is some sort of a flank, right? If the Banelings can get on top of the High Templars, it's an easy hold. But I don't know if that's going to be possible, man. Scarlet is obviously very good in positioning her key units in an attack like this.
Broodlords now being morphed.
Yeah, that's going to make
If Ryu can reach like 8 Broodlords, it's going to be so tough for Scarlet to actually fight this. And it's not like there is any Stargate and Fleet Beacon transition inside for Scarlet either here.
I almost feel Scarlet really should have gone for it. Now Scarlet goes for it, but the first 3 Broods are almost done and 3 more are on the way. The War Prism is probably going to show up again in the main base, right? Well, here we go. There's no Blink Stalkers, right?
She's trying to bait for Ryu to engage into her, but Ryu's not falling for it. If he stepped on creep, Storms will land big time.
Is there Blink? Nope, there's only 3 Stalkers. No Blink yet. I don't think you can fight anymore with this army. This army is not good unless you just storm everything.
Oh, there we go. Fleet Beacon and Stargates.
Yeah. Well, 1 Corruptor, that's a very good move as well, by the way. Just putting a single Corruptor on top of that War Prism.
One thing that this pressure has achieved is that the creep spread hasn't been going. It's almost like a no-regret game over here.
Don't you think that Ryu just wants to get all of his units to the other side of the map before the temps are even out? I wouldn't mind if Scarlet decides to make like a Void Ray, you know, like a temporary Void Ray. I wonder if Ryu is going to sit back forever. He's building Spine. So I have the feeling that Ryu doesn't have the confidence to go to the other side of the map, which I can understand, right?
Yeah.
You feel very vulnerable at home if you do that.
Hey, it's your favorite unit, Tempest.
Well, I like Tempest only in scenarios where I feel like you need to survive 1 push and 1 push only. And if Ryu does commit, then Tempest in this scenario are obviously a pretty good choice. Scarlet's going to try to buy some time with a little bit of a base trade.
She left a bunch on this side, especially with the High Templars, to make sure that Ryu cannot run in there, which he would have to do if he realized that this was a base trade. And now... Okay, Scarlet's going to go for it. I mean, she can recall that chunk of her army as well.
Ryu is actually wasting a lot of time here. And obviously, the more time that goes by, the more Tempest will come out. And there is no anti-air at this point at all for the Italian Zerg player. 1 Archon and a Mortar are very lost in the middle of the map, so those will get picked off. Scarlet might want to recall at this point. Scarlet's going to have to recall.
Or she can just stay there. Like, it's not like Ryu is going to chase this army too far out. Just having the threat present. I would say it's very important not to max out yet for Scarlet and maybe remake a Prism and head for the main base. Just try to stretch Ryu all over the place. Make sure that he can't defend in every single position perfectly and then find some damage through that. Yeah, we see another Prism now on the way.
Now 8 Corruptors are on the way. Like if those 8 Corruptors are out, then I actually think that Ryu would have a good chance here. But the Corruptors are not here yet. There's just no anti-air at all I mean, like, there's 5 queens, and those corruptors are all being built at this point. None of them are here yet.
Oh my god, he's gonna storm! Wait, what are these High Templars doing?
There's a storm. It's a little late to the party.
Yeah, he had like High Templars in range to storm everything.
Well,
Khaled maybe struggling a little bit to micro the army.
Where are those corruptors? Corruptors
Yeah,
are
the Tempests are not pulling back either.
Oh, cross the bow on top of the Tempest. Yes,
my
they
God.
do connect. And that means -2 Tempest immediately for Scarlet.
But all the Brewlords are gonna die here before they can even start shooting properly. Oh, the Tempest! Corrosive Bite landing on top of the Tempest again.
Yeah, Ryu doesn't really have a bank to replace his army.
Most of the Brewlords have already died, and the rest is gonna follow.
Yep, the Tempests are actually shining. In these rare moments of game-ending pushes, Tempests are actually quite good against Broodlords. Really good unit control, I think, in the end by Scarlet, right? Even though a couple of her Tempests did get caught out by Corrosive Ball, I think in the end this was good enough. Banelings will roll into all of these Immortals. All of the barriers activated immediately, but it's starting to feel like Ryu is just running out of steam. Ryu just doesn't have the money, Todd. As a Zerg player, you're supposed to be rich. There's supposed to be money in the bank. But Scarlet is showing us some of her fantastic Protoss macro. It's gonna be good enough.
Is easy after all. Ease. Look at the supply. 106 army to 50. Ryu's just getting overwhelmed at this point. Carriers in production, Blink, Plasma Shield, 5th base.
I love how Scarlet was building carriers, and then she's like, nah, I don't need carriers. I'm gonna wipe in a couple of extra stalkers. GG, Scarlet and her Protoss will get the first point on the board for Canada. And that means we're gonna see more of Scarlet. And Scarlet will now go up against either Raynor or Ryosis. What do you think it's gonna be?
Ryosis?
Yeah, send him out.
Yeah.
Wait, I think
Scout one more of the builds of Scarlet, who to be fair played somewhat standard there. I wonder actually, if Scarlet plays against Raynor, will she play Zerg or Protoss?
I would recommend that she plays Zerg. I think she probably will. Like, Ryu is good, and I think that Ryu showed here that
He overextended this attack big time, by the way.
I don't think that the Broodlord army should have ever turned around. Like, if you want to make a game-ending push with Broodlords, you can't possibly go all the way back to your side of the map and then do it again, because then you know Tempest will
That
be
was
out.
weird here. Like that he kept on fighting, could have just run away earlier.
Yeah, also, after that initial fort-based snipe. Because the fort-based snipe was excellent. At that point, just get 82 workers and sit back. I actually felt at this point, this could have been a lot worse for Ryu if Scarlet would have committed. Because I was like, I don't know if that... Like, I look at that Protoss army, 1 or 2 storms. And what's
but it
left?
also can go very wrong very fast if Baning starts connecting, and I think that's what she was wary of.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was... It looked not the cleanest from Scarlet in terms of, Corrosive Bite landing on top of the Tempest, but it didn't matter. She just wanted to reset the Broodlord count, and she mostly did that with those Tempests.
That's the only thing that really mattered, right? Because there was barely any anti-air in this army. Yes, there were a couple queens, but these queens had no energy. This is not like one of those games where all queens survived for the first 12 minutes of the game, and they're all sitting on 150 energy and plenty of transfuses available. Nope. There were a couple of corruptors, but they were coming in from the other side of the map. Ryu just didn't have the bank. I think the War Prism really kind of hurt Ryu. And like you said, maybe overextended in the beginning of the game, because the snipe on the fort base was good. The defense against the Adepts was good. Just at one point, getting a little too carried away.
And the reinforcements weren't quite enough at this stage. Lots more resources lost here from Ryu, as we see 29,000 to 20,000. And yeah, Scarlet keeps Canada alive yet again.
Showing us some of her Protoss magic. Still capable of it. You know what, Todd? I already thought that game was more impressive than that 7-gate against Dongregu. Because this is actually Protoss. Protoss has come a long way, okay? Like, yeah, in the early years, Protoss was a little bit of a silly.
Wait, what was it? It was a 7-gate with a prism, that's it?
No prism, just proxy pylon. Like back then, we didn't even use prisms. Because prisms...
Yeah.
So it's just like a 2-gas, 7-gate. Like, I don't know. I think executing... The build that Scarlet just did, I think that's actually quite hard, especially against somebody like Ryu. Like, that really goes to show that her Protoss is actually pretty damn good. Anyway, guys, 3 maps have been played. And do you guys know what time it is after 3 maps have been played? That's damn right. It is Matcherino time. Matcherino.com/nw2019.
You're really selling this, aren't you?
Yes, well, we have a lot of awesome products available for you guys. Come on, production. Show us those beautiful t-shirts, those hoodies, the coffee mug, the in-game portraits, the spray, all of it. And of course, some of the money you spent on this website purchasing these lovely items. A percentage of that will be added towards the prize pool of Nation Wars 2019. And obviously, we already have a big prize pool, but it's nice to make it a little bigger. And we're already sitting at 4,300, Todd.
Yeah,
on top.
She's really nice, and I'm pretty sure that number will keep on growing as well with everybody's support. Grab yourself a snapback, you know? Christmas is coming, just a month and a half. I went to the supermarket downstairs. It's chocolate land down there, all right? So it's not too early to start buying stuff for Christmas.
Missed opportunity. Why sell snapbacks in the winter? Start selling beanies. I know global warming is a thing, but it's still pretty damn cold out there. Like everybody would have picked up an NW beanie. Next time they're going to consult with me a little bit, guys. We'll get you.
Next time it's going to be in the summer. They're like, what?
Yeah, well, that's when we get the baseball bats. Because I'm done with the hats, guys. All right. It's been a long day so far. The score is 2-1 in favor of Italy. We're going to head over to a very quick break. And after that, we'll be back with Game 4 between Canada and Italy.
Welcome back. You're watching Nation Wars 2019. Italy's up 2-1 after the GSL format of the Nation War here that we have between these two. It is now time for the all-kill format, where Italy will choose between sending out Rainer or Ryosis, and then Scarlet will get to pick the map.
Yep.
And the race.
Now, if Ryosis comes out, is Scarlet going to play Protoss again?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so as well.
I think only against Rainer. Only Rainer would be worthy of bringing out the Zerg.
Maybe if like the ZVZ would go wrong, then she would actually play Protoss in the second match against Rainer, assuming that we are going to get 2 matches of that. But I think we're all expecting Scarlet to be revived on the side of Canada, of course, and Rainer to be revived on the side of Italy.
For Scarlet to beat Rainer playing Protoss is very unlikely, I feel like.
Yeah, I agree with that. But on the other hand, I know that Scarlet, her off race, is really sick. And whenever Scarlet gets a victory, she likes to talk about it as well, some of those events. Scarlet has defeated some of the very best players in the world with her off races. I don't have to mention any names, but I know some of the players that she's beat. Well, those are all tournament champions. It is going to be Rainer coming out first. Now, let's see. Is it going to be a ZVZ or is it going to be a ZVP? The map is Disco Bloodbath. What do you think, Litot? I think ZVZ.
I'm hoping ZVZ. I think he'd be closer. Yeah, I feel like Rainer's pretty good against Protoss. You know, it's a scary thought to go up against this guy.
Did drop a couple maps at the global finals though.
Yeah, okay, sure. Shame. Shame on him.
I mean,
he's out of shape.
3-2 victories, Rainer. Jeez,
washed up.
You're already over the hill at 17 years of age? Alrighty, guys, here we go. In the right bottom side of Disco Bloodbath, representing Italy. Grazie ragazzi, grazie tutti.
It's a me.
It's a me, Rainer. Oh my god, they were too late with the dramatic music.
The worst intro ever.
Oh, Madonna.
And his opponent in the red, in the northwest, playing red. Zerg, Canada, I don't even know. It's Scarlet.
All right,
I'm to find too many fun facts about Canada.
Yeah, I mean, well, I tried earlier.
She loves maple syrup and she's sorry all the time.
Maple syrup, ice hockey.
It's at Wahlburgers.
Then I'm like thinking Drake, you know, that is kind of a national hero in my eyes.
She wears OVO.
Yeah. OVO is pretty cool, to be honest.
You know, I went to a poker tournament series recently in the US. There was a friend there from Canada. He was wearing OVO every day, like the full tracksuit and everything. He's like, you know what's funny? I usually never ever wear this, but this trip I just brought it all and I kept wearing it every day. Actually, not too bad. Closing brand.
I kind of expected you to have an OVO tattoo by now, you know, the owl. I think it would look good on your arm, Todd.
What?
Yeah, I mean, you're collecting animals on those arms of yours, so why not squeeze in another owl?
No, I'm getting Skillers Forever onto my tiger later on, like, as the photo before suggested. I'm also going to get Luca di Supla on my chest.
and right underneath that, no regrets, right?
No regrets.
Yeah, exactly. No regrets. Oh my god, imagine if you would have that. You know how Tupac had like the Thug Life tattoo on his chest? You get look at the supply like in a horrible angle. Some Microsoft Word font of like 1999, you know, we used to put above us
Comic Sans.
Oh,
it's a mirror build, by the way, absolute mirror so far from these two. Literally everything's identical. Virtually identical.
Queen's on the way, drones on the way. Now, this is one of these maps where I don't mind the +1 melee builds, actually, in ZVZ. I think this is one of the better maps for it. I think it's excellent for Zergling counters. It's obviously very large, so it's kind of hard for roaches to travel to the other side of the map. Now, I know what you're thinking. Of course, roaches do have Nidus networks, but banelings can blow up Nidus networks before they unfold. So, if maybe Rainer decides to go for a +1 melee here, I'd be kind of enthusiastic about it.
What do you think about the amount of +1 melee into Mutas we saw at the global finals?
I think it's good. I honestly think it is pretty good, especially if you play against Sero, because it just feels that Sero is an absolute monster maniac in that ZVZ Roach against Roach.
Yeah, the standard one.
Yep, and especially standard late game, right? I think Sero is kind of a beast, so it makes sense to try to make, you know, the pace of the game a little bit different and put Servo on the back feet and then play +1 Midas against him. Why not? That's going to be a lot of Zerglings and a Baneling Nest coming out of Reynor. That's a very serious amount of links.
Yes, Scarlet skipped on the Baneling Nest, right?
A little bit greedy. Seen this quite often, but that obviously means that you're going to have a harder time keeping that hatchery alive. We saw that in Su versus Red when South Korea got their surprising victory over the Netherlands. Now let's see if Reynor can get some serious damage on as well. I'm very worried here for Scarlet because those Banes are already morphing on the other side of the map.
Oh my god, the wall is not ready. I don't think she saw this coming. Scarlet there. Gonna be caught.
Oh, this is bad.
2 Banelings?
No, just one. Oh, the Queen's move out of position as well. Baneling, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
Is there enough Zerglings though? That's the thing. The third Queen rejoins that position. Links are coming out of the hatchery. Can Scarlet get the hold? It looks like it.
Yeah, but that's still a good trade, right, for Reynor. Quite a few Zerglings going down and 2 Queens already, and Reynor's not done yet. He really wants to get a couple of these Banelings into the middle line. No, instead, Reynor's going to settle for another Queen, and Reynor will get one more Queen. That's big.
And behind this is droning up. 39 walkers to 33 already for the Italian Stallion. As the first few roaches here from Scarlet are coming out. Reynor's roach production will be much later though. We see now the roach warren in the production tab. Scarlet, she morphed one of those low hit point roach into a Ravager. The numbers right now, Reynor's he's got a worker lead, but Scarlet's gonna have a little bit more army here with all these roaches are already out, so not too bad.
I'm surprised that Reynor prioritized the Queens over anything else.
Yeah,
right? It
especially with the Bane.
Yeah, it felt that this hatchery on the right side was a sitting duck. It really took quite some time before these roaches came out, and 1 roach or 2 roaches don't necessarily save the day there. So I have the feeling that if Reynor would have just gone for the hedge with the Lynx and Banes, maybe he needed to make a slightly bigger commitment to really get the hatchery kill, but I still think that was doable.
Reynor with 3 overlords on the way, actually hitting a little bit of the supply block there. Starting 10 roaches immediately, might be going into units mode. 10 links as well.
Reynor gonna attack
44 drones.
With slow roaches on Disco Bloodbath. I mean, it's one of those, it's crazy enough, it might just work, but...
Is that an impression of?
Nothing, I don't know, a comic. Because it's just really weird, right? Like, you're not supposed to do this. It's going to be a lot of Ravages on the side of Reynor, though. So
you know what? Yeah? Scarlet is getting 3 more extractors. Pneumatized Carapace. I guess the +1 might finish on time to actually help, but she seems like she has no idea. Oh my god, how is this not seeing it?
Because Reynor actually knows exactly what he's doing here. This is not coincidence. Because like there's an overlord of Reynor that knows where the overlords of Scarlet are, and in that way, all of these units can just sneak to the other side of the map.
Oh my god, she's joining up.
This is really sick movement.
To scout. Okay, finally she goes back into drones, but I mean the army is already there. And Overlord is even gonna die.
This is gonna be so rough, man. That's a lot of Ravagers. Reynor is about to show up with a crazy amount of Zerglings as well. It's not just these roaches and Ravagers. That's a good snipe there by Scarlet. Good start. But Scarlet needs to pull off a miraculous hold here.
Yeah, there's gonna be so many links getting on top of these Ravagers, trying to not let them get out. Good job by Reynor dodging this corrosive pile as well. He's gonna corrosive pile on this lava as well, but he doesn't quite finish them off. Scarlet getting in a good position to try and fight effectively, but she's already lost so many drones, and there's gonna be so many links coming in as well for Reynor. He might just have enough here.
Yep, Lings don't really care about the size of a map. They're always going to make it in time for the party. A couple of roaches are going to get surrounded on the high ground as well. Absolutely magnificent army movement by Reynor to get this entire army to the other side of the map. This just shows that even the overlords, they have to move a little bit, because just having overlords in position doesn't necessarily mean you see everything. GG gets called. Reynor gets a very cheeky victory here on Disco Bloodbath. But that's one of those early cheeses that I can kind of enjoy, right? I can appreciate it, because the way that getting all those roaches to the other side of the map, such a big map, very well done.
It's going to force the Riddler to come out from hiding there. You know, the Riddler, he moved to the countryside, he lived in a cabin, solar panels off the grids, but he has to come back now. He has no choice, he needs to defend the land of Canada.
I think it's going to be Scarlet, mate.
Wait, the Riddler was not...
The Riddler got wrecked by Reynor on a
Acropolis.
Never mind. That's amazing. I loved it. Well done.
I thought he was still alive. Never mind.
No.
Oh, wait, are you sure?
I am very sure. It was a Le Massacre. Like, it reminded me of one of my dreams I had, where I looked out of the window, because I thought I woke up, and I saw Le Gardie Nord. That's how bad it was.
You're never going to drop this one.
No, I got shivers all over my body.
Is there a worse place in the world?
I'm sure there is, but I haven't found it yet. No, obviously, guys, we're going to wait a little bit until we know which player is going to come back from Canada, but we are expecting Scarlet to make another appearance. Maybe she decides to play Protoss, but we think it's a little more likely that we're going to see another ZVZ.
Yeah.
Scarlet or ZVZ, I think, is really good. Even when Zero was on his insane streak, that streak should have been broken twice by Scarlet. Scarlet was so
You
close.
mean it almost was? Yeah.
It the one in Valencia, we could resume that from replay. Thought that's over. Okay, your Zerg would.
If I hold your Kinder Bueno, you would win that game.
Oh, absolutely. You can hold my Kinder Bueno and my white wine cheese fondue at the same time.
I don't know about that one.
You're sticking with one hand and right-clicking units into the other. Scarlet was very close back then. I think Scarlet has great ZVZ, but of course so has Raynor. I mean, Raynor has defeated Serral so many times by now that it's hard to deny that this young Italian has some pretty magical ZVZ. Well thought. It is going to be Raynor versus Scarlet.
Yeah, and Scarlet's probably going to be playing Zerg, I'm guessing, on the World of Sleepers here yet again. She has to beat Raynor, then Ryosis, and then most likely Raynor again. So not an easy task here. Or Scarlet. It's going to have to be on point if she wants to send Canada through in first place. I can't believe I thought that the Riddler was still in.
Well thought. Maybe
I
sometimes
mixed the score upside down, basically. I thought he was... Never mind.
sometimes the mind is full of what the heart is wishing. And you just want
Yeah, I
to
do
see
wish
some
that the
more
Riddler was still alive.
That's all good.
I mean, we'll see more of him no matter what here, because it's not the last match of Canada no matter what. For now, let's get started here with the ZVZ. They're up 3-1 here. And this young man is now on match point in the green and playing Zerg, representing Italy. It is Raynor.
And in the top right, Canada's last hope here to qualify for the round of 8 in first place. For Canada in the red, in the Zerg, she is Scarlet.
Representing Team Hortons.
Of course. Being genuinely nice.
Poutine.
Yeah.
Poutine's overhyped.
Honestly, it is.
Yeah.
And when I think about what poutine is made of, should be my greatest food in the entire
What
planet.
is it, like...
It's gravy, cheese, and fries, basically.
and bacon too, no?
I don't think you're... Well, it's not mandatory to have bacon in your
Yeah.
poutine to be a poutine. But
Okay.
there is poutine with bacon. That's actually the one that I had. And
You weren't impressed.
I wasn't impressed. I actually thought it was a little bit too much. And that made me sad. Because I did believe that it could
I
be...
mean, people, like, they always do this. They hype something like crazy, you know, like Roddy did with Vanya.
Ooh! That is low. That is really low. But I like
Actually,
it.
I'm excited to see more from Vanya.
Of course.
He only had like one map to, you know, maybe sometimes it takes a little bit of time to get into your groove and everything. He only played one map, lost it, and then, you know, we're already making comments. So I'm excited to see more from him later this weekend.
And he also played against really inspired the Riddler.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't play that classic style of TVZ that we expected, because he did go for a 2-1-1 into mech. But we will be talking about this a little bit later, because here and Crow really want to make it obvious for you guys and for us as well to talk about it. This is
like
a really early Evo.
It's like if they don't talk about the Evo, I'm just leaving. You guys better start talking about it. Yeah. Evo here in ZVZ, a lot of the time is going to be for the +1 melee, which then means you're playing with Mutas, but in this case, it's the Carapace. So if you play with Zergling speed and a lot of Zerglings and Carapace, it means Banelings don't kill your Zerglings at once. So sometimes you can overrun a position, especially if the opponent doesn't see it coming. And how is your opponent supposed to see it coming when it's all the way at the back of your main mineral line? It's going to be pretty tough unless some links somehow run in there.
Yeah.
Actually,
also
Raynor was
you're sacrificing your own metabolic boost, or at least the timing of it, because as you can see, Scarlet is only now able to fire up that very, very important upgrade. So that means that Raynor is going to be in an advantageous position in terms of how many Zerglings and how fast they will be onto the map. So So for now, Scarlet hasn't been scouted, but once the metabolic boost actually finishes, that could be a different story. And it's really cool because Reiner also goes for a really early Evo, slightly later than Scarlet's, but still, and does go for +1 melee.
And this might mean that he's keeping entirely on the Baneling nest.
Which is nice, I think. It's
Yeah.
a pretty decent role of strategies here.
Reiner drops his Baneling nest, actually.
Okay.
But obviously, again, this build by Scarlet is designed to deal with Banelings better because your links don't die at once from one Baneling connection onto them.
And they will survive with 1 HP. But we do have 20 Zerglings from Reiner and Scarlet.
Oh my
she
God,
does have
that's
8,
right.
and she doesn't have metabolic boost at the moment. So right now, I think Reiner already knows that there is something missing. There is something a little weird about Scarlet's strategy. Look at this. He's actually going to pull back for now. Just keeps a couple of Zerglings at the opposite side of the map to threaten a counterattack, but pulls back with the rest of his army while making nothing but lings. So I'm guessing it did pick up on the fact that metabolic boost was late and that it could mean +1 carapace really early into the game.
Yeah. Keep in mind, Reiner already has the third hatchery set up on location there. So those links, they're going to start engaging. +1 carapace has already finished here for Scarlet, but there's going to be quite a few Banelings that Scarlet needs to worry about. There is Banelings being morphed elsewhere. Where is that? For Reiner, is that?
Yeah,
okay,
those 5 extra
I think-
Zerglings.
Yeah, he left those there across the map because he's hoping that Scarlet will be looking at the action on the other
Todd.
side. And then he's going to attack into that natural with a ton of Banelings now.
That's going to be so rough for Scarlet to hold on. There's so many more Zerglings for Reiner and also a lot of Banelings. Yes, the +1 carapace is done, which means in a frontal fight, those Zerglings are going to do better. But those Banelings, they will blow up the front base here. The 2 Evos will die. And now the surround is done and melee attack just finished. So the difference in upgrade is not going to matter. And Reiner, just like this, puts Italy in the round of 8. Victory 4-1. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
A very abrupt ending here to this nation war.
That looked really tough for
Yeah.
Scarlet. I don't know how she was supposed to hold on to that.
Reiner really turned it down here in that last game, and Scarlet gets caught going for a build that's, I'm guessing, doesn't really counter what Reiner was going for.
No, I think Reiner really had like the upper end in terms of build orders because of that. Because melee will just show up a little bit later, but you're also relying on a lot of Zerglings because you do want that +1 to be effective. So you do have a lot of Zerglings when the player that has +1 carapace doesn't have Zergling speed, metabolic boost. So you do have that free range of moving around the map, scouting everything, threatening on the back with those 5 Banelings. Like, I think he got pretty lucky, or she got unlucky in the way those 2 build orders interacted.
So that means pretty much all the favorites from each group advance in first place for the most part, right? It's South Korea, Germany, Finland, and now Italy.
Yeah.
And also we get to do an interview now. Welcome back.
Isn't that amazing? I just showed up right at this instant to be there at the interview.
You showed up, 3 minutes game, boom, interview. Just for you, man.
All right. I think we're getting the interview set up right now. We will be going into it in a few seconds if it's ready. But no, great performance by Italy. It's really good that one of those 2 players from Team Italy were able to help out here in proceeding to the round of 8. We talked about it a little bit with Rotterdam. It's quite important to, help out a player like Reiner and just, not feel like you're not deserving your qualification in some way. Like right now, you did do something to help out your team, which is really, really cool. And Italy and Reiner will be part of the round of 8, which makes me kind of happy.
Yeah,
I mean, runner-up for the World Finals are ready, is qualified. So having this player in the top 8 is obviously amazing.
Yeah, and that means this weekend we'll obviously have Chinese Taipei taking on Russia. The winner will take on Canada to try and decide who makes it in second place here of this group. That's happening tomorrow, and after tomorrow we'll have 4 matches instead of the usual 3 on both of those days to find out
so
additional 4 teams to make it into the round of 8.
Yeah, and because we do have 4 games, we will be starting 2 hours in advance, which means 4 p.m. CET. And if I'm not mistaken, production just told us that Chinese Taipei versus Russia should be the first game of tomorrow. So does that mean we are doing this entire group tomorrow? We're finishing this entire group tomorrow at the beginning of the day. So if you want to see what happens to Chinese Taipei, Russia, and Canada
up against Haz, make sure to tune in. Actually, I don't know if they will play, but it's possible.
If you want to see Vanya again, after Roddy hyped him up so much.
He didn't even hype him that much, but he hyped him up.
He was, he was a player that
wasn't too bad.
No, of course he wasn't bad, but he played the Riddler, and the Riddler.
No, I mean, it wasn't too bad, the hyping.
The hyping?
Yeah.
Nah.
Sometimes Roddy has gone a little bit out of hand with the hyping of certain of these players, but to be honest, most of the time he was right. That's why it makes it a little bit funny when he's wrong, right?
Of course.
Like we need to needle him a little bit.
Of course. All right.
It was a really good round of 16 so far. I gotta say, I'm very impressed. Obviously, we're not done with it, but a lot of close series. And again, this is the thing where, like in the round of 24, we were like, okay, guys, we know there is a lot of 4-0, 4-1, sometimes 4-2, but it should be closer in the round of 16. Like we say that, but we're never really sure, right? So for the round of 16 to be this close and have like many 4-3s, so many longer games and everything, I think it's been really cool. And the competition is only going to get better from here too.
Yeah, I'm loving it. I mean, we added in a couple of rounds here this year because we did have 40 teams. Realize that 40 teams that were.
I didn't even know there was 40 countries in the world.
Yeah, I mean, now you know there's at least 40 countries because there were 40 countries in Nation Wars 2019. So we added on a couple of rounds, and obviously, not every single one of those games in a round of 40, a round of 24 are not going to be as good as the usual suspects of top 16. And now that we did reach that round of 16 stage, well, we can be really happy about the quality of the games, and we've been blessed with a lot of really cool, just simply best of ones, that you can just pinpoint in those games, in those best of sevens, but just in general, so many 4-3s, so many really tight victories from those countries. So I'm really happy about that.
Yeah. I think we will be hearing from the Italian team here in a few moments.
Any seconds.
Any second. From Rainer. I know you always look forward to these interviews.
Of course. Those are my favorite. I mean, if I could spend my entire day just doing some interviews instead of casting StarCraft 2 games, honestly, I'd be thrilled.
Actually, I think the interview is ready. So
is it?
Let's go and check in with the Italian team.
All right.
Hello guys.
Hello.
Congratulations.
What's up?
Hi, everyone.
Thank you.
Did it all go according to plan, or were you expecting a little bit of a closer nation war here against Canada?
I was expecting Rio to win, obviously. But yeah, the rest was fine. Yeah, as expected, Reyes is crashed.
Of course.
No regret.
Yeah.
So yeah, really easy actually. But yeah, the
Just
rest
as
of
good
the
as. Just as good as 2 times.
Wow.
Did you expect you were going to do this well against No Regrets, Ryosis?
Yes, I mean, it is a kind of one-trick pony, So, like, he only does one thing over and over. So, once you counter that thing, it's very easy.
So I'm gonna grab myself some notes so I can ask some questions to No Regret tomorrow as we get him in the interview. Is there anything else you want to say about No Regrets performance, Ryosis? One trick pony does the same thing over and over again.
I think that's enough. That's enough.
Rainer, you actually did say that he was going down and he would get owned.
Oh yeah, he did definitely.
Yeah, he did get owned. It's amazing.
I think the closest match was by the Riddler. To be honest, like I've said before, he's obviously the biggest threat on the team, and he showed it. The 2-base build was actually sick. I think I got pretty lucky in the end. The bailings are really good. So yeah,
good.
Obviously, yeah.
Good luck.
Very good performance.
See, that's the reason those are my favorite moments of the day. Those kind of interviews when those guys are being super serious like this.
Was Ryu pretty bummed about this game? Did he say anything?
No, we don't really talk. I usually talk with him. But yeah, I know that he's okay with everything, so I usually put him on the maps that I think he's gonna do best on.
Yeah.
So yeah, we don't really talk too much. I know he was not too happy though. I can tell you that. I can feel it.
So after winning today quite convincingly against Chinese Taipei and now versus Canada, do you guys look at the rest of the tournaments in terms of the chances that you have? You're going to be facing a second-place finisher from one of the other group. And are you really confident for that match, or does it depend on who it's going to be?
I actually wanted Finland, but I guess...
But that's not happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's not happening yet.
What country would you like then? I mean, the possibilities are pretty wide.
If you say France,
Yeah.
the camera is going to cut and the call is going to cut as well.
I wouldn't mind 4-0ing France again, actually. So yeah.
How dare you?
What again?
No, just kidding. I actually don't know the other countries. I should look it up. 1 second, guys.
Yeah, you could be playing the Netherlands. Well, now that I think about it, I think the Netherlands are actually going to be eliminated this weekend. So
Rainer pisses you off, so you piss off Roddy.
yeah, that's how it works. I can't piss off Rainer. Like, how do you want that guy to be pissed off? Look at the smile. The guy made 100K not that
You
long
can
ago.
tell him that if he doesn't start behaving, you'll tell his mom not to allow him to buy designer clothes for a year. I think that's going to calm him down real fast.
Yeah, definitely. Don't do that, please. I would die.
Okay, an email is being sent right now from Aromi to your mom directly.
So,
Jeez.
what about you, Ryosis? Like, can you tell us specifically about like your training and like how much effort you guys put into like trying to seed on the maps and everything? I would love to get some insights into Team Italy's preparation.
Actually, there was more work on the previous round, to be honest. Like, on this round, everyone was kind of busy, and Rainer was on holiday back from BlizzCon. So, yeah, we just didn't put much effort into it. We just went with whatever, and yeah, it worked out. So it's okay.
We go with the flow here.
Yeah, absolutely.
But what about quarterfinals? Do you think you can do the same thing without any preparation?
Absolutely
you can go
not.
at it. Yeah, no.
Going with the flow. Yeah, that's our specialty. We go with the flow.
Yeah.
So, without knowing
That's
who
what-
you're going to face in quarterfinals, what chance would you give yourself to be able to make it to the offline finals in Paris?
What's the offline finals? Top 4?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah, definitely.
What chance? Like what percentage?
What chance? I'm going to throw a 70.
70%?
That's pretty
Yes.
good.
It's pretty good. So what do you plan on doing if you go to Paris? Go buy some more designers' clothes? Go to Champs-Élysées and shop?
The best shops in Paris and everything. Gonna own it.
All right. We might send a filming crew with you. That will give that will
would
give
be
us
fun.
some pretty cool footage, I guess. All right. Any particular feeling on doing well for Italy, not just for yourself, but just for Italy in general? I mean, Rainer, you did well. You did super good at BlizzCon, obviously, that was more for you, and I guess a little bit for your team as well. But this time, you're putting Italian esports on the map. So how good does that feel?
It feels very good, actually. Yeah, not too used to it yet. But yeah, it's a lot of fun to play for Italy. Yeah, and I look forward to playing again. It's gonna be fun, and I always see the comments when we win as Italians. Italians are very cheerful people. So yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun.
What about
The
you?
Italian StarCraft community.
Yeah.
Sorry.
What about you, Rio? Do you have like any particular following from your friends or family because you're playing for the Italian national team, or?
Yeah, I mean, before National Wars, actually, I was having like a kind of a hard time explaining people what I do and stuff. But saying telling people that I'm actually playing for Italy and stuff, it makes it a lot easier.
Yeah.
And also, like my parents, my friends, and my family are watching, so it feels great to contribute in this win. Also, like winning for almost for the first time, I think. Maybe I won one against Norway. I'm not sure, but
I think that was your second victory here. Yeah.
Yeah. Just putting points on the board and just not letting Raynor do all the work. It feels great.
You have your family or friends like sitting on the couch yelling "Forza Italia" or stuff like that as you're playing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, me too.
That's really cool.
All right. Thank you, guys. Congratulations once again. And
Thanks to you.
we'll see you in the round of 8.
Thank you. See you guys.
Okay.
Congratulations. See ya.
Thank you.
Finger guns and everything.
It was a pleasure. See you guys.
See you.
Great, guys.
Yeah, great
Looking
bunch.
forward to, if they make it to the round of 4, to seeing Rainer on the Champs-Élysées with a duffel bag full of cash.
Yep.
Splashing his money around and buying some Montclair, Louis Vuitton, whatever it is that he likes to buy.
Yeah, I think we'll do a field trip with him and Roddy. We will bring them to Gare du Nord at some point, and and then we'll bring them to Champs-Élysées after that. All right. Is there anything we want to say? Is there anything else you want to say, Todd?
Yeah, I think we should show what matches we're going to be playing tomorrow. Remind the people,
Do we have an
the good
asset?
people of Twitch, about the time that we're going to start tomorrow, because maybe they weren't listening earlier when we mentioned that we're going to start 2 hours earlier.
So is this the other group that we will be seeing on Saturday? It's amazing. Hey, Romy was able to grab all those remaining players and make them work for their losers match and deciders match. And honestly, it is a lot of work. Like trying to get all those guys to work on the same schedule when everybody is on different parts of the world. It is sometimes quite challenging, but Aromi did it. So kudos to him. So tomorrow we will be seeing the end of this group, the group we had today with Chinese Taipei, Canada, and Russia remaining. But we will also have the conclusion of Ukraine, Netherlands, and the United States. So
Remember, only one of these three nations will make it through.
Yep.
To the round of 8, since South Korea already did it as well in that group.
Yeah, we should be
pretty
seeing
tense.
we should be seeing a really sad Rotterdam, I think, tomorrow.
Oh my God.
As they get 4-0'd by Ukraine.
I like the Dutch players too much to make this.
Yeah, me too.
Even if I want to hurt Roddy.
Aww.
I'll just wish him to be on every interview instead.
So yes, tomorrow, starting 4 p.m. CET. All right? Tomorrow, 4 p.m. CET, the conclusion of those two groups will be happening. We hope you had an amazing night with us tonight on Nation Wars 2019. We've got 4 teams qualified for the round of 8 now. And we're still wondering about the last 4. The conclusion of Nation Wars 2019 round of 16 is going to be tomorrow. And on Sunday, starting
at 4 p.m. CET again.
Which is?
3 p.m. in the UK, 10 a.m. on the East Coast, 7 a.m. on the West Coast. In South Korea, it must be like midnight or 1, something like that.
Todd is such a professional. I can't believe. Thank you so much for watching. For now, we will be saying good night and see you tomorrow, 4 p.m. CET. Cheers. Finger guts.